longest surf season in the Southern Hemisphere. The World Surf League's Challenger Series coming to the second stop on the Challenger Series Tour. Early African sunrise over our competitors' area as you join us for day 3 of competition here in beautiful Ballito, South Africa. Lots of familiar faces, everybody intent on getting points and climbing that Challenger Series rankings in 2025. Beautiful beach scenes. Everybody, as we mentioned, just very focused on what the task is ahead, and that is to make heats here in Ballito in South Africa. It's a good morning as we fly by the event site here. All the action coming to you from Willard Beach on the east coast of South Africa. It's a very good morning. It's a kunjani, as we say in the local Zulu dialect. Kunjani Kai Linda.
Kunjani wena gigs.
Yeah, boy, yes.
Beautiful day. I'm sitting here in the middle of winter in shorts and a t-shirt. There's almost not a breath of wind out there. Some pretty glassy conditions. I've seen some really nice free surfing through the morning on the higher tide. Couple of really fun looking lefts. And we're into the ladies' action, and the big names are starting to stack up as well. Looking forward to this first heat.
Yeah, of course, second stop on the Challenger Series coming to you from South Africa this week. Day 3 of our competition window with us this morning. It's a beautiful morning in Africa again. We saw those scenes and sights. It's crisp in the morning, as always, just to talk to conditions on hand. But we know that it's going to be that subtropical, perfect beach weather. And some nice, almost summery type of look to the ocean this morning, Kai.
Yeah, swell's definitely straight out of the east. It's that wind swell, so it's a little bit on top of itself. But certainly contestable conditions. That little left bank is showing some great signs. I saw some good free surfing this morning. Some of our commentary team were out there having a little stretch. Jess saying she had a couple of fun waves. Yep. So I think we're in for a good round of surfing. And, you know, you look at the lineup coming up. Big guns like Sally Fitzgibbons. I can't wait to see what's going to go down.
Well, round of 32 for the ladies draw here in Ballito, potentially underway very, very shortly. It is an early morning here in South Africa. And as we mentioned, let's go down and hear from the sidelines. Emma Deal is down there at the beach.
Hey guys, I'm down on the beach with Noah. Noah, you just had a free surf. You obviously watched the waves all day yesterday. What is it like out there compared to yesterday?
It's kind of similar conditions, just not like amazing conditions, but definitely a lot of waves. It's really short period, so there's a lot of opportunities. So it should be heats with just a lot of scores, and kind of anything can happen in these heats.
Cool. I know you are second heat of the day, so just a last question. What's the plan going into that heat, and I guess now watching this first heat?
I'm just trying to stay light and hopefully stay active, catch a lot of waves, and try to get some scores on the board. It's not easy out there. There's not a lot of push on the waves, so hopefully with the lower tide it gets better.
Cool. Well, good luck for your heat, and we'll be cheering you on.
Thank you.
Well, Kai, good insight into conditions this morning. A couple of key points coming out of Noah Clapp's thoughts there is that it is a lower period interval swell, and you're going to have to pick out those opportunities. Had a chat with Greg Emsley, one of our co-commentators, who also mentioned he'd had a quick paddle this morning at sunrise. And he said that he could feel the waves were really close together. And that's not quite normally what we used to hear in Ballito this morning.
No, normally we're looking at a nice solid groundswell out of the south-southwest, which will come later in the period. But, you know, we had that gale force northeast last night and the day before. So this is wind swell. It's going to be a bit on top of itself, and it's not going to have as much grunt. I think the go-to will definitely be a lot of people pulling out the epoxies this morning for a little bit more buoyancy and a little bit more pop. And you're going to kind of have to change your game plan, like we've spoken about during the week, because normally there's a right-hand sort of push at this break. Today, I think you're going to see a lot of lefts.
Well, I'm seeing a little similarity between how the week in Newcastle unfolded for the first Challenger Series event of the schedule. They also had some smaller days with some broken wind swell and then some ground swell that a bit. We started on Monday with that solid ground swell, but that got pummeled by the easterly, and now we're dealing with this chapter of the swell lifespan. And yeah, as I say, picking up a couple of similar things will be interesting to see at the end of the Ballito Pro if there's any cross
maybe came out a little earlier and spent some time in the vest in the warm-up sessions are going to have a slight advantage.
Well, lots to talk about here as we get day 3 of competition underway. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, the Challenger Series second stop on a revamped schedule for the year 2025 into 2026. And that is a stacked list of names out in the lineup. As you mentioned, Kai, Sarah Baum, the South African hopes on her. She's based in Newcastle. She campaigned through that first stop and back here in familiar territory, familiar waters for the South African in blue. And we did see a quick flurry of waves to get going here. Also interesting to note, tour manager Travis Logie has set a 35-minute template for heat duration.
Yeah, I think we're just going to look at this round today. So, 8 heats, you may as well give them a little bit more time. It's going to allow for just a little bit more scoring opportunity. There's not a lot of downtime because it's a wind swell. It's pretty constant, but gets one up into the lip and gets the little second to close. She had to fight that one though.
The women's round of 32 underway here in Ballito this morning. Big names out in the lineup. That lady on screen, Sally Fitzgibbons, mid-season cut on the championship tour. No one in the ladies field has as much experience as her. She has those 12 CT wins. She started her campaign as a world junior champion back in 2007 already. The ripe young age of 34 years old, Sally Fitzgibbons, just really speaks to the consummate professional and the duration of a very, very amazing and successful career. And here she is still so intent on competition in 2025. A finals appearance with Francesca Veselka in Newcastle, and here she is trying to make her way to finals day in Ballito. So just such a tip of the hat every time we talk about Sally Fitzgibbons.
She's so adaptable. It's one of her strengths is that whether it's small, onshore beachy or big charging sort of Fiji, she's always going to put her name in the hat. And liking her approach, she's obviously been watching the surf this morning and eyeing out those left bowls. But more telling when you saw her stats come up there, like you said, good result already under the belt, 7,800 points. She's kind of already halfway there. And that was a beautiful little turn, tight in the pocket, gets the little calf to back it up. Some of those lefts are going to fade out into that sort of hole in between the two sets of rocks, but the first turn was nice and tight and already showing that she's here. She wants to get some scores on the board.
4 surfers out in the lineup and a 20-year age gap between our athletes in red and white respectively. Fitzgibbons in the red, we've just seen her replay. We're settling into what we're going to deal with here today, sort of 2 to 3 foot onshore. No wind right now to speak of, Kai, but we know that onshore will just brush the surface of the Indian Ocean here again through the course of competition today. But I mentioned that 20-year age gap. A young Taya Zabrowski, saw her already pulling a 617 out of the bag. You like what she brought off the lip. And Zabrowski, just as we mentioned, 14 years of age, and she's had 2 rolls of the dice at the Challenger Series already, and she's been an outstanding prospect for the future of the women's side of the sport.
Well, I'm already sitting on a cracker result on the Challenger Series as well as a couple of QS top finishes. So she really is looking to be a powerhouse of the future for surfing. And also, you look at this heat, Rodriguez from Peru, another top junior surfer. I was looking through sort of who's been in action this year so far. She's already surfed like 20 events across the juniors and the QS. So she's ready to go, and she's going to be looking to compete hard here as well.
Well, an incredibly stacked heat to get competition underway this morning. See Zabrowski on screen just already raking the lineup, looking for a second counting ride, a strong 617. And again, just talking to the conditions there, we've seen both of those scores for Zabrowski and Fitzgibbons respectively coming out of the left-handers. So northeast angle on the swell here, Kai, this morning. We're also going to see waves come in clusters. We've seen that with this whole lifespan of this and the life duration of this current swell in the water here in the Indian Ocean. And when we pulled those replays, you saw it was back to back to back. 3 surfers getting waves. So priority with Rodriguez, no rides yet for the young South American. But lots of time to play, 35-minute heats, and we're just under the 30-minute mark. So opening up that time span with conditions in mind.
Yeah, and you'll see, Sarah just got that quick little in and out, 0.5. She spent a lot of time on this bank. She understands what to do in these conditions. And then, if you look at 35-minute heats, it's just that extra 5 minutes, it goes a long way in a heat. I mean, we talk about looking back on the old days, sometimes also at ISA level, 15-minute heats, that's when you're stressing because you don't have a lot of time. You catch a wave, you paddle back, you get a second wave. 35 to 40-minute heats just gives you that little buffer, takes the pressure off a bit.
Well, someone that will be trying not to stress is Chris Baum, father of Sarah, who guided a young Sarah Baum to a surfing career right here in this region. Of course, father of Sarah, also a accomplished goofy footer, still in the water daily here, calls Ballito home these days. So Sarah will be feeling very, very comfortable. She'll be settled in. She knows what to. She's had great results here in Ballito before. She's been a serious campaigner, especially sort of later on in her career. She's always been a consistent competitor, but certainly just maturing into some results. And here's the opposite end of the discussion, the young teenager Zabrowski, just keeping this heat on pace for herself, posting a second quick scoring ride there. Her best is a 6:17, the opener. She'll quickly add another number to it. Feel that just even with that single tap off the lip, she'll go back into the early lead here, Kai. But as I say, back to Sarah Baum and that discussion. A lot of people won't know this, but there was a sort of a parallel teenage journey for Sarah Baum and Geordie Smith, all based at the New Pier, which is one of the Durban beaches a little bit further down the coast in the main city area itself. So Sarah grew up amongst the world's best, and certainly the country's best, right here in the hotbed of surfing talent.
Yeah, and it's a cool pathway to watch, and she's sort of taken on that senior role in the South Africans out on the Challenger Series now. She's become like the captain of the team, and she's got like guys like Luke Thompson and Dan Emsley and the Slipens traveling with her and hanging out, and she's really taken that crew by the scruff of the neck, and she's sort of that strong older surfer with the experience. So it's really cool to see how she's like giving back to the youngsters as well.
And she's become a more accomplished all-round surfer as well. You think of her relationship with O'Neill, you think of her Maps to Nowhere adventures that she's been on with the amazing filmmaker Alan van Geysen, for instance, of course, along with Solly Bailey and a number of other talented O'Neill riders. She really has matured as a surfer through the seasons and through the years, and of course that experience of being based in Newcastle these days will just really just keep honing that competitive edge for her. We know how competitive the Australian community is, just such a fierce group of surfers from Australia. So Sarah will be right in there amongst it, and although she's home, she'll be carrying a lot of experience with her through the, and still I still see a few years to come for Sarah Baum.
Yeah, I don't see her going anywhere. I mean, if you look at that sort of Australian setup, Matty McGillivray kind of benefited from it too. I mentioned yesterday, during COVID, he decided to not come home and stay in Australia for that period. And it really benefited his competitive career because he got to spend time within that very professional setup that they've got going there in Australia.
Priority at work here for the young South American. Get her campaign in this opening heat of the morning underway. Irina Rodriguez coming to Ballito and trying to find her way through the round of 32 here in day 3 of competition. Of course, we got ladies underway on the very first morning, Kai, in completely different conditions. Girls were trying to wrangle way overhead south swell walls, and today completely different story, little smaller bowls, little peaks and opportunities. And the other thing is we did have that delayed start, just allowing the tide to turn over, so a little bit of outgoing tide will just help these waves cup and give the surfers some opportunities this morning for the opening rounds of round number 32.
Yeah, I think like on the opening day, the Goofies had a little bit of an advantage, getting those like tight bottom turns and those pretty straight waves that we saw, They
were very stretched out and linear.
Yeah, but today I think is the flip side of that. I think, Sally's already shown, as well as Taya, the natural footers on these little punchy lefts are going to have a slight advantage today because they're really able to sort of push the fulcrum. Having said that, here's Sal on her right.
Sal will use her priority, try and find her way around a section. So even the world's best can be slightly foxed by the waves approaching the sandbar here. But generally coming in 2s and 3s as well. So perhaps sometimes the first wave of the set not always the best one to have a lunge at. But back to the drawing board, Sally Fitzgibbons. A small error technically for her, using a priority for really no number at all. But Fitzgibbons in that top 2 in the heat early on. 2 scores for her. The 4.17 and the 3.93. So it is tougher conditions this morning. Let's not beat around it. It is a low period wind swell. We heard from Noah Clapp, who's coming up in the second heat of the morning. She said it is tricky, it is shifty, but every now and then there will be a wave that looms up and just gives you that pocket, that opportunity. It's going to be about keeping the board speed up, keeping it tight in the pocket, and just trying to bring perhaps a small combination and making an impactful end maneuver turn count for the judging panel this morning.
I'm excited to see Noah Clapp coming up. For me, one of the standouts in the first round of the ladies in those bigger surfs. She really put in some good turns, but a whole different kettle of fish today. It'll be nice to see if she can adapt to the conditions and put in a similar performance. And it's really hard out there right now, Gigs, in these conditions on this bank. You know, when you're looking at it from the screen, it looks like the waves are pretty easy to read, but they really aren't. It's quite difficult to pick out the gems, but sure, Sarah seems to have come right on this one.
Sarah Baum, 2 nice turns as she picks out a, well, not quite a diamond, perhaps a sapphire, in the broken dust of what is the lineup this morning. But, that was a meaningful wave for Sarah Baum. In fact, her first real meaningful scorecard here. We 22 minutes remaining and really not much on the scorecard for the South African. A 267, just to note the opening score of Rodriguez. So Sarah Baum, first real combination of turns for the panel.
Yeah, and I like the first turn. I think she's going to put a half-decent score on just from that. It was a really nice backhand whip. And finding a little right bowl sort of amongst the left, so just showing that there is a bit of variety out there in the lineup. It was nice to see the South African, the Safa Challenger crew there on the beach supporting. Watch this, comes off the bottom, whips out the tail. Nice solid turn, and got the little second turn just to back it up. So in these conditions, that's not going to be a bad score. But this first turn is where the money was. Really got the back foot extended. Nice little arc of spray, and then getting the second turn too. Pity that wave didn't maybe just give her one more opportunity, then she would have been in the money.
Well, just processing that replay with all our surf fans at home. Think of the best wave of a 617. Fitzgibbons is 417. It's going to sit somewhere, what do we think? Somewhere in between those two numbers. It'll be interesting to see where that number lands. And also the other point to note is the top scoring individual waves have come off the left-handers like this one, and that's going to be an improvement in score as well for the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons. She's reading the lineup well. Low wind swell period to deal with, so surfers have really got to generate their own speed this morning.
Yeah, well, came in at a 5.0 for Sarah, so good call there, Gigs. Right in between those two, but I think Sally's definitely going to improve her situation there. 2-turn combo, really nice clean surfing, and it's always interesting to me is like their rights, we've said the lefts are maybe a bit more predominant with a bit more scoring potential, but in these small, very weak waves, it is interesting to see how surfers will generally go for the backhand because you're able to project more in these small conditions.
Well, good point, and it's a great topic of conversation. A little bit more angle on the backhands. Let's break this one down. Sally Fitzgibbons keeping her momentum in the seat car.
Yeah, nice little carve, but then getting the lip line. Watch this first one, just drives the little first turn straight into the bottom turn and then getting the lip line attack. So she's going to be happy with that one. Gets a 4.2, so maybe not the most intense wave we've seen. If we look at Tyre's 6.17, that was a pretty critical section, whereas maybe just a little bit more on the safe side for Sally.
Well, you speak to the strategic professionalism of Sally Fitzgibbons. She was holding a 3.9 and she's up to a 4.2, and that's her job, that's her task, is just to keep the numbers ahead of the competitors. Second wave underway here for the young surfer in green. That is Rodriguez. And, well, nice turn from her as well. Arena showing some good skill. Of course, she Did we see her as a wild card sometime early this year? I think we did. And I'm just looking back. She got eliminated she was a wild card early in the year on the championship tour. So Arena Rodriguez showing her future potential and trying to make it count here on the Challenger Series in South Africa. Think of how loaded this heat is in the context of that. 5 in between, it brings her into the discussion. But Fitzgibbon's a finalist at the first Challenger Series in Newcastle. Zabrowski just short of finals with a semi-final finish and a third place finisher. These are the top ranked surfers right now in the Challenger Series out in the lineup.
Yeah, but if there's one surfer in this event that's not going to feel intimidated, it will be Sarah Baum. You know, she's a ferocious competitor and always picks up her game here at home in Ballito. She's got the family and friends all looking on. She's going to want to perform, but another lady who is not scared to compete is that one right there. Sally is seriously ferocious competitor, like one of the most competitive ladies, I think, in the history of the sport. So good test for the two youngsters up against these slightly older, more experienced. And here we have a lady splitting the peak.
Well, split peak. We followed Sarah Baum there. This heat already down to 18 minutes, so 35-minute heats. Divide that in two, 17 and a half is about the halfway mark, Kai. So some decent scores out of the lineup already for the first heat of the morning, including the 617 from this young lady who split the peak with Sarah Baum.
That's a little float over the section there, a little tail drop out. Kind of needed to get a second maneuver there to really put an exclamation point on that wave. So I don't think it's going to be a replacement for her. Unfortunately, unless you're in 6-foot overhead conditions doing big hull floaters, they're not really going to score in these kind of conditions. More of a functional maneuver. But, you know, you look at that one big turn for a 617 for Tyre. It shows that there are scores out there. But today, these surfers, if they want to get into that excellent range, they're going to have to do something special.
A loaded heat to get day 3 underway here. The first heat of the morning. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from another beautiful day coming at you from Ballito.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Ballito in South Africa. Welcome to the Challenger Series. Ballito Pro proudly presented by O'Neill. The Surfline forecast for us, that is where we're positioned on the global picture. East coast of South Africa always being fed with those swells out of the South Atlantic. They get up here and then they get bent by the onshore winds. That's what we've experienced this week. And Kai this morning facing 3 to 4 foot faces. Light winds predicted, so not the strong onshores of yesterday, but a beautiful day ahead. And we're seeing some fun summery type of peaks out in the lineup.
So there's definitely competitive waves out there, and if you look at the forecast across the week, you know, it's going to stay in that same sort of range. See a couple of little spikes up to 5 foot, maybe even 6 foot. I think Sunday is looking like the beginnings of one of those big south swells coming from down in the Antarctic, but it might be a little bit late for us. But certainly I think we're going to see today probably being in the sort of smallest day, and then we'll have a bit of a build up towards the weekend.
Yeah, Surfline just predicting a slight spike in the northeast swells. Mentioned Chris Baum, father of Sarah, who guided her to an early surf career based at the same beaches as young surfers at the time like Travis Logie, Geordie Smith, Simon Nicholson, Davey Weir, and a lot of the Durban and surfing talent of South Africa coming out of the beaches in and around this region. Sarah Baum has always been part of that picture, ripping the little inside bowls at the city beach breaks for her early years, and well, here she finds herself always a contender in Ballito, and this is a pretty stacked heat for her to deal with as well. We spoke of Fitzgibbons coming to South Africa with the finals in Newcastle already. Young Tia Zabrowski on screen, just 14 years of age, her third Challenger Series roll of the dice. She had a go last year at the end of the year in Portugal, got all the way to finals day. Of course, a semi-final finish in Newcastle. You know that name Zabrowski is going to be a big part of women's surfing in the very near future. Similar perhaps trajectory to young surfers like current world champ Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah.
But for now, Sarah Baum and young Arena Rodriguez have got a very stacked heat on their hands here. Zabrowski and Fitzgibbons out front.
Well, I'll tell you what, Giggs, if you want to know where Sarah Baum gets her competitive spirit from, you can lay that carpet right at her dad's feet. I've competed with him at Ilembe, which is the local provincial unit here at the Masters in South Africa, and he is a highly competitive Masters surfer. So she definitely gets a little bit of that shine off her dad. And looking at the requirement, Sarah only needing a 3.4, so she's got that 5.0, so she's got a money maker in these conditions. So let's see if she can find the backup score.
Well, lots ahead for our third and fourth place surfers. You can see that point spread is relatively compact, which speaks to the conditions on hand. It is a game of decimals perhaps here. There's your activity card, top of screen. Most waves in the lineup at this stage caught by the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons. She's tested a few right-handers, but all her numbers, Kai, have come off the left-hand backhand turns thus far.
Yeah, we've seen some nice little lefts through the heat, but it's been one or two scores on the rights as well. Looking at the goofy footers, they kind of, especially keeping an eye on those rights, trying to find that nice bowl to do a backhand tack on. But I would say over the course of this first heat, it's mostly looked like the lefts are giving the most scoring potential. As we see Sally on a two-turn combo, gets the third. That was very, very QS workman-like work right there.
But she's applying herself and she's focused on the task at hand. Sally Fitzgibbons will use this Challenger Series this year to perhaps get back to the CT again in 2026. You would be a fool to bet against her based on the new Challenger Series calendar as well. Think of stops like Ericeira is always going to suit Sally Fitzgibbons, those running right-handers. Think of Saquarema. Sally's had CT wins over in Brazil many times over. Think of Pipeline. Fitzgibbons would easily, you could argue, have the most expensive, the most experience at the North Shore of Hawaii. There is your look at your Challenger Series, an improved and turbocharged, dare I say, schedule for into 2026. We'll bookend it as well with Newcastle. So you think of that, the success of Zabrowski and Fitzgibbons already. We're here for the second stop of Ballito. Huntington Beach has always favoured Sally Fitzgibbons as well, so it's an exciting calendar ahead.
Yeah, and we always look at her as being such a charger, but she's had a fantastic career in small surf as well. So she's had good results in Huntington, good results in Saquarema. So I think Sally's going to be pretty stoked. Here's the thing, already sitting with 7,800, literally pretty much halfway there to qualification already. Veselka, of course, with 10,000, she's just got to make sure she gets a couple more quarters and semis and she'll be looking golden too. But if you look down that list, what's really interesting to me, Giggs, is how many of the young surfers are sitting in that top 10.
Well, the other thing to note, the current heat in the water has 3 surfers on that top 10 list right on your screen right now. So very, very tough heats here, especially for Sarah Baum. She'd want to find some momentum of her own. And as we mentioned, Fitzgibbons, Zabrowski, and Rodriguez all in the water at the same time here. So it's a Challenger Series that's going to be an entire year's campaign. Of course, the familiar face of Charlie Medina, who's guided Gabriel to 3 world titles, and here he is in the camp of Sophia Medina, and Sophia's been improving season by season as well. She's going to be coming up in that next heat. It's going to be a fun one to call as well, because Medina has been improving in leaps and bounds in her campaign. She'll take on Alyssa Spencer, Noah Klupp, and the young Akida, the Japanese surfer. So a lot of action coming at us this morning. Kai, let's have a look at the replay of Ty Zabrowski here.
Nice little punch to the lip there and backs it up with a second turn. Just not getting to that third section, but she's going to be pretty happy with that one, I think, Giggs. We're waiting on the score. First punch was good. Comes straight off the bottom, nice and tight in that pocket as well. Some good backhand surfing. So 617 already in the scoreline. I think she's going to drop the 357 and solidify her lead.
Yeah, 100% right. 2 good turns out of the lip there. Judges just marinating on that score just for a sec. It's going to stretch the lead out over Fitzgibbons. Right now only requires a 5.52 to take the lead. We have a look at the numbers for 3rd and 4th place surfers right now, trying to attack the 2nd place position of Sally Fitzgibbons. Those are attainable scores. A blocking strategy from the experience of Sally Fitzgibbons will keep the young Irina Rodriguez off there. And Sally goes to the air, and does she pull it off? Well, almost the ride out. That was fun. There was a fun little moment in the heat there, but a blocking strategy as well from Sally Fitzgibbons. She'll know how dangerous young Irina Rodriguez is. We saw her as a wild card last week in Rio de Janeiro, and she got some great results there, including eliminating the yellow jersey of Gabby Bryan. So this is a much tougher heat than it may appear as we get day 3 underway.
Yeah, what a way to start the morning. And loving the fact that it's the older, more experienced competitor bringing the new school surfing into the heat. Sally's always liked pushing those boundaries though, so pretty cool aerial there. She definitely got out the water, so it's just going to be a question of whether she rode out of the maneuver cleanly enough that the judges are going to award it. You know, so far 4-1 and a 4-2. It's not really, like, she really doesn't have that standout wave that's, you know, like Taya. And here we go. This is the other youngster in the water.
Well, surfing under priority with this one, Irina Rodriguez. She'll just try and find some momentum of her own now as we're down to 6:45 on the clock. Just a reference to top left of screen. Searching for a 4.3 to attack the 2nd place position of Sally. Let's see if this number matches. Watch that. Look at that block tactic that happened there, Kai.
Yeah, cuts it back. She could see this little bowl coming. Did so well to push the fins up and over, swings it around, and unfortunately the wave just kind of let her go. Really got the board out though. That was beautiful surfing. Got the pullback, and yeah, she wasn't celebrating there. She knew she had washed off the back, and judges giving it a low score, so definitely not considered as a ride out.
So fun visuals, but not turning the scorecard up a notch for Sally Fitzgibbons. That's her current scores that she's sitting with, 4.23 and a 4.17. So Rodriguez chases the 4.3. Sarah Baum with a 5 in her scoreline and a decimal to back it up right now. Only needs a 3.4. So this heat is going to go all the way to the finish line again, Kai, as is it would be in small conditions like this as well.
Yeah, well, Ty's just pretty much put the hammer down now. 2 6.17s, Gigs. So Sally needing an 8.11 to get into the lead. So she's really turned the screws. And now it's a big fight for 2nd. And Sally's not sitting safe there, you know. Sarah only
another block, Kai. Another block, another air.
Oh,
almost.
She wants it.
That was cut, copy, paste right there. But she's keeping herself relevant. She's focused on the defensive strategies at hand, as well as trying to raise her own numbers as Sally Fitzgibbons. Just speaking to her experience in the beach break type of management of heats. Remember that these conditions, a heat can turn over in a second.
Yeah, she's getting a lot of drive down the line there, gets the fins out, just unable to pull the rail around. But I think Sally, you know, with all her experience, she's looking at that scoreboard, 2 4s, and she's got Irina and Sarah breathing down her neck with about 5 minutes to go. And she's realized that the only way she's going to get into those 6s and 7s is with something radical.
And it's been dual purpose. She knows she's got to up her own numbers. She's also created the block each time for Irina Rodriguez. So smart strategy at play. One of the greatest competitive surfing minds in the women's field of competition, no doubt, Sally Fitzgibbons. Will just keep focused and sharp here. Right now, though, she is down in 4th priority, Kai. So we'll watch how this thing plays out over the next 4 minutes or so.
Well, you notice also Taya not sitting on the other 2 surfers. She's established who the danger surfer is here, who could jump up and maybe get her, and sitting with her priority on the 4th placed priority surfer, which is Sally.
You see movement in the lineup, red and white sort of hugging each other. So all sorts of things that way. They've left Sarah Baum with the 2nd priority, who only needs a mid-range 3 car to turn a 4th into a 2nd place. So it's lots of fun with this first heat of the morning. It's the warm Indian Ocean. And there's been a high wave count as well. They've moved to the north side of the beach, and here's Sally with a running wave on the sandbar, not going to pay out a dividend. Now that is going to just allow Rodriguez and Baum into the storyline. You see Sarah just fishing and looking herself. Everybody sifting through this short period swell here in Ballito as the tide does start to drop a little.
Yeah, interesting leave there. It kind of looked like that right was going to run a bit. It was a little bit fast maybe, and you definitely want to bowl. I mean, only needing a 3.4 to advance at this point. So Sarah's decided she's going to be patient, but unfortunately only 3 minutes on the clock. So at some point you've got to pull trigger and try to get the score.
Everybody patrolling the sandbar here, looking for opportunities. It is that fragmented wind swell, a short 7 to 8 second period in the 2 to 3 foot surf on hand. Of course, a huge shout out to SMG Yamaha for providing the water patrol again this year. Just keeping an eye on things. You see how crystal clear the Indian Ocean is here. Beautiful landscape, lots of sea life here on the Dolphin Coast. So tip of the hat to SMG Yamaha again in 2025, our event partners. And right now, it's crunchy times with 2:25 on the clock. Fitzgibbons wants to up her numbers. She's got a pair of 4s protecting that 2nd place position, and she's going to just grind out whatever she can, even if it's just going to be by a decimal again, Kai. She's going to keep busy at it because there's really not a lot she can do in the defensive strategy right now. She's got to back her own surfing just for this last 2 minutes.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Sarah, Sally, whether by hook or by crook, kind of sucked Taya back across the bank and dropped her off right on the priority number 2 surfer, and then caught a wave to get some distance. So maybe just some seriously good tactics from the wily older competitor.
Well, you see again, we're on 13 waves now ridden for Fitzgibbons. A much lesser amount in the lineup for Irina Rodriguez, who in 3rd place is still well in the storyline as well. 90 seconds to go. All 4 surfers in with the shout here for an advance to the round of 16. And we'll just stay with every moving part of the next 90 seconds or so. Zabrowski, we feel, is very safe with the pair of 617s. He has a softer lip line climb from Irina Rodriguez. She knows that she's got a lot of surfing ahead in her career, already showcased, as we mentioned, as a wild card last week at the CT level, and disrupting the yellow jersey momentum of Gabby Bryan. Just all kudos to Irina Rodriguez as well, as we just talk about her for a sec. Of course, she did lose in the quarterfinals, but a 5th place finish at a CT is very commendable, and she'll keep herself as relevant as she can now with 40 seconds to go. Where is the South African who still has a .38 as a counting score on her scorecard? Sarah Baum, you can see Ty Zabrowski as well, just staying right in the focus line of competition herself. It's backwards and forwards, it's snaking, the clock is ticking, and a higher priority for Zabrowski is going to make it difficult for Baum. Meanwhile, lovely spicy turn for Fitzgibbons, who's trying to just edge a 417 a little higher on the scorecard. Here is the down the line on the left-hander for Baum, so a little showdown between Fitzgibbons and Sarah Baum to finish it off. We'll just sit back and let the judges do their work now, because that was a race to the finish line which we spoke about.
Yeah, that was intense, and Sarah definitely feeling the pressure there. I mean, a 5-0 backed up by a 0.8, and she only needed a 3.4. But just looking at the body language, coming out of that wave. I don't think she even thinks she got the score.
So this is a low value battle that we saw. A 3.4 requirement for Balm. Sally Fitzgibbons trying to improve on a 4.17. So we'll ask the questions. Did Fitzgibbons improve on the 4.17 with that spicy backhand turn? And was this the 3.4?
Well, very soft little floater across there. She needed another section, so I'm afraid I don't think Sarah getting the score there at all. Unfortunately, that wave just didn't give her any potential. So I think Sal's pretty safe.
Saw the slump of the shoulders there from Sarah Balm as well. But kudos to this lady on screen, just 14 years of age. Surf fans around the world, make a mental note of it. Ty Zabrowski is going to move into the next round. This is her third Challenger Series effort of her career. She's already made finals days twice, folks. So Sally Fitzgibbons is going to just keep advancing as well. So a 4.57 was a slight improvement of score for Fitzgibbons. So a lot to break down in that first heat of the morning. Stay with us. It is the Challenger Series from South Africa.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
Beautiful Ballito for day 3 of competition. Just letting the dust settle. It was sparks flying for the first heat of the morning. It is a Kunjane Zulu local greetings to you. Gig Saliers and Kai Linda in for the call as we fly by the day 3 of the Challenger Series coming to you from Ballito. New heat out in the water, second of the morning. Brazilian Sophia Medina, yes, that is the sister of Gabriel, out in the lineup. Elisa Spencer, the exciting American surfer. Noah Klapp surfing under the Dutch flag, but well, she is based in Malibu, California. And watch for this young lady on screen. Here's Maria Akida, part of a big Japanese push on both the women's side of sport. As far as surfing goes, the land of the rising sun. They've got plenty to offer us in 2025.
Yeah, Gigs, and also just pretty deadly small wave surfers. Nice little punch there, drives off the bottom, gets another little hook, and getting a 3.5. And it's got to be said, your more petite surfers are going to definitely have a bit of an advantage today.
Well, big hit coming as well here for an opener for Sophia Medina, who really has, over the last 18 months, really forged big progress in her professional campaign here, Kai.
Yeah, and came out the gates firing 3.8, so building some nice scores. She's going to try keep that momentum up. And then Alyssa Spencer, just the 1.23, but Alyssa already with championship tour experience, so she's going to be a difficult one to surf against. And then, like we said, Monday, Noah Clapp really impressed us in that opening round, doing some really strong backhand surfing. So looking forward to seeing how she adapts to these conditions.
Pair of threes already on the scoreline for young Sophia Medina, who campaigned well here last year. Remember, she got all the way to a third-place finish at semi-finals, just taking a loss to eventual finalist Vaheen Ferro. But Medina, every season, just becoming a more experienced campaigner. Not a great number out of Newcastle, a 17th place finish. She did get through a heat, but we'll expect more from Sophia Medina at her, could we even call it one of her favorite Challenger Series stops here in Ballito. Of course, on screen, the experience of Lisa Spencer is going to play a part in the storyline of this year. Surfer from Encinitas, California, just 22 years of age, the goofy footer. Seen her in the championship tour jersey a number of times, so a lot of experience in this Alyssa Spencer campaign here. And you mentioned Noah Clapp there, based in Malibu. She had a really strong performance on the bigger swells on Monday. Live action here with Sophia Medina. We saw the left-handers playing good numbers out for Ty Zabrowski and for Sally Fitzgibbons in the first heat of the morning, and Medina will go to work.
A little bit of a lazy wave there, not really her performance. The wave just didn't have much energy in it, but flat, so she'll be rolling that one back onto the cupboard space and looking for a freshie.
Well, we spoke of Ty Zabrowski using the left-handers. She got a great pair of scores. Let's go down and hear from her. She's with Emma Deal.
Okay. Tia, well done on an incredible heat. I was standing up in the athletes area and everyone was talking about this girl is it. How was it out there?
It was pretty fun. Not a lot of good ones, but I managed to get one re-entry and one with two nice turn. And yeah, just really happy to make the heat with Sally. I was really happy to be in the water with her, and this time like to win against her. And yeah, I hope I can surf again with her the rest of the event.
Amazing. And obviously Sally, a massive competitor, but you always just give off this vibe of you don't seem too stressed, you seem like you've got a solid head on you. How do you approach that mental side of surfing heats?
I don't really know. I just like get out there and just having fun, do my best like to win the heat, and do the best score I can do, and yeah, just like having fun.
Amazing. Well, it looked like you had fun out there, and good luck for the next round.
Well, merci beaucoup to Ty Zabrowski. Second language interviews for the young. She's just turned 14 too, by the way. Birthday's in March. So she already at 13 years of age had campaigned in a Challenger Series event in Europe last year for a very strong finish. So watch out, world. Take note of that name, Ty Zabrowski.
Well, she's got the right person in her corner, John Duru, coaching from the beach, man with a vast amount of experience and still competing himself. Then also a man who's had a very, very good career right here at Ballito on the backhand gigs. So you couldn't ask for a better person in your corner.
Well, Zabrowski set the pace for the third morning of competition here. 2 617s in the lineup, found off the left-handers, probably taking off where you see the jet ski on picture now. You see the water patrol ski floating from that end of the beach. Those left-handers were found in the lineup. And that's exactly where Elisa Spencer is positioning herself there, albeit with a fourth priority. But that's how we're reading the lineup here, folks. We trust that everyone's enjoying the show from wherever you are tuned in around the world to the east coast of South Africa here for the second Challenger Series stop of a improved Challenger Series schedule. So many fun things to talk about. Elisa Spencer from Encinitas, California, will just set her line, float down, and come incomplete for a second ride. So just trying to get into the momentum of this heat here. You'll see some of those waves crunching on the sandbar, and some of them just sort of, the swells almost float over the surface, and that's due to the lower period that's now running in the water kite.
Yeah, just caused by wind. So no ground swell today. It's all just a bit of wind swell. And it's going to be tough out there. It's not going to be an easy day for these competitors. But we saw in that first heat, definitely if you find the right ball, you can get the scores. Interestingly, it is Noah Clapp that we haven't seen catch a wave yet, Gigs.
Well, she's just patrolling the lineup. How many years have we seen that serious look from Charlie Medina with all the Gabriel Medina campaigns to the world titles over the last decade? Charlie Medina in his daughter's camp here. Mentioned Sophia Medina going all the way to a semi-finals last year. So she'll be just staying very applied to the job along with Charlie in 2025. Nicely off the lip there was the young Japanese surfer Akida. That was nice and loose and free, and just sort of keeping her pace and her scoreboard turning as well, Kai.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Mirai. It's pretty crazy when you look at this heat as a challenger event. The average age is probably well below 17.
Yeah, good talking point as well. Just quickly looking at Akida's creds. We'll talk about that in a minute because we're following live action opening right here for Noah Clapp. And she does a great job there. Good styles. We saw it on Monday morning for the opening day of competition on way overhead waves. She was bringing some of the biggest turns on that backhand. And meanwhile, answering in the fun summer-like peaks of Ballito this morning is a nice flow and connectivity from Maria Akida. And Akida just coming off a finals appearance in Krui in South Sumatra and a QS 5000 there. So Akida's got her sleeves rolled up, so to speak, and ready to do business here in Ballito, Kai.
Well, and showing that she's got some versatility too, because the event in Krui had some proper surf, big grinding left-hand reef breaks. So she's not the biggest and strongest competitor out there, and she's still very young. But if she did well in Krui, she can handle the big stuff.
Well, I tell you, wonderful part of the world, that's South Sumatra as well, Ajong Bakur and all those waves in and around the Sumatran pipeline. Of course, those fun beach breaks in and around there as well. So surfing really playing a part in ecotourism in that part of the world as well. So the mainland of South Sumatra, a definitive surf destination these days, kind. Very similar to, I'd say, they're in a slightly more windless zone. We get a bit more wind here on the east coast of South Africa. But put both of those on your destination for travel.
Sure, certainly on my bucket list. I'm dying to go to Krui and have a go at some of those beach breaks and reefs. Also interesting, it's like one of the few places in Indonesia where there's world-class beach breaks. Normally you think of the reef breaks, but some really quality beach breaks there. And so amazing. We were speaking about it this morning with some of the older coaches and that, and having a chat with some of the Aussie coaches, and they're just like, how crazy, like when they think about in the day of going to like all of these tiny onshore beach breaks in the UK and France and Japan, and now the kids they're coaching get to go surf like perfect reef break in QSs.
Well, what it does is it breeds a all-round surfer as well, someone that can handle the smaller conditions in the beach breaks, but then someone that can really dig into the bigger open reefs, those big point breaks, and that's the beauty of even the Challenger Series this year. We're offering point breaks, we're offering beach breaks, and of course the Banzai pipeline thrown in as well. It really is going to make a very complete tour surfer in the future, that is for sure, for those who do get through the challenge and qualify. Have a look at Sophia Medina here, who's just used defensively and also an opportunity to attack and lift her own respective scores. We see the numbers populating top left of screen. Akida in the lead right now, and Medina just a 3.61 to steal the lead. So we'll wait for that number to land. Judges will just ponder that. But either way, it was an important block on Noah Clapp.
Yeah, she definitely put the block in there. Had the priority though, so she was all good. So the second turn was a nice one, a little waft over the top. But looking at Mirai's wave, they've got the 393, probably the best wave of the heat so far, and I don't think that's going to be, just wasn't as aggressive as surfing, let's call it. So I think she's already got a 3.8. It's going to come in somewhere closer to that 3.0, and no one in this heat yet busting over that 4-point mark.
No, this one is open for the takings, and I was just sitting back looking at the shape of this heat thus far. As you mentioned, Kai, everybody really in with a shout. Person with the most experience has the priority right now, so relatively quiet numbers from Elisa Spencer, the 22-year-old American, who, as we mentioned, does come with the most competitive experience. Seen her in the CT jerseys. She was in Bells Beach, a wild card via the sponsors back in 2022, and she fared well for a 9th there. Think of Elisa Spencer's campaigns on the Challenger Series over the last few seasons as well. In 2023, a 5th in Ballito, a 5th in Sydney, and she won the EDP event in Portugal. So Spencer, to me, is the story that will still develop in this heat, but plenty of time for that too. Well over 20 minutes still to go.
Random conditions, it always throws a couple of curveballs. You know, we started off with heat 1 of the day. Sarah Baum, the local, just not finding the backup score. You know, she had a great 5.0. I mean, not one lady in this heat's even come close to a 5 yet. So even with the 5 losing, and you're going to see a couple of those today. A couple of surfers unable to find backups, some surfers unable to find rhythm, and I think we're going to see a fair share of upsets today.
So Akida just getting the beach announcers update there. That is up to date, top left of screen for the numbers and the situation in the heat. Here's Spencer down in 4th. Big meaningful turn from her, and just that one maneuver, and I think that is enough to become a very pivotal score in the heat. So that is the type of conditions that we've got on hand here, Kai, and that was a big punchy turn. That's going to bring Spencer into discussion now.
Yeah, she did well there. You saw her take off, and there was almost that little hesitation of should I go for the turn immediately and try to push for the second one. But her experience coming through there, and she just waited for that section for the big one turn. Here we go. Oh, that was a nice little turn too.
Third ride actually for Noah Clapp. She opened up with the 3.6. Now finally posting something to back that up. She is our 3rd place surfer at this stage. You see requirements of 3.77 for her. Updated with Medina. So Medina's 2 scores have settled in, as you see, at 3.83 and a 3.53. And Kaya, no big special numbers just yet, but this is a nice set of turns from the Malibu surfer.
Yeah, no, with 2 very nice little backhand hooks. Would have been nice if she'd just got in that 3rd section, but it kind of faded out on her. But once again, you know, on Monday and the big stuff, her backhand came to the fore, and it looks like she's sticking to that game, and for good reason. She's got a really good looking backhand. Looks like that epoxy CI is feeling good under her feet too.
Well, we haven't had a full relook at Elisa Spencer's big single dump turn over the lip. That was a crunchy section as the tide starts to fall out through the morning here. Just around 10:30 local time in South Africa, so the tide is falling. Nice combination of turns here from Sophia Medina. And as I say that, that'll just be a little commentate curse here. Meanwhile, Spencer's going to come straight back into it. So judges working on a number for Elisa Spencer, and she's quickly backing it up, and I think she's going to bring herself right into the story in the heat now. So we spoke of her pedigree, we spoke of her experience already in the CT jersey, and that translates always well to the Challenger Series. And 2 numbers to come from Spencer now, so this heat will start changing shape as we get to the halfway mark.
Funny how when that little moment happens in your heat and you get maybe just that one turn that feels good, suddenly the momentum shift just kicks in, and pretty much paddled straight back out and got into that second wave.
Well, it's rapid fire in the lineup here, and a technically very nice turn from Maria Akida as well. Nice and tight, critical in the lip. Judges are going to pay attention to the details of that single turn. We saw the single turn come in for Spencer of a 4.43. So you can turn a heat with one maneuver here in Ballito this morning. It is very possible. Spencer's previous score already alluding to that. We are waiting for a last updated number from the American in blue. Rapid fire coming at us, and everybody starting to really push their scores upwards here, Kai.
Yeah, that was a great first turn, gets another second, and then waits for the section. Absolutely punishes it. So good 3-turn combo there. And then the young Japanese surfer, nice heavy section, almost buried the nose dropping out of that one, but did well to hold on. I think Elisa Spencer, though, you know, the 4.43 was a nice big aggressive turn. She backed that up on wave number 2 with a closeout maneuver of similar sort of intensity with 2 previous turns. So I think she's going to turn the screws a little bit here and jump to the head of the heat.
Well, the second half of the heat is going to be an exciting one. Judges just pondering Maria Akida's single turn out of the lip. And as the judges just simmer those numbers, we'll sit back and relax. We trust that you're enjoying the show. Stay with us. It's South Africa for the Challenger Series.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And by O'Neill, the official presenting partner of the Ballito Pro.
Well, a huge thanks to our global and local partners here for the second stop on the Challenger Series. It's a good morning from the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. This is not maps to nowhere, this is maps to Ballito. It's all happening on the east coast of South Africa. Giggs and Kai in for the call, and while you were all away, judges were hard at work and updated numbers. We'll now see Elisa Spencer go from 4th to 1st. 5.83 for a combination of turns just before the break. And she is now out front over Akida, who's also just keeping herself very relevant and keeping her scorecard turning over. We saw a nice spicy single turn in the lip for a 4.2. 13 minutes to go. Everyone's in the story here, Kai.
Yeah, Noah Clapp also getting the 4.43 on that backhand attack, which we liked. So she's only needing a 3.7. But Sofia Medina, as we saw, get this wave in the break. Turn off the top, goes for the close-out maneuver. Can get a massive score though, 2.6. And interestingly, it was the ladies keeping busy and with high wave counts in the first heat who went through. In this heat, it's kind of swung around. Alyssa and Noah being a bit more picky, waiting for the waves and getting the scores.
Well, good point you make there. Alyssa Spencer, only 4 rides in the lineup, but her last 2 are the ones that have counted. There goes Clapp back at it, 4th ride underway for the young surfer from Malibu, California. And she'll just trying to keep her numbers moving forward. We saw how Sally Fitzgibbons did it in increments in that last heat. So Noah Clapp just trying to nudge her numbers up a little bit. Not a big requirement for her car, 3.7 required. She's sitting on a 3.6.
Yeah, and the 3.6 was a similar sort of wave. It was two turns on the backhand. So I don't know if she's going to get there on that last one. Kind of cut the wave a little short. Maybe should have waited for that oncoming closeout section and just trying to get a bigger turn. But the 4.43 from her was great. So she knows what to do out there. And then looking at that 5.83 of Alyssa Spencer, I mean, we really like that wave. 3 solid turns, nice big closeout to finish. So showing the other ladies what they need to do to break that 5 barrier.
Well, if you just hover over those numbers top left of screen, Spencer's 4.43 and Akida's 4.2 made up of single turns. So here we go, series of rail drives down the line for the second place surfer Maria Akida, just trying to nudge again. We spoke of decimals, we spoke of small contributions making big differences. Akida herself trying to ditch a 3.93. So it's a battle of the small slices of numbers, but it's the little moments that will bring the big results here, Kai.
Yeah, and finding the lip line. It's difficult today. A lot of the waves going flat, a lot of the waves not giving that punchiness, but we have seen that there are waves out there that bottom out on the bank and give you that critical section. And it's about finding the section, and also it's about timing the section. So timing today critical.
Well, so many moving parts in all of these heats, especially in conditions like today, because it's multiple waves. How are we reading this as a score? Is this going to just defend that second place position for her?
Well, the first turn a little soft and not finding a massive section there. Looking to drop a 3.93. I'm going to have to say I don't know if she got there, and it came in at a 3.07. So, like I said, you know, nothing really critical on that one, Gigs. And I know the waves are small, but you can still get critical sections.
35-minute heats. This one's now under 10 minutes to go. That is the shape of the heat. Priority with heat leader Spencer. And the single best number as well of a 5.83, made up of a combination of turns. The 4.43 single turn to back it up. And right now, that's a concerned look on Charlie Medina's face, because his daughter Sophia is down in fourth, looking for a 4.3, and it's not a big number when you think of what a 4.3 is, but in today's conditions it is a challenge, and certainly Sophia Medina will need to apply herself. Right now sitting with second priority as well. So what does Spencer do? Pretty much probably ignores Medina for now, because she should be safe with her numbers. Meanwhile, lovely, that's the best turn we've seen from Sophia Medina. She's almost rising to the occasion there. Knew what she was looking for, Kai, and that maybe Sophia Medina's best ride just yet.
Well, I was expecting a little bit more fireworks from Charlie off the back of that one, but it was a good wave from her. I think definitely her best effort so far. Slightly bigger sort of bowl on that wave too, and a little good two-turn combo. So I think she might just break out of the threes on that one.
Well, reminding the surf fans of 4.3, we'll see Medina climb to second at Akida's expense. Just an overview of the lineup here. You see the peaks. Have a look at that right-hander down the beach as well to the right of your screen there, Kai. Definitely some signs of the tide dropping out. But Medina stitched this one together very nicely.
Oh, nice first jab, really laid into that, and then getting the crack over the top. The first turn there, a lot of power, which in these conditions today, not easy. See her just go bam, really put the back foot down. And then timing it so well to get to that second turn. It could have been cut short. So I think, yeah, she's going to look at a good score there.
Are we agreeing that she's going to get the requirement?
I think it's going to be pretty much right there.
Okay. Talking points with 8 minutes to go. We love it. Even in these smaller conditions, there are exciting moments, and we are going to definitely be right for the first time in a long time, Carl. I'm going to apply for a judge's position soon. 6.2 required. Well, a 6.23 in. So that changes the heat. Beautiful. In fact, the single best wave of the heat right there, Kai, you called it.
Yeah, and you know, if we looked at Alyssa's 5.83, 3 turns, but I think that first turn really pushed the judges up. It was a lot of power and a lot of commitment too. So,
and she kept her speed between the two as well. So beautiful connectivity, brought that combination, slams right into the requirements. Let's have another look at it.
You see her here, just came off the bottom and wham, threw it in. And like you said, kept the momentum going to get to that closing maneuver. Not easy today. Nice to see some big power hacks out there and showing that as tricky as the conditions are, you can get the scores out there.
Strong back foot, especially in that first turn. See Sophia Medina now up to second. Let's have a look at Akida's requirements. They've stretched out into a fair number. 5.87 required for this young surfer in green. She's going to pull the trigger. Here she goes. Nice turn as well. Technically, her surfing is very sound, small and diminutive, so she can fit, but she does fit power into her turns there, Kai, but it's a single maneuver. We did see her bring a very similar ride earlier for the 4.2. So she's got to go higher than that. She's got to find the 5.87 with a little over 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one for her. She's going to have to find something either a little bit bigger and more critical, or she's going to have to find a wave similar to Sophia's that allows her to do 2-3 maneuvers. So it's going to be an interesting close off to the seat. There's the Kersey family. All good. Dad can now concentrate on being coach and manager. Unfortunately for him, getting knocked yesterday. But I'm very excited to see Sierra in these conditions. She can bring a little bit of X factor. We saw Sal going to the air on 2 occasions in their first heat gig. So we might well see a couple of pops in the next heat.
Well, next heat coming up, Teresa Bonvalo, lots of experience, India Robertson, Sierra Kerr, Nanuta Suzuki. It's packed here on the Challenger Series, as you would expect. Every Challenger Series stop is a campaign on the right direction to championship tour qualification. We love it. We trust that the surf fans are as well. Out in the water, just coming back to the current heat. Second priority with Noah Clapp, the young 21-year-old, who's based in, as we mentioned, in Malibu, surfs under the Nederlandse flag. But she got a 9th, did Clapp, in Newcastle. So she knows how to navigate these Challenger Series campaigns. This is the second one for her. And right now, she's got under 5 minutes to find a score definitely higher than a mid-range 5, a 5.64. So very close. Akida similar. She's reduced her requirements while we were just panning over the upcoming heat there. Akida found a 5.07, and now she's only chasing a 5. So this thing's game on all the way to the finish line again.
Yeah, she got a 5.07 for that one turn, and showing that you can find scores up there. This is a good-looking wave approaching the lineup now, seeing a lot of intent. Alyssa Spencer, though, with the priority in the right place, 2 gigs.
Well, let's see if she can get her personal numbers up just a touch. One big hit for that one. She does have that rock-solid, fundamental wide stance, and she knows how to absolutely hammer the lip. She is in the lead, care of a previous wave of a 5.83 and a 4.43. Big turn, big single maneuver turn there, Kai. Do we see it improve on the 4.43? It's worth a discussion.
Off a first glance, that was a really nice turn. Really jabbed it right up into the lip. A lot of power and commitment. But here comes a wave we've been waiting for, needing a score.
Well, Noah Clapp, let's see how she campaigns here with 3:40 on the clock. And it's going to be a little error from our surfer in white. She'll go down. There's plenty of time still, and I say that because it's a small playing area today. She'll find her way back to the takeoff zone. And perhaps she might even want to break slightly wide of the pack now with a little over 3 minutes to go. But Spencer waiting for a score from her, and it was a big backhand hit. Does she improve her personal numbers? Of course, a CT surfer in 2024, care of her Challenger Series in 2023. Spencer does have the ability to go big, and we'll see if that big backhand slam just ups the numbers a touch here, Kai.
Watch this nice bottom turn and just threw it up into the lip, sending a lot of spray up. So I think the judges will like that. She's looking to replace a 4.43, and she could be there. I don't know if it's going to go way higher. Like, I don't think it's going to get to the 5.83, but I think she might just be somewhere in between for that single maneuver. Although having said that, Mirai with a 5.07 for a singular maneuver, so she might actually improve her situation.
Well, judges' scorecard open for Spencer. We'll wait for that number to land. Medina sitting with this very soft 3.83 in her scoreline could put a lot of pressure now on Akida and Clapp respectively, Kai, because well, there we are. This is that topic of improving scores. Heat leader Spencer will nudge the scorecard up just a little more. As we mentioned, Championship Tour Surfer in 2024 got that mid-season cut, and working hard here at the Challenger Series in 2025 again. Expect a lot from Elisa Spencer in the seasons to come. And we'll see how she fares here in her campaign in Ballito this week. Under 2 minutes to go. Right now we're expecting her to go to the next round, that is for sure. Here she is back in frame, switches the focus to the lefts. And funny enough, compared to the first heat this morning where all the scores came out of the lefts, we've had a lot of meaningful numbers come from the right-handers here. A little connected to the inside section. And Spencer, with 90 seconds to go, can probably just breathe and relax a touch now with Medina, Akida, and Clapp trying to figure out who's going to go with her to the next round.
Yeah, and interestingly there, she had, I think, third priority, and the two girls with the high priorities letting her go as well, so they weren't really interested in the left at all. And she got too busy on it. She got 2 scores. In the meantime, also, we saw a wave from the young Japanese swim. Wow, how's that for a little finner?
Wow, good whippy turn there. Speaking of single maneuvers, and they're coming out of the right-handers now, Kai. So tide dropping out, and lots to break down, and we're inside that last minute. This heat has whizzed by, but it's going to be Spencer definitely on the way to the next round. Who's going to go with her, though? I keep looking at that 383 of Medina and going with priority. Surely she can improve that just a touch and close this heat out now with 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, and it's been interesting. Both heats, first heats of the morning, we've seen that slow build-up. Couple of sort of mid-range scores to start, and then as the ladies find their rhythm and sort of find the pockets out in the lineup, they start dropping bigger and bigger scores.
20 seconds to go here. Judges' scorecard still open for Spencer and Mariah Akida. And how technically good was that turn of Akida off the lip? It's a critical decision that the judges are facing here. Single turn, does it find the 5? The 5 will unlock the third place up to second.
Wow, this is going to be tight, because 5:07 for a critical 1 maneuver previously.
That was Akida's biggest single turn, right, as well. So
yeah,
it brings it right into a relevant discussion here. That lady on screen, Elisa Spencer, no dramas there. She's on her way to the next round, but we are hung on the moment of last of green. What are we thinking, Kai?
Bottom turns, hits the lip, really punched the tail out the back, and it was a pretty clean exit too, no dramas. So sure, I think it could be very close to a 5.0.
Well, critical moment here in the crusade of Maria Akida for her visit to the Challenger Series in South Africa. She needs a 5. It's a single maneuver contribution. You've just seen the replay. What are the folks thinking at home? What are we thinking here on the booth, car?
I think she's going to be really close, and I think the judges are looking at that previous score of a 5.07 and comparing apples with pears. Different kind of section. Maybe the 5.07 a slightly heavier, more critical section, but I think the turn was better on the second one. Ooh, and it's coming in, Gigs.
The scores are sprinkling in. A requirement of a 5, and it's going to fall short by just half a point, a 4.63. Disappointment for the young Japanese surfer Akida, but lots to learn. She will have to go from this heat with taking a lot of experience, and well, all credit to the final results. Sophia Medina with the single highest score of the 6.23 finishes second. Elisa Spencer showing that CT pedigree. Stay with us. We'll continue here at the Ballito Pro. We'll bring in Paul Evans, Greg Emsley, and Jess Starling for the call.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide.
Doesn't get better than that.
This episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. Exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
Ballito sparkles in the morning sunshine. It's a Wednesday here on the east coast of South Africa, the Dolphin Coast of KwaZulu-Natal. Stop 2 on the Challenger Series, The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Already seen a couple of heats go down this morning, highly contestable. A couple of sections to thwack, and a couple of humans to talk you through it. Jess Starling, Greg Emsley, how's it?
So good this morning. I mean, we were on
I thought
hold.
you might say that, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're really good.
Yes.
You're not going pretty average.
Yeah, no, I'm not average
The
at
vibes
all.
here are amazing. Every day.
Every
Come
day.
down.
It's just the sunrise in the morning. It really sets the tone. They're incredible every morning.
Greg, your take on conditions so far, mate?
Yeah, it's pretty fun out there. Very heavily easterly swell, quite close together. I think as this tide drops out through into the early afternoon, light winds, conditions will improve. Fun sections out there. Still, I feel the right-handers are going to be the best of the pick, especially when that tide drops. But lots of sort of left-handers sort of tricking the surfers into going left quite often because they sort of look good, but they are bending out to sea. But if you can find that odd right-hander that comes in at you, that's going to be the money.
Some big hitters in the water. Terezinha Bonvalot out of Portugal, India Robinson, and Sierra Kerr from Australia. Nanaho Suzuki out of Japan. Jess, I'm thinking with the day off yesterday, would the girls be chomping at the bit to go out here? They watched the boys have at it yesterday, and just going out trying to find sections. Exactly what Indy's doing here.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything I know about these four women is that they're competitors and they just want to be out there with the rushy on and making heats. So I think rain, hail or shine, everyone's pretty keen to surf here at Ballito, and watching the boys yesterday would have been pretty fun for these guys, and especially Nanaho, part of a really cool Japanese crew that is traveling together, and she's off to a good start, massive finner. And then Teresa coming off at third place at Nui and straight into a massive belt here. And she's going to take this one all the way through. So on the goofy footer, I mean, she really banged that first section, so looking good on her back end. And then we get to see the first of Sierra Kerr. I mean, this lady, she's a story in herself, and she started off similar to Nanaho as well, just a massive finner. So see, this is what we're talking about. These ladies want to surf, and there's already been plenty of action in the first 5 minutes.
Couple of big hits there. I loved that last turn from Sierra. She got the fins out. We had a little free surf this morning, and Jess and myself.
How'd you go?
I had a couple of waves and just checking conditions, but Sierra was out there for quite some time, testing conditions out. I thought she looked really good, but that first wave, really spicy on that outside turn. She's up again. Nice slice off the top, straight into the combo. So getting busy and looking really sharp on her equipment here this morning.
Sierra Kerr, the forehand combo, doesn't wait for a previous to drop in. At it again, the fast start. A little more time this morning with 35 minutes on the clock. So a little more opportunity still. 4 of you in the water. Not a lot of elbow room. Maximising opportunities will be key. Just looking at these 4, I mean, all of them really can make a pretty good case on paper for being in a position to qualify for the CT. Who's actually going to do it in the water? Well, only 2 of them from this heat will be able to stay alive here in Ballito. Let's have another look at Sierra's last.
Yeah, really loved that first turn. Kicked hard as she was coming round. Kind of looked like she redirected her line here. She pushed into it, felt like she was going to carve, and then went bigger into a big hack and then finished off with a finner. So Sierra got a 9th place here last year, and there's not much she hasn't won in her career. We think about specialty events like the Stab High. We think about both World Junior titles, ISA and WSL. So a Challenger Series win will really add to that here.
Robinson giving it a whack. Solid section, but it's quite a brief one. So she'll get the one turn in. Nothing more available down the line. Again, that short paddle out for her. She'll look to get active sooner rather than later as well and try and post something. Just honing in on Sierra. She's really well known for what she can do in really good ways as well. What about in this kind of smaller stuff? What about grinding it out a bit?
Oh, this is her bread and butter as well. I mean, she surfs conditions like this all the time at home, but Tay, she's looking good this morning. And so many of our competitors competed in that QS 2000 before the Challenger Series event started. I was chatting to Leilani McGonigal. She was saying it's a really great opportunity to get to know the bank without a million other Challenger Series surfers sitting around you as well. And Teresa Bonvalot actually went all the way to the final, getting 2nd. That is a huge kind of step in the right direction. And it's time and time again we see such a, this same path where if you do well in the QS, you usually or tend to do well in the Challenger Series event. Thinking last year, Sally Fitzgibbons won it, Bella Kenworthy second, Bella went on to win. So let's see if it's a similar story for this year.
Teresa, some nice incisive backhand work again for her. She'll make the paddle back out. Load of experience under her belt, just 25 years old. Feels like she's been on the scene for a while. Came on really young with that wildcard appearance eons ago, really, on the championship tour down in Cascais, where she's from, Lisbon. And looking to try and secure her own spot for the CT in 2026. If she's going to do that, this is the key to doing it. But a tough heat here. Finding the best waves, as ever, will be crucial for her. She's got the weaponry. We'll see some sets stand up on the outside here. I think tide's going out, right, Greg? We're on the ebb, so conditions should be improving throughout the morning now.
For sure, and we're expecting winds to stay fairly light, variable through the day.
Right.
So we're not expected to see that very strong easterly wind into the afternoon. So we should see conditions remain similar to this. Probably a little breeze will come up as the afternoon kicks in and temperatures heat up. But fun conditions, and tide going to drop for a low at around 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Suzuki with the tricky section, snatched at it a little bit. Maybe just got there a touch early. She was keen, she saw it, she swung at it.
Was hanging out with some of the Japanese girls last night, especially Kana Nakashi, and they've all got their hair braided with streaks of colour through it. So it feels like this is a new kind of hairstyle we're seeing from these Japanese girls.
Let's get down and hear from Emma Smith, who's standing by with the winner of the last heat.
Alyssa, you managed to hold down the first place for most of that heat. Obviously, when second place, everyone's sort of dropping very similar scores. What were you looking for when you're obviously hearing that in the background?
Yeah, it was definitely really tricky out there. I kind of went out there with the game plan of wanting to like sit on this left, and then that kind of disappeared once I paddled out. So I had to like switch game plans and kind of find a couple of rights. But yeah, it was like second place was battle of the threes, and I had a pretty low backup score too, so I knew it could just take one wave for someone to flip it, or if two girls got two good waves, you know, things can change really fast. So I was definitely keeping myself on my toes out there, but I'm happy to come away with the heat win.
Amazing. And obviously you've been to Ballito quite a few times. Every year you come, the sand's different, the conditions change. What's your quiver, you know, coming here, and what did you tell your shaper before?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've surfed lots of different conditions here, from like 2 feet to 10 feet and everything in between. So I always just make sure I have like a good small wave board, good normal short board, and a good step up in the quiver. And yeah, Britt Merrick has done an amazing job back at home shaping my board. So thank you, Channel Islands, and the boards feel great.
Prepared for it all, and enjoy the sunshine, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for chatting.
Thanks, Emma. Alyssa Spencer comes alive when it gets more solid. Some really powerful hits, particularly on the backhand. This morning, getting it done in conditions. Slightly more confused in terms of a little bit chopped up the lineup, but there are sections to hit as well. We saw a pretty solid hit go down during that cross from Robinson, who's going for that at the moment. Anyway, that less is more approach, some big power turns.
Yeah, this is a trademark India turn. She has been doing this from the dawn of time in her surfing career, just laying into that end turn. I mean, this angle is really going to show how hard she pushes off this back foot. Just everything goes into it, and the fact that she does that and reacts really quickly, shifts her weight over her front hip to get that ride out, especially on those higher tides when those sections might not push back at you as much as you're hoping for. So India did a really great job to attack that the way she did, and it came through to 4.33 just for the one turn.
The previous wave, she also got one turn. It only came in at a 2.93, and she just didn't quite connect that wave in the right place. The timing was a touch out. The nose didn't get up and over that section. That second maneuver now, the 4.33, she got that maneuver right. Just put that board in the right place. She really got the timing and placement right. Pushed hard on that back foot into that tail pad. Got a big fan of spray, and a good score, 4.33 for one maneuver.
Already setting out to be one of those quite tight affairs, isn't it? Look at the numbers, they're pretty similar in terms of that high score. And expect everyone to remain in contention throughout this. Bit of a democracy in terms of opportunities thus far. Let's hope we just keep seeing these sets pulse. Everyone gets a chance to move the dial a little bit and improve on their numbers. Had some dramatic finishes throughout yesterday. Some of the slower heats where we were like, okay, yeah, no one's really got hold of this yet. And then that last 5 minutes, absolute feed and frenzy, all sorts going on. It's entertaining. Fraught nerves, though, when you're coaching or watching on. Meanwhile, Suzuki packs plenty of power in that first turn. And again, so much better, made amends for a bit of a stumble on a backhand previous wave. A nice combo.
Nanoho is looking strong out here. That first wave, she quietly opened with a little 5-point ride, and now just backed that up. That's going to be a solid score. 2-turn combos. She's got a lot of speed, power, and so quick through those turns as well. And we speak about placement. Her placement's very good. She's looking sharp in this one.
Something that Nanoho has as well is an incredible air game. So I'd love to see her lean on it in this competition, but massive hack to start this one off, and then came through again on that inside and just found one of those sections. We were talking about it all day yesterday, those waves that push back at you from start to finish. She found one of those. It may not have been the greenest phase. It had a bit of white water on it, but she just got a lot of damage done, and it's a really close heat in the scheme of scores so far. And these extra 5 minutes, I'm going to love to see how they play into these heats today, because so much goes down in those 5 minutes. We know this, but today we've got an extra 5. So let's see how, everyone brings it.
India on the backhands. That wave stretched away from her. She was good enough to get up there, jam it up in the corner, going the other way. Also on the backhand, Sponvol low. And this wave, not offering her loads through that section. Just kind of ran out of juice. She would have been hoping for something with a big finish to kind of go square at with that steep bottom turn, but just kind of milking that one as best she could. All sorts happening as we have yet more waves on the outside. We have Sierra Kerr with some speed and a section in front of her. She'll clip it and she'll fling down the reverse above the lip, close to that. No backswing. Came at her real quick. It's nice and dynamic. It's exciting.
The OG right there. Hedgie and Kersey, pretty cool to see. That was a dynamic wave from Sierra. You could see from the outset that she was looking to go progressive. She just got that air under the board, sets up. She was eyeing something down the line, goes through this first turn, slices off there and straight to the air rotation. Was pretty close to landing there.
Where was that number going to go?
Oh, that would have gone big for sure. And then India stuck to that traditional game here. Massive backside Rio there. This is what we're talking about. There's a couple lefts coming into play, but sometimes they're not as steep as we see these right-handers. Teresa, on the other hand, just getting a couple turns in on that one. Not a lot of energy behind her, so she was really trying to force, those turns on that wave. But she's so strong that when she turns, she throws so much more water, considering that first turn. But something I'd like to touch on with Teresa is she was the epitome of, for me, the last couple of years that just showed how hard the Challenger Series was and how consistent you had to be, because even with a win, you could still not qualify for the Championship Tour.
We had a view of that drone shot just a second ago as Teresa just works this one all the way down into the shore break, down towards the little channel next to the rocks. The swell, very easterly direction and exceptionally close together. It's quite a strange swell. It's got, that angle is really coming from left to right of your screen, and it's probably like a 5 or 6 second swell, and the waves are tending to follow each other. So if you sort of see a wave and you're out of position, there's probably 2 or 3 right behind each other. Some of them don't even break, but then suddenly one will break. So the surfers have to really watch that angle, watch those sort of wind swell lines following each other and move into position. If you're not in place for the first one, the second one's probably following.
Sierra again, looking for a section, not finding it there. Just saw that short period swell as well, I guess. Chances to catch a lot of waves. If you do make a mistake, get stuff straight back in the light. You have to sit there and wait an eternity for priority to come back to you. So good for a busy approach. I mean, you think for a 4-surfer heat, actually, the short period swell, I mean, it's not usually associated with more quality conditions. You like a longer period swell, but actually pretty good for giving everyone a shot.
Yeah, so you can take off on a wave and it kind of looks like a good one, and then it just loses its power and then you take off one that's maybe a bit average, and then it doubles up and gives you a few sections. So again, it's going to be down to keep a little bit busy, I think, in this one. Find those waves. There is lots of opportunities out there. Of course, they're not all going to be good opportunities.
Good number for Teresa. 5.77 is the early work for her, and it's the standout thus far in this as we get down 17.5 to go. Her back up. She's just got that on her left with a 4.5.
Looking at these points, it's really interesting to see, even thinking that we have 7 events this year and we get 2 extra women qualifying for the championship tour with the extension of 24 women next year on the CT. I'm really interested to see what that kind of bubble number is going to be for qualification and how it's going to change this year. And for people like Teresa, who's already had a result, what that's going to mean for her. Nanaho here, though, unfortunately just going down. But there's so much new and exciting things in especially the women on the Challenger Series this year. Not only for everyone is there 2 extra events, but now there's 2 extra spots. So this idea of you have to pretty much get semi-finals consistently to qualify, and it's been dominated by championship tour surfers. It's really opened up this year because those 4 other women who stayed on tour in that 11 to 14 spot, they're not here on the Challenger Series. So we're going to see pretty much 6 or 7 new faces on the CT next year, and it could be this lady.
Nice powerful turn to open up. And Carvin again, a little bit of a slopier face that she actually does really well. Just to figure out the line there and to maintain the speed throughout. Nice combo of turns for her. Just thinking about those changes as well. One surfer getting cut from the CT, Sally. How does she recover from something like that? We've seen her get knocked back to this tour and just come and completely dominate last couple of years, but this season just been the sole person to get cut. It's got to sting.
Yeah, I was chatting to her after both Margs and Bell and Nui, and she said it's been an emotional roller coaster. And if I'm being completely honest, I don't think anyone could handle it other than Sally. The years of experience, the type of competitor she is, and how resilient she is as a human. Obviously, she didn't want to be here, but thinking of everyone on that tour, I don't think anyone would have handled it better than Sally Fitzgibbons did.
Good point. She'll find a positive in it and
Always.
smile through it, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that carrot stick thing, because she's sort of always been quite honest about how much she just loves surfing and competing. She feels privileged to be able to do it for a job, and still showing all of that stoke. In spite of all her achievements, you could kind of picture someone like that, maybe not necessarily jaded, but just kind of, she's absolutely stoked to be here competing with the next generation.
And I don't think she understands not the rank, but the effect she has on these women. I mean, India, she's quite close with Sally. They've got a really great relationship, but Sally's always, when she comes back to the Challenger Series, she really sets a benchmark for ladies like India on your screen, who just went through 2 beautiful turns here. But Sally brings this competitive fire and this competitive energy that sets the benchmark, and everyone rises when she, is on the back foot. She's the type of surfer who has this mongrel about her, who will do anything to win. And the years of experience she has, I mean, if you're on the Challenger Series and you haven't picked Sally Fitzgibbons' brain, it's probably, a hindrance on the type of competitor you have, because you have a wealth of knowledge right at your doorstep pretty much.
Just over 14 minutes to go in our 3rd heat of the women's round of 32 at the moment. Teresa Bombolo leading this one. Join us for more live action real soon.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking, surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Kwadukuza region is about a lot more than just the coastline, but I tell you what, it is an absolutely stunning coast with beautiful wavescapes up and down. Right now, Willard Beach, Ballito, playing host to the finest aspirant surfers from across the world. And we're looking at 4 surfers right now in the water with big dreams of the CT in 2026. We talked already this week how key this event has been, getting a win here specifically towards a qualification campaign, and the sets pulse through during the break. Let's get caught up.
Big opening turn there for India. She's such a powerhouse. She's so strong. And she's found one that's given her an inside section. Unfortunately goes down on that last turn, but Sierra out the back. Let's see what she can bring. We know she wants to go to the sky and does so. Beautiful air reverse there for Sierra. A lot of pop on that air attempt. I love that from those ladies. Great exchange.
Stoked she stuck that one. She's been looking for that in this heat and just stayed over that board beautifully, got that rotation, and sure, that progression is looking awesome.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. I mean, we talk about those kind of maneuvers as something like spontaneous, but how much of the strategy do you think this was before to go in and do this kind of stuff?
Yeah, I think this was definitely in the strategy. I mean, Sierra is so consistently good at those, and she's won, you know, probably one of the most prestigious specialty air events twice. So when you're coming up against powerhouses like India Robertson and Teresa Bonvalo and Nanaho, you've got to use your strengths to your advantage, and it's smart for them to go, hey, you should probably go to the air, because that's a massive advantage she has over this field, and she's just stuck one. And then I'm excited to see where the judges go with this score.
Well, I was going to say, Greg, how giddy do you think the judges are going to get over that?
You've got to award the progression of it. I mean, it was a fantastic maneuver, and scores starting to come in here, looking solid. But, you know, and there it is. She goes to first, a 6.4. But you think about where she is mentally and everything. She's, from what I see from a distance, she's in a great space. Traveling with a homely feel of mom and dad. You've got Josh Kerr, of course, who's just so experienced. So Josh giving you your heat strategies. He's tying your vest up for you. Mom, Nikki, doing up the hair before the heat. Everyone making you feel homely. And you just got to go out and do the job, knowing that you got the family backing. Probably had a nice home-cooked meal last night.
Yeah.
And all set to go and compete well and go and pull some air reverses with no pressure. How's that sound?
Here goes Teresa. Nice bowl for her. Didn't quite get that right. It was a little sticky, kind of knocked her rhythm. And then just to compound her relative woes, the wave goes flat as well. So amazing how those just very minor increments can make a difference. Quite getting hold of that first turn as she would have liked, but you can see what she wants to do, and that's attack that lip and throw spray. Use that powerful technique.
You enter a heat like this, you've got to say to yourself, okay, what do we have on offer? Where are my positives? What am I looking for? So Teresa will go, well, I'm the only goofy foot surfer in this heat, so I've got a point of difference. So she'll think about that and go, I'll look different to the others. The judges have to like that, right? And then Sierra's going to look at these right-handers and go, I've got progression. I'm going to be doing that. India's going to say, I've got that big, heavy slashing turn on those closeout maneuvers. I see those sections out here. I'm going to bring that. And then Nanaho is going, well, I'm quick through these maneuvers. I'm going to get those combos in, get the big finish. So they'll all be thinking about their positives, and they're actually bringing it to the game here in this heat.
Yeah, I love the contrasting styles between all of them as well. I mean, they're all such different competitors. You'd have to think Teresa and India probably in that more powerhouse. And then Nanaho, I wonder if she's seen glimpses of Sierra's air reverse or heard, you know, the beach announcers just go pretty crazy for it. And it's the best wave of the heat. It's a 6.4. Nanaho can do those. I've seen her do them in competition as well at Taiwan 2 years ago. She got to the final for pulling off airs like that. And so I hope it's almost revving her up as well, because we know that we have this generation of just incredible progressive surfers coming through. Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum, Sierra, Erin Brooks, T. Zabrowski. The list goes on. And Nanaho, she's in that list, but she just keeps it a little underground. So I hope she brings it out in this, because she can do them.
Yeah, good to save your very finest for the later rounds. You've also got to get to the later rounds as well, don't you? At the moment, just 2 points separating fourth and first in our totals, so it is pretty tight together. This heat, everyone's had a crack. It is Sierra Kerr with that point difference at the moment, the high score and the lead. Her back up, she'll work on that as well. Expect her to add in the remaining 7 minutes. Ballito, her work was done early on with that 5.77. Not been able to get quite to that level of quality since then. But this next wave from Suzuki with Prio will prove crucial. So she's been more consistent. Her 2 scores were really close together. That speedy transition that Greg identified. She's going to hope as well. A little bit of cooperation. A nice section sitting up for her. Whether she whacks it, whether she does go progressive above it. These are all key to the decision-making process.
We're 1.5 minutes away from the 5-minute flurry as well.
Bring it on. See if it carries on through today as well.
But this drone view as well, just identifying that how close together these waveforms are. So this shorter period that we were chatting about, you could really see. And the wave period is obviously it's an average across as well, but obviously you get some waves that are really close together. It's sort of relatively unusual to be the in a set. It's usually the sets will have like the longer period of the whole average, the spectrum that's in the swell. But you can see there are some of the bigger waves, and there's literally one like 1 second behind it. They're almost like double or triple up. It's quite unusual.
And they kind of hide behind each other, so you've got to almost feel the wave that's coming more than see it at times. Like it's sort of hiding there. Like you saw that wave that Sierra got the air on, the 6.4. It was actually a second or third wave of the set. Had a bit of foam on it. Wasn't it necessarily a bigger set wave? And Nanaho can think about that too. You don't need the biggest wave if you're going to go with the progression. But yeah, those waves are sort of hiding and sneaking in here and there from out of that easterly direction. And you've got to see something and sort of feel it and have the hope that your next wave is there.
Here's your heat leader, Sierra Kerr. That wave not cooperated for her at all. Just over 5 minutes remaining. Let's go say hi to the Fru Brew, Mike Fru.
Pro, it's the ladies round of 32 in the water. It's another cracker day down here at Qualification in Ballito. And have a look at the crowds on the beach here behind us. It's around 11:15 South African time on the East Coast. Beautiful waves, clear water, lots of good surfing. And we had a look at the forecast this morning, and it's building throughout the event. So lots of good action and surfing still to come. And then tonight, we've got the rock concert, the free concert on Salt Rock Beach. Get down here and join us, or join us online. Back to you guys.
Mike, love the positivity from Mike Fru. Does he ever have a bad day? Does he ever get on the wrong side of bed? He's just always stoked and positive. I love looking at the swell. He's seeing some energy there. And obviously, we've got the concert tonight as well. So it's a music festival, all part of the experience here. If you're in the local area, get down the beach and you'll see surfers like Teresa Ballito looking to throw points on the scoreboard. Good enough for second at the moment. Not sure if she'll get much improvement with that.
Yeah, she's staying pretty antsy in this heat. She's caught a lot of waves. I mean, that was wave number 8 for Teresa in this heat, which is the most that anyone's caught. But you kind of want to be antsy in conditions like this today, because with this short period swell, I feel like you never really know when that section is going to pop up. And you've got Nanaho pretty much breathing down your neck. I mean, there is nothing between second and third right now. She's not chasing much. It's a 5.25. So if I was Teresa, I'd probably be trying to create a score and drop that 4.5 as soon as I can, because Nanaho, like we mentioned, she's been consistent. I mean, 5s have just been her power in this heat.
What about this priority hold? A few minutes have gone by here, Greg. Is this a decision that she's made not to go in waves? Have waves just not really materialised around her?
Yeah, it's down to 3 minutes to go. I think if you're in an advancing, position, you've got to. To be honest, there hasn't been much in this last 5 minutes or so. As I mentioned, these sets are following each other, and it went a bit sleepy. And
what about position in the lineup? She's pretty deep there. You happy with that?
It's a touch deep, but again, there have been waves. I sat and watched before this, and there has been. I saw a couple of good right-handers coming from the right of the screen, and I thought it was an opportunity for the surfers, especially as that tide drops. But again, it's a really muddled up lineup. Those easterly swells can literally pop up any side of the beach here. So it's hard to say wrong positioning because those opportunities are up and down the beach.
Yeah, proof's in the pudding, really. You go and sit up there, a wave comes, you're a genius. And if it doesn't, you've got your tactics wrong. One of those, absolutely. We are dealing with the whims of nature. 2 on the clock here. At the moment, it's Kerr and Bonvalo will be advancing.
Well, I could make a wave come for her if I say she's in the wrong place. Absolute bomb will come to her. Should we try it? We want to see action, right?
Absolutely, especially in these last 2 minutes. Where's the 5-minute frenzy? It was such a common theme yesterday. Maybe it's a low tide thing.
But not to harp on our surf this morning too much, Jess, but how many lulls did we have where there was nothing?
So many.
And then there would be like a whole bunch of waves, just one after another, just like a frenzy. 5-minute frenzy, and then it would just go quiet again. So there are these moments in the ocean. I did mention it is a little bit of a strange swell. It's not a normal swell that we see. Yeah, it's very close together. It's super fun. The opportunities are there, but there's a slightly different rhythm to it.
Did you do any kind of warm-up before you paddled out, or just straight out there?
No, not much. Just a 5K run.
Ah, is it? Okay. There we go.
Where were you this morning for the 5K?
I was doing some prep for the work.
Yoga.
The job. No, I was just concentrating on the Challenger Series.
Awesome.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good news.
In my preparation.
We've actually accrued a new 5K morning run. It's the Frou Brew as well, so we'll report back on that tomorrow as well.
Yeah, of course, all of the vital components coming together to make a surf contest. Have been concentrating on the athletes, but the water safety, absolutely key element. SMG coming through with the equipment here, with the boats. And what a skilled team we've got. We've been talking about this actually off air a bit, Greg, but the lifeguards, the water patrol in this part of the world, really highly skilled.
Absolutely. The Dolphin Coast Water Patrol, absolute legends. These guys are properly trained. They've had so much experience. You couldn't have a better crew on hand here. And they've done multiple events. They know exactly. They know this break better than anyone. They know this ocean. They know every type of fish. And they are absolute watermen.
We're all wrapped up with heat number 3. Congrats to Sarah Kerr. She's got a weapon in terms of the airs, and she used it. She had a couple of attempts. And then the completion, highest score of the heat for her, got her into the lead. Teresa Bonvalo, that wave she caught early on in the heat, worth its weight in gold, really. Be disappointment for Suzuki, and Robinson will keep on powering through. Another great looking matchup. We'll hit the water shortly. More live action from the Ballito Pro right after the break.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
It's another beautiful morning in Ballito. Stop 2 on the Challenger Series, the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Having a look in the water right now. Yet more talent from around the world. Nadia Aristabe from Euskadi, the Basque Country. Ellie Harrison from Australia. Kiara Gould from Tahiti. Leilani McGonigal of Costa Rica. And Nadia already with some experience this season on the CT as a replacement surfer. Into the action here on a left, the goofy. And looked like she'd done everything really. Just took her eye off the ball perhaps. Went down at the end on a turn that she really should have made.
Yeah, definitely some points gone begging on that last section. She had so much speed down the line. She looks really switched on. I feel like although she didn't make that turn, that's really great signs from Nadia Aristabe because she was surfing and just looking really alive on that wave.
Yeah, Nadia was going fast on that one. I thought she would have made it. And she did have an opening wave on this right-hander. A couple of nice vertical turns. I love how she pushed the tail on that maneuver. She's a strong surfer, but quite quick through these beach breaky conditions. Think about where she comes from. Zarath, beach breaky, gets quite soft, so she would have a lot of practice in these sort of softer waves.
Yeah, quite creative, like later into turns, doesn't have to rely on the section being heavy to kind of crunch into it. She does have that sort of elegant variation. Some of the turns, the strapping on the front ankle. You don't like to see it, do you? I'm sure the judges don't take it into account, but you just kind of think, am I looking at a slightly wounded animal here? Here we go, let's have a look at Ellie. Nice high line, speed run from her, and then off the bottom, and she'll tag that. It just crumbled all of a sudden, but with the speed, she gave it a pretty decent hit out the back. It looks like Gould. She'll load up here. Really nice off the top set up turn.
Wow.
And then just pops that tail out, really dynamic and fresh, and offering something a little different from our standard kind of close out finishing turn. Might get a little paddle battle going as well here. I love the way this one started.
Yeah, me too. I mean, Kiara, she's got a crazy end section blowtail reverse, and we just saw just a blowtail there, and she's so talented. She's 14 years old. The talent and how young the talent of the girls coming through is out of this world. I mean, think of Tia Zabrowski, now Kiara Gould, even Erin Brooks. She's still so young. It's you scratch your head going, how are they so good? So young.
It's insane. And we did see Kiara from the first event here at Ballito, the O'Neill JQS, and she surfed in that, and I was like, wow, her first wave in that event. I went, okay, this is a seriously good surfer. She's just so quick through those turns. Watch this. Pushes that tail out, so much spray. 14 years old, whacks it out again. I mean, she was almost in the air on that final maneuver, and that's just committed surfing. But the speed she gets, the quickness through these maneuvers is just impressive. And how controlled was that as well?
Ellie here, she's got a massive finishing turn on her as well. I feel like she maybe got to the section just a touch late there. It was really starting to crumble when she did get there. So got herself a nice tag in. It comes in at a 2.5. It's not going to be the highest score of the opening exchange, but she's got so much more to give.
Nadia with a quick wave there. So Nadia's getting pretty busy. Just that 3.6 on the first wave. But she's wanting to, use that strategy of a quick approach, find those waves, hunt the lineup. But for me, the best is going to come from first of white. I love that start for Kiara Gould.
Leilani, similar to what we just saw from Nadia, just a little tangled up. Just on that point about the women coming on so young, prolific at a young age, not something we really see mirrored with the men. You think maybe Jack Robinson, he had a wildcard appearance in Bali, he was pretty young. John as well. Other than that, why do we think that is? What is it? Why do we see these precocious talents come through and really compete with some of the very best in the world?
Honestly, I don't have an answer to that just yet. I scratch my head at it as well because they're so good, so young. Maybe the drive is starting younger, and I think because the level of women has really lifted. I mean, we had this run of world champions for 15 years. No one touched Steph, Carissa, and Tyler, who are just the goats of our sport. And then now we have women kind of having to put themselves in, you know, uncomfortable waves where we haven't had to see them compete in them for the last decade. But now we have the women at Pipeline. And I feel like we've got this generation just pushing everyone so much. So maybe it's just because we have these waves and these ladies in these heavier waves that it's really pushing the bar, and we want to see them go progressive. And Kiara Gold did that on her first wave and got a pretty solid score. I mean, 7 points to start off a heat is beautiful.
Yeah, big number in for the 14-year-old, and this is a bit perfunctory from Nadia Aristabe. She's got a few bad waves now, which I just might need a change in tactic, Greg.
I've got a question.
Hang on, mate. I'm asking the questions around here. So. All right, go on then.
It's not for you.
There's
then.
a new
Not
sheriff
for,
in
not
town,
for you.
isn't
Not
there?
for you. That's why I did put my hand up. I did put my hand up. Is there an age limit on when you can compete on the championship tour?
I don't think so.
I think there used to be, but I don't think there is.
It used to be 18, I'm pretty sure. Wow, that second turn, all three fins out of the water. And as she's in the air and still pushing with her back foot, that is pure raw talent from Kiara Gould. And I mean, she's not scared of big, heavy waves too. So she has this incredible air game and progressive surfing game. And she's quite strong for a 14-year-old. Like, she doesn't look like she's lacking power. But then she can go out and just charge one of the scariest waves in the world, which is Chopu.
Ellie up and riding. Big turn off the top. Strong surfing. So I've been keeping an eye on Ellie in the free surfs as well. She's been looking good. Very strong on those maneuvers. So that was a bit better from her. Did open with the 2.5. Here we go. Nadia, as we mentioned, that strapped front foot. We wonder if it is causing a bit of havoc with her. She's had multiple waves. Nothing quite solid yet, but keeping busy in this one.
Let's go and have a word with Sierra Kerr. She's with Mike Frew.
Sierra, good heat win there, but it just was quite an exchange between second, third and fourth. You were in first, you went down to second, then third, and then back up into the lead. Talk us through how it was playing out there.
Yeah, I think the first 20 minutes were pretty exciting. It was one wave each, and then I was like, okay, I'm here, and then everyone else got good waves. I'm like, okay, now I need something, and then ended up getting the little air, so I was just back up, and then I was just waiting there, and then went flat, so it was kind of a bit on and off the heat.
You were saying that just before your heat there were a couple of lefts. Did you find that you had to move across closer to those rocks on the right-hand side of the beach?
Yeah, for sure. When I free surfed this morning, it was pretty much on the exact opposite side of the beach than I just surfed, so it's changing a lot with the tide, and yeah, you just got to adjust.
And then Sierra, you came straight here from the Mentawais from Kandui. What boards did you bring with you from the Mentawais, and then in order to have the same boards for Ballito?
Yeah, I brought a few grovelers, but yeah, then I have the bigger boards that I probably won't end up using here, but you gotta take them and travel around with them, so they'll be staying in the bag.
Well, great stuff. Through to the next round. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Mike. Great job, Sierra. All smiles. And through with a little bit of notice. So I don't think anyone will be particularly surprised about the fact that she's got an air game on her. We know about that, but she's got plenty more bigger ones. And I even think the way that score came through for her as well, judges holding back a bit because they knew she could go much, much bigger than that.
Oh, yeah, she's got to be one of the best aerialists in the world. I mean, and what a great mentor to have. Your dad, you know, who is also one of the best aerialists in the world. I mean, he invented one of the airs that we see time and time again. And I just think Kersey and having him on tour with Sierra and just their relationship and how hard he didn't push her into comps so young, just went on surf trips and just, you know, bettered her surfing from a young age, didn't put her in the rashi at a super young age. I think it's really developed her to have this eager and drive to win comps now, and she does it with a very cool progressive air game.
Yeah, it's interesting though, isn't it, traveling with a parent? I just wonder, what stage do you maybe start to move away from that? You get a bit of natural kind of evolution where maybe you need a new voice. It's certainly working for her at the moment, isn't it? And on this tour in particular.
It happens when your kids tell you not to come.
Harsh firing dad, isn't it? You might want to sit down. We need to talk.
Yeah. But getting back to my question, I did get an answer to that question on is there an age limit? As we see a nice replay. So there isn't an age limit, but mom and dad do need to sign a consent form if you're under 18 in your contract.
Wow.
Did you ask one of those questions that you knew the answer to, but you thought that we wouldn't,
No,
so
I
then
didn't.
you could
I didn't.
answer
Yeah, were you
and
testing
look
us?
clever?
Yeah.
I didn't know the answer. I was secretly messaged it quickly.
Ah, cheeky.
Cheeky, yeah.
22.
But it is a good question. It makes
Absolutely.
sense,
yeah.
Yeah,
And
you
because
look
the
at-
level's
I
getting
mean,
so young, there has to be a guideline around that too.
Yeah, and the reason I asked the question is because if Kiara Gould keeps surfing like this, she's going to be on the tour at 14, right? I mean, she's absolutely
Tia
ripping.
Zabrowski, she's probably
Tia-
going to be
oh,
on
my
the
word, exactly.
tour at 14 as well.
Yeah.
You know, we might have a new... Katie Simmons was the youngest world champion last year. We actually might have a new youngest world champion in the next couple of years. You honestly never know when it comes to women's surfing. In this generation, it is mind-boggling how good they are.
And mom and dad can say, I'll sign the contract, but
Sign that one up.
I'm coming with.
Yeah.
Interesting as well, just thinking of Kiara and Tia specifically. I was doing a story with, I was chatting to Ryan Miners, there's actually a story about Cowley, but he was saying, you know what, the real big story over there in French Polynesia at the moment in terms of talent is with the girls. And he said there's this whole younger generation. This was probably 2 years ago, they said that people haven't really seen yet. And he said it's just crazy, that level, and the amount of young girls that are out there charging, getting barreled. They surf the beach break a lot as well, so amazing.
Papara.
Exactly.
Start off at Papara and off you go.
I mean, they all did. Michel Burres, that's where he learned to surf events and do airs, and smash lips was at Papara. So, but the next generation of young women out of French Polynesia, scary really when you see the likes of Kiara already in the lead with just one wave in this. Here's Leilani looking to get involved here. She's got one reasonable number of the 4.73, and that will count for her. That wave had the wobbles, though. Meanwhile, Harrison looking for clean water, won't find it.
Yeah, no, I feel like Ellie would have had a front row seat to watching Kiara 7, and there's anything I know about Ellie Harrison is as a competitor, she loves the inside at the start. She loves to, you know, have control when there is no control, when there's no priority. And so she took that first wave, I mean, her 3.73, her 2.5, sorry, and then turned around and there's this incredible diamond in the rough wave out there, which is Kiara Gould's 7-point ride. And that wave, her 7, it had a slower tempo as well. It wasn't two turns rushed together. She had a moment to regain, drive really hard into that second turn, and that's why we saw all three fins out. So Ellie would have known that and thought, oh, damn, you know, I should have waited. But now she has to back her talent and get herself a big score on the board.
There's Nadia, little sticky, does really well. Gather, just about gets there and gets it done. Maybe just cost her a little bit of speed, didn't it? That first wobble. But she is battling here. She's a clear tactic that she's laid out is catch a lot of waves. She's trying to cover everything. She's been really busy. That was number 7 for her. She has had a few of those wobbles. I'm just speculating here, but you think if you have been having an injury, maybe haven't been getting quite as much warm-up and practice time, she's certainly running a lot of waves out there.
You get the feeling that that front foot's bothering her a little bit. That's what I see. But I've always said, beware the wounded soldier, right? Yeah, that's when you actually can focus on other things if you've got an injury, wave selection, heat strategy, and often a surfer with an injury can be quite dangerous. And possibly you could think as well, oh, she's not too much of a worry, she's got an injury, and that's probably the worst thought her other competitors could have.
Yeah, a bit of a weird scoreboard at the moment. She's in the lead with a couple of threes. We've got Gould with just one wave ridden.
I was thinking about that. A 14-year-old young girl would want to be riding multiple waves just because of the froth, just amped to be on waves. I'm can't believe how structured she is. She's got that 7. She knows it's time to pull up the handbrake, control the heat, get the next best wave.
She might be thinking about getting on one of our lists. Could be a goal.
She could be.
We forgot about the list this morning. We haven't mentioned any of the lists.
I think Paul's just sitting and waiting for when to bring it out.
McGonigal trying to get involved. Again, it's just a little bit sluggish in terms of the energy. Never really given it a full-blooded crack.
She has got the second best score on the board, yeah, Leilani, quietly. The 4.73.
Yeah, Leilani went pretty deep in the draw at Newcastle. She got herself a 9th, so the round after this, the round of 16, for really relying on her backhand. I mean, when she was connecting, it was really beautiful, and the wave was bowling back towards her. And for someone who's from one of the longest lefts in the world, she goes left a lot, but has an incredible backhand here for Leilani. This is her last wave here, so she's just under the lip there and pushed really hard to the fact that she did, drift the fins, redirect the board, but she got herself a 2.43, so she's in the lead. She's definitely going to want to drop that, especially when you have someone like Nadia Aristabo, who's just come off a year of CT wildcards, a lot of experience, and Ellie Harrison, who is just a mongrel. But this lady, she's got a 7.
Second wave here for Gould. Opens up, just chops her line down, and then the wobbles onto the inside. Not super convincing for the last turn, just sort of ran out of gas really, the wave did. Nothing really wrong with the way she surfed it, but that wave went out with a little bit of a whimper on that inside sandbar. So after a bit of a wait, that will count for her. Not exactly the kind of wave she was hoping for to back up that 7.
Yeah, no, she waited a long time for that. I mean, she needs a 0.04. So it's not much to get her up into second, but I don't think the strategy was a mistake. I really feel like that was the right call to sit and wave like, cool, I've got a 7. Let's just try and back it up with a 5 or something better right now, or maybe even go above that 7. So she's going to get a backup score, but I wonder if now we're going to see her start to turn lots of ways, or she's going to really stick to that plan of we're going to sit and wait for that next best set to come through.
35 minutes is forever though, right? So you can kind of be a bit selective out there. I mean, there's still 16 minutes left in this heat. The whole heat could completely change in the next 16 minutes, right? I mean, there's so much time to make it happen in these conditions. This is Leilani. You spoke about her going on the lefts. Interesting though, you did say Pavona is that beautiful left-hander.
Insane.
And she's looking so good been so good on the right so far in this event. This is the replay. This wave just didn't offer any of those nice steep opportunities. Paul, as you mentioned, they just ran out of gas, right? There's no power left in that one. Thinking about Leilani, another legendary, appearance, the dad, Sean. He's a good guy. I enjoy Sean. I feel like I haven't seen him around contests for a little while. I always like a good chat with him. I've been to a number of events from years ago, junior ISAs, by chatting to him. He was cruising with us at Olympics. He was on the bus with us every day through Tokyo, hour-and-a-half bus ride. We had a cool bus ride.
Sing songs?
Sing songs. It was a couple of the countries that were on the bus, and we had a great time.
Go on, sing a song.
No, I don't feel like you have to, mate. 14 and a half on the clock
after
here.
The break, mate.
At the moment, it's Kiara Gould with that 7. That's the bit of quality in this heat. She's in the lead. More live action real soon.
are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
To the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Down here on the Red Bull Athlete Zone, the surface deck overlooking the beach. As you can see, it's packed with spectators enjoying the ladies' action. This is the event's got so much rich history. This is the 56th edition of the Ballito Pro, hosted by the Qualification municipality. And just looking at some of the names that have won the event over the years, I think of people like Andy Irons, Geordie Smith, huge names. Sally Fitzgibbons won on one of the occasions. I remember Lane Beachley. We had people like Richie Collins back in the day. Kelly Slater was surfing the event at one point. So much rich history, and this is the 56th edition. The weather is exceptional. There's no wind today. It's a balmy 28, 30 degrees down here, and everyone enjoying themselves on Willard Beach down here in Ballito. Back to you guys.
Yeah, love it, Mike. Thanks for that. Such a rich history when you look back. Some of those illustrious names, just some of the greatest ever to do it. But the present looks pretty good as well, doesn't it, right now? You look out into the Indian Ocean, see waves coming through, and you're looking at essentially the future of the sport in terms of Kiara Gould and all of the promise that she has. And that is the great thing about this tour on the Challenger Series. It's a recurring theme. We see the next chapter being written in front of us, really, and a chance for people to put their hand up and say, I want to be a legend. I want to get one of these, what's the greatest job in the world, being a pro surfer, being on the Dream Tour.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how, all of these ladies' careers unfold and who that next rivalry is going to be. Kiara Gould here got herself a 4-1-3 for that turn there, so extending her lead. We saw Nadia get a piece. Wow, great looking bowl. Huge turn there for Nadia. And lays into it again for a second turn. That was her best wave of the heat so far, and we haven't seen a steep, bowly face like that for quite some time, so identifying a great wave out there for Nadia.
That was one of the best top-to-bottom turns we've seen this morning. I mean, that was just straight up, and she came out of that. She eyed that next section, which looked a bit tricky, and did so well to get up there and get a strong finish. I think Nadia's going to get a seriously good score.
Yeah, she's gone excellent, mate. She's got 8 points for that. Gone huge. She's been waiting for a while. McGonigal having a look again. Not a great choice. Her wave going into that deep channel. Just disappearing from under her feet. But you think about Nadia, she's been rallying for that. We've been kind of watching her go at this and catch a lot of waves. She's been waiting for that section. And when it didn't happen for her, sticking with it, bit of gumption, not getting disheartened or thinking maybe this is the wrong strategy. Let's have another look.
Look at it paddling in. I mean, this thing just stood up. That bowl, beautiful turn. I mean, she just, not only was it such a great section, but she drove so hard into that turn. I mean, board was so on rail and just clicked with it so perfectly there for Nadia. Foamy looking second section, and she just punched through that. So we were saying she was looking a little bit tentative on that ankle, but not at all on that last one. I mean, she was looking solid on her feet.
I mentioned 35-minute heats are so long that, I think it was in the 16-minute mark that we could see a whole different second half of the heat. And, we spoke about Nadia. She had 8 waves, the best being a 3.6. So lots of tiny scores, and then suddenly puts together that 8-point ride. Excellent. Just like, she looked way different on that wave to any other wave. But in saying that, that wave quality was so much better than any wave we've seen in this heat. It had that drawn-out wall, beautiful steep face, clean green water, no bump on it, and just gave her that opportunity to get that timing and that big backhand hook up in that first turn.
Interesting to know as well, you think about that 8 and then the 7 from Kiara, and a real difference. You think a lot of that 8 was the section. I mean, she caught a lot of waves to find it and get there. By contrast, Kiara's wave, quite innocuous looking by comparison. It's really the surfing that got her that score, and it's interesting to see that there are different ways of getting these big numbers.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, even taking a look at this next heat, there's a lot of different ways that these guys can be watching, thinking, okay, am I going to sit and wait and take Kiara Gould's approach and get, a 7 and really surf a wave up, or am I going to just turn heaps of waves and then paddle out and into great priority rhythm and just belt an 8-point ride? I mean, these are our 2 highest scoring waves of the day. Big finner to start this one off and had so much time to drive into that one, kick the fins out the back. I mean, I love that turn. And then Nadia with an 8. It really did come from the bulk of that first turn. I'd say there would be a good 7.5 just on that first turn. And that second turn was just a cherry on top of the cake. But a lot of great moves in this, and I bet we're going to be watching those turns a couple of times today.
When you watch them together, Greg, which one do you prefer? Are you with the judges there?
I'm 100% with the judges. And I think both of those waves were good waves. So the first wave from Kiara, it gave her those 2 sections. It had that easterly swell angle where that wave really bent at her, so she could get that speed up and really push the tail off that first turn and then link it up straight away into the second turn. As we see live action here, nice strong maneuver from Leilani, doesn't get the combo. And then of course Nadia's wave just presented that big fantastic wall. But of course, you can't get a good wave and not surf it well and get an 8, right? That maneuver was just so strong. That, like I said, that's the best top to bottom turn we've seen all morning. And then she comboed it up with the second turn. So both waves were good quality waves and got the 7 and the 8-point ride. I'm happy with the scoring. I think that Nadia's turn was the single biggest turn of the day. And you've got to go, well, you know, she backed it up with the second maneuver. We're going 8. Kiara just put together 2 great combos, getting the 7.
6.5 to go in our 4th heat, the round of 32 for the women. We'll keep rolling here. We had a glimpse of Hopkins, another Olympian out of Portugal, getting ready with Coach John, taking on final instructions. She'll look to go out there and find some sections to hit. You know about her aggression. She was disappointed last year here, so she can make amends.
Whoa.
Some sprightly work there from Nadia, with a little spring in her step and something of a pea under her mattress in the form of a 3-point ride. It's slightly irritating. She wants rid of that.
Yeah,
she wants to wash it off.
That's a way to get rid of a 3-6-7. I mean, that second turn was really nice. I mean, she really connected well, and I feel like it's so interesting because once you get an excellent score and you get yourself almost just into that little bit extra of a comfort zone, you see surfers time and time again open up, and it just becomes so much more of a, oh, here they are kind of moment in the heats once they get to that comfort zone of especially an 8-point ride. I mean, yeah, Nadia's looking good.
All right, here's a good comparison of these 2 waves, the 7 and the 8.
Wow.
Massive first turn. And then let's check the second turn. So Kiara really pushing that second turn. That was her best turn on that wave. And then Nadia with that, she just strong. It was a strong finish after a really massive turn. But getting back to Nadia, she's still got a score to come. I feel that almost about a minute after I said she looks like she's struggling on that front foot, she got an 8-point ride.
She heard you, she was like, Greg.
I told you, I've got the power.
It's the opposite of a commentator's curse, isn't it? Here we go again. Look at this. With a shiny wave for the Basque.
Wow.
Aristabe, and another hanger
Wow.
on the backhand from her. That one, just the shortest section, but the form, I mean, it's textbook really, hard off the bottom and then super vert, throwing everything at the lip. We talked about how punchy this beach break can be. Dealing with it well, still 4 on the clock. She's not slowing down at all. She has made a significant improvement, and really she streaks ahead now. Prior to that, a 6-point ride, so 14 out of 20 for her, and the busy approach looks like a great one at the moment.
Yeah, and how often do we see, you know, I mean, even just taking a look at Nadia, she looks so much looser now. I mean, since she's found her flow in this heat, and she's just opening up so much more, and it looks like she's comfortable in a free surf, but she's just got a rashi on, and she's just belting these sections coming her way, and she's in great flow with the ocean too.
Where does priority fit into all of this? Because she just seems to be up on multiple good waves here in the second half of the heat. She's just finding them all over the break. It's pretty interesting that she's getting so many good opportunities.
She's just in such good rhythm. I mean, you think about when you're in a free surf and you get a good wave, and then suddenly you paddle back out and there's another set, and you're like, oh, okay.
But
you know.
Yeah, and she's almost surfed herself into this rhythm. I mean, she's on 12 waves already, right?
Priority with Ellie, what's going on with her at the moment?
Ellie, I believe, with 2 threes, she's just gone, okay, I'm going to sit and wait for a set, and I'm going to find myself, you know, a solid-looking wave and just lay into something. But unfortunately, the rhythm's all been with this lady. This is one turn on one massive section, got up above the lip and just absolutely belted it. I mean, there's that feeling on your backhand when you click, and it's just, it's so nice, and you know that it's a good turn. That would have been that exact feeling for Nadia on that section. She just clicked with it so perfectly. There was speed, there was power, there was flow, all in that one section. And for one turn, it was a 6.83 just because of how strong she was with that section there.
I love that bottom turn on that wave. And as she was tracking up the face, she almost took another second line up the face to turn that board extra vertical. She had her line and she just did another little tweak to go extra vertical and extra speed and extra power up into that lip. And that was so dynamic that she got the 6.8 for that one maneuver.
The
Solid.
judges lick their lips for turns like that. I mean, it's been in the criteria all through this event. And we've seen so many heat speed turn based on one maneuvers. It's just big, powerful turns in critical sections, especially on a set wave like we saw of Nadia. So Leilani needs a 6.41. Basically, could do that in one wave, just on what we've seen from Nadia Aristabe.
Do you think the conditions have got better, those last,
Yeah.
or just for Nadia? I don't
Looks
know.
like it.
I mean, those last couple of
Nadia's
waves.
heat's been great.
Yeah, those last couple of waves just had such a clean face on them. Those green walls looked so fun and so rippable and gave her those opportunities. I mean, she's pretty much gone. Wave number 9 was an 8, then a throwaway. 11 was a 6, and wave 12 a 6.8. Great little run of waves here in the back half of this one.
Yeah, you'll take it.
She's piling on the points here as we go towards final minute of this heat. Here's the goofy foot in the Basque Country. Nadia Aristabe was miles ahead in this. It's Chiara Gould who's been relatively pretty quiet. The youngster out of French Polynesia. She's going all right there in terms of advancing that 7. Vital for her in her scoreline. Dynamic surfing. She's not had a load of other opportunities, or she hasn't taken them anyway. And the continued struggles of Leilani McGonigal and Ellie Harrison just to find themselves a bit of quality. Well, let's see what Leilani will do about that here. She'll get a left, and it's doubling up in this rip bowl. Nice section for her. And she does her best to go up into the lip and then recover with speed and try and get another turn done. It's not super convincing. Possibly just a little bit more potential on that wave than what she really got hold of. She did need a pretty solid number, 6.41. Look at that section though. It was actually pretty decent. Look, it kind of popped up out of nowhere almost.
Yeah, definitely. I think that wave was a pleasant surprise, not just for us, but maybe Leilani as well, to have a section like that, to be like, all right, let's lay into this and give it everything I can, needing a 6.41. But Nadia, sometimes you just have those heats where you're just in pristine flow with the ocean, and she just found this rhythm that was pretty untouchable, and no one else really clicked into what she had out there. So this will be one of those heats where Nadia will always go, I had this heat in Ballito. It's the round of 32, and she'll talk about it forever.
And yeah, she'll say, by the time she gets to, like, say 60 and she's telling her grandkids, she'll say, my first 20 waves were like zeros, and then I got an 8 and a 9 at the end.
Excellent surfing from the Basque, Nadia Aristabe. Solid performance from the young Tahitian as well. We'll keep the action rolling here. It's a beautiful, close to midday here in Ballito. We'll bring in Giggs and Kai for the call. We'll be right back.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab & Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide.
Doesn't get better than that.
This episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. Exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
One of the longest running professional surfing events in our sport. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Everybody packed into the beautiful Willard Beach here in the eastern shores of South Africa. The World Surf League's Challenger Series here for the second stop of a very exciting schedule for 2025 into 2026. It's a lunchtime greetings from the sunny shores of South Africa. And we are enjoying the show. We trust that everybody around the world is following as surfers look for qualification to the big leagues on the Championship Tour for 2026. Beautiful scenes over Ballito here. We trust that everyone is with us and having so much fun. Gig Saliers and Kai Linda, everyone's packed down into the region here. It's warm in Ballito and we're having a great time.
Yeah, having a great time. The waves just seem to be getting better today. The wind's nowhere. It's not come up, so it's a balmy, tropical day here in Qualification gigs. Nice shot on the aerial there, seeing all those little rock sort of berms and channels and that. And that, of course, is what causes the sandbanks here that we get at Ballito and what causes those amazing waves.
Yeah, the warm Indian Ocean playing host to the men's and women's Challenger Series for 2025. Second stop. And here we are in Heat 5 of the morning. It is day 3 of competition. Watch for Yolanda Hopkins, who's on a tear in 2025. She'll take on Kiala Tamara Bennett. Of course, Anat Lalure and Eden Waller are all part of trying to find points here on the visit to Ballito. You mentioned, Kai, surf conditions improving. We saw some top-end scores in the last few heats as well. So signs are good here for competition.
Yeah, certainly some big scores dropping in that last heat, including an 8.0. So opportunity is out there, and you just got to find those right waves. Certainly, as we approach the low tide now, Gigs, it does look like it's really improved conditions, and there's a lot more punch.
Well, having a look at early heat leader here in Annette Lelior. Lovely snap from her. We saw day 1 of competition as well, Kai, in the bigger south swells that were running through the bay here at Willard Beach. She cracked an absolute massive turn off the lip there. So good signs for Annette Lelio. She campaigns here in the heat. And meanwhile,
well, Eden starting things off. Nice little crack over the top there. And then gets the backup turn. And this was, wow, that was a pretty hefty backhand turn. A little bit messy, but still should be happy with a good start. And then straight back into action. Wow, pushing a lot harder on that turn. So getting a 3.67 and a 2.4 to start things off, and Anat will be happy with a quick start.
Tour manager Travis Logie setting out 35-minute heats for today's day 3 of competition. Reading into the pattern of the northeast swell on the sandbars here in Ballito, and that was just slipped under. So the first 5 minutes, quick starts there for Annette Lelio and Eden Waller respectively. There you see up-to-date numbers. That's how things have unfolded thus far. As you mentioned, Kai, a 3.67 in early. And watch for Kiala Tamara Bennett, the Hawaiian. She is pure pedigree out of the Hawaiian Islands. She knows how to find results in a variety of lineups. But in the meantime, let's go down and plug in with Mike Frew. He's there on the glass with the winner of that last heat.
Nadia, that was a great heat win, but it looked like quite difficult to get the win there in the end. Wasn't much separating you ladies in the beginning of the heat, and then you got that one good wave.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I started pretty bad actually. I wanted to have a quick one, but then I started getting in a really bad catching bad waves all the time, only making 3 points, 2 points. And I took a moment like, okay, just wait, sit, and a wave will come, because here I got a 7, so I knew there were potential waves for good scores. And I'm glad that wave came, the 8-point ride, and then I was just finding for a backup so I could make it through first.
Nadia, a couple of years ago, preparing for the Ballito Pro, you were at Skeleton Bay in Namibia, but this year was quite different. You spent a couple of months in Australia, you were the CT wildcard there, and you had a very, very short period of time at home to prepare for this event.
Yeah, that's it. I wish I could have gone to Namibia, but no, this year was way different. I was 3 months out of home, traveling from El Salvador to Australia, doing the CT as a wildcard, which was an amazing experience, but also tiring. And then I had 2 weeks at home, which I did nothing. I just had it for resting because I needed those 2 weeks and just to be with the family and enjoy a little bit home, and so I could come back and stronger with more power.
Well, the rest really did you well, and you through to the next round. Great stuff. Back to you guys.
Well, great insights there from Nadia Aristaba. It is a demanding schedule. If you're going to do the qualifying series, you're going to do the Challenger series and everything in between, and still steal a few, free surfs and get your surf adventure side of your life, keeping that alive. It can be an exhausting experience. So, but solid waves in the lineup with an 8-pointer for Nadia. She's through to the next round. And I mentioned Kiala Tamada Bennett. She's just found a good wave, and we've got a few more replays coming at us here, Kai.
Well, turn of the heat thus far for Anand. Oh, that was a proper little crack off the top. Nice big section, and getting a 5.33 to open up a bit of a gap now in the lead.
Well, midday conditions here just around lunchtime in South Africa, and switching directions quickly here. Tamada Bennett opened with a 4.07. Quickly posting a second round. She'll go back with plenty of time on the clock. But back to that single turn, 5.33 for Annette Lelio. That's a good number to work with still plenty of time ahead.
Yeah, and it was interesting to look at that previous heat, because it was a bit of a slow start on the scores, but then suddenly there was a real flurry. And here goes a good-looking bowl.
Well, Yolanda Hopkins, she's been producing power surfing all season long, and here she is on the inside in Ballito, trying to get her numbers moving in the right direction. Prior to that one, just a couple of small numbers. Already 27 years of age, so a late push if you look at the average ages across the competitors participating on the Challenger Series. But Hopkins has been producing power surfing in 2025.
Wow, and listening to Mike earlier talk about the heritage of this event, he mentioned someone called Richie Collins. Yolanda pulling back the front grip out there.
We love all the details, and we love diving into the history of this very richly heritage event. Of course, its roots all the way back to the late 60s and all the way through the Gunston 500 eras. Of course, that was the showcasing of multiple wins for Sean Thompson, the 77 world champion. We just think of the pivotal role that this event has played globally. Of course, still here today, the longest running event alongside Bells Beach in Australia. And we always love delving into the history of it. But the other thing we'll delve into is Yolanda Hopkins's campaign in 2025. And we'll just wait for that score to settle in for her, because that was her best one thus far, Kai.
Yeah, it was a great looking wave, and interesting because, you know, that wave going multiple maneuvers, whereas we saw a nut with just that big one single maneuver in a pretty critical section. So it's going to be very interesting for the scale of scoring in the heat to see what Yolanda's score comes in at.
Waiting for that number to land. Meanwhile, that young surfer on screen, saw briefly Eden Waller, also working up and down the sandbar here in Ballito. Temperatures are very acceptable. It is beach weather, considering it is midwinter in the southern hemisphere. Surf fans from all around descending into the hamlet and coastal town and the beach cove of Ballito. It's a favorite for everyone this time of year. Eden Waller will attack here on the backhand, so multiple waves in the lineup, lefts and rights on offer. And lovely statement turn there, too solid, and that's going to bring her right into contention in this heat. Smooth surfing from the young American early on here. And now a couple more scores to come at us to start shaping up this heat, Kai.
Well, yeah, and just a little in and out there for Kiala. But I saw Yolanda also with a right-hander further up the bank, so a little bit of an exchange. That wave we liked for Yolanda coming in at a 4.9, so just a little bit below a nut on the scoring, but still decent score, getting her into the rhythm. It'll be interesting to see what she got on her second ride. It looks like she did connect a section down. Here we go. So takes off, nice high-speed line. Big crack over the top, so hello there.
All right, lots of speed, and then what are we making of this two maneuver combo here? Nice and tight from Eden Waller.
Yeah, the first turn got a little caught up on the exit, goes vertical on the second turn. Not a lot of section there really, so if we put it up against a nuts big turn on that crazy section, it's going to be a little less than that, but the youngster showing that she's here to compete.
Well, we spoke of Yolanda Hopkins being 27 years of age, opposite end of the discussion for Eden Waller in this just 15 years of age, the young American, been working hard on the North American qualifying series. Meanwhile, here's someone that has worked the European system very, very well over the last few years. Both herself and her sister absolutely stoked and committed surfers, the Leliors. But Anat has been bumped down into second in the meantime here because a solid set of numbers coming in on the scorecard for Yolanda Hopkins. Now a pair of fours, and judges like that over the lip extended single maneuver of Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah, and what I'm liking about Yolanda's surfing right now out in this lineup is the speed. She's really generating a lot of speed. That board looks good under her feet. If you look at our first session this morning, gigs, like probably what a lot of the surfers were struggling with a lot in these conditions was getting a lot of momentum down the line, and Yolanda certainly is not struggling.
Well, Eden Waller just asking for updated scores. 3.57 in for Eden Waller for her last ride. Meanwhile, that little wave gassing on the sandbar, signs of the tide having dropped out quite a bit since competition started this morning. And heat leader Hopkins will just go back to the drawing board, not seeing any improvements to her two current scores in her top two. Right now she sits with a two-wave total of a 9.43 with well over 21 minutes to go. And Annette Lely are still with the single highest wave of the heat thus far, Kai.
Yeah, and you can see the girls waving the arms there. Need my update. 4.07 in for that last wave, so just increasing the scores slowly but surely here. Interesting to see. I mean, we haven't quite gotten into those sort of mid to excellent scores like we saw in the last heat yet, gigs, but the waves are definitely showing that they've got the potential. Like that turn from a nut and then coming around the corner for another nice whip off the top. Just going down on the third turn. Sometimes wonder on those Hail Mary turns in that situation, like maybe it would have been better just to leave it.
Well, either way, it's the two first maneuvers that will be the meat of the score for Annette Lely. I like how she just connects the two turns there. Very, very impressed with the surfer in the white singlet. And there's, of course, plenty of time still remaining for her to up her respective numbers. Holding priority right now, though, is the Hawaiian, who's got to find herself a backup score here. And even then, requirements at this stage not very, very steep for both Eden Waller and the Hawaiian in blue to bump up to second.
Yeah, it's been quite a frenetic start to the heat. Almost 20 waves ridden already. And we're only on the 20-minute mark, so 15 minutes, 20 waves, almost a wave a minute.
Right, fair call. So high repetition with the low period swell moving through the lineup here in Ballito. Beaches are packed. Annette Lelior to the rail she goes. Inside section perhaps. Just a couple of those ribs on the face just interrupting her forward flow on that one, Kai. No harm, no foul though. She'll go back to the lineup. There's plenty more still coming our way here. Just slipped under the 20-minute mark. As we mentioned before, due to the low period swell today, 35-minute heats put out by the tour management. And that's really given the surfers a lot of opportunity here this morning. And we've seen it even from the first heat that was really quite full with the high tide. Still got some very good scores out of the opening rounds, and certainly taking what the last heat when brought us with an 8-pointer, there's still some good scores in the lineup.
Yeah, and heat before that, Sierra Kerr coming with some nice high sixes. So there's definitely potential in the lineup for good scores. That tide bottoming out has just made it better. Maybe a little bit easier for the girls in these later heats. I think the ladies in the first few heats definitely have to work a little bit harder for their scores. But the good news is we've only got 3 more heats to go after this. So I think the rest of the heats for the day are still going to be on the low tide. Maybe even with a little bit of push, we'll see a little bit more swell come into the lineup as well.
Well, it could be that as we reach the low tide conditions of the day. What I like is their sort of windless look to the Indian Ocean here today for day 3 of competition. Wind has not been a discussion at all. So because of that, beach temperatures as well, and it's packed down on the beaches, Kai. It's been an exciting day thus far. Couple of upset results. Of course, we'll get to review all of that towards the end of the day. But for all in all, fair competition for the Challenger Series is stop number 2.
Yeah, very happy with things. Like you said, the wind normally, if that onshore ruffle's coming, you can see it out in the deeps towards the horizon. But we haven't seen it yet today, Giggs. It's looking pretty smooth out there.
35-minute heat, 17 and a half on the clock means we're halfway through. We'll sit back, take a quick break, and we'll be back for more from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Kwadukuza Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
Beautiful conditions here for day 3 of competition. Welcome back to the live coverage of the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Ballito in South Africa for the action this week. Up in the top left of screen, up-to-date numbers for your surf fans. 15 minutes to go. Hopkins out front. Lelior with that 5.33 just before the break. We were discussing that single maneuver of Annette, and Eden Waller just trying to find her way to the following day of competition. While we were away at the break, Kai, some more action for us.
Yeah, just a quick one from Yolanda. Not going to go into her top 2 though. And then Eden had this one. Nice bottom turn, little whip off the top. Looking for the backup turn. Gets it up over the section. Came in as a 3.0 though, and I think that just speaks to the intensity of the surfing on that wave. Not quite there.
Well, Eden Waller flowing, just joining the dots, but she'll have to just get a little more intense with the lineup with 14 minutes and 15 seconds to go. It's been a relatively quiet heat for our surfer, holding priority as well. We'll talk about that as we just have a peep into the athlete area. Another whipping turn there, almost more intensity. A little fall for young Eden Waller. She'll just go back to the drawing board. It's an exciting heat coming up next as well, so Lots for the surf fans to tuck into over lunch here in Ballito in South Africa. Talking of lunch, what is your favorite restaurant in and around the Ballito area, Kai?
Sure gigs.
I ask that because you're a local here, and everyone kind of references the food. You know, almost every post-heat interview refers to how much they're enjoying Ballito and you know, the food, the sights, the sounds, the culture.
Yeah, it's a tough one because you've got so many options. But you know, last night we were at the Lambia fundraiser at La Fayama Grill. Always a favorite here. Good like meat. Obviously, a lot of people coming here for tourism are going to look to eat some nice red meat, also seafood. Thursday night we'll be at Mozambique restaurant, Peri Peri chicken.
Well, Geordie Smith's
filming, and that's always a good chow. I love their restaurant. And then, of course, you know, also I love curry. And if you enjoy curry, a good curry, Durban, KZN, Zululand, always a really good high feature here. You grew up in the area as well with the bani chow and rotis and samosas, and I absolutely love a good hot curry.
Yep, something for everyone, particularly if you're a meat eater. Got to experience the Butcher Boys' new store directly behind us here over and above Groundswell Surf Shop. So lots of restaurants, lots to cater for, and of course just a short drive up to the game parks as well. So much to enjoy for all our visitors here in beautiful Ballito. Let's have a look at second place surfer here, Annette, nicely off the lip, around the section, and just overcooks that one, Kai. 12 minutes to go, back to the drawing board. Love the first turn, though, speed and flow off the lip. But you kind of can't help feel, but there's a breakthrough moment that's coming in the heat, and with 12 minutes to go, we're waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, and a couple of stumbles on the last few waves, just finishing off the closing maneuver. We saw it from Eden as well as Kiala there. So there is a little bit of a bump in the lineup. I mean, it's not perfectly clean, but if you're able to drive through that and fight it out, you're going to get your scores. That's a pretty big looking set wave coming through the lineup now too.
Yeah, big set, but not really usable. Even though our surfers were out of position, that one didn't really stand up and ride, more sort of mushed through. So a difficult lineup to read today, and that's why we've seen multiple repetitions in the lineup from all of our surfers. But for now, it's Hopkins out front, and she is the one, Kai, with the most experience. You think of her Challenger Series run last year, very consistent at this level of competition, finished 8th at the end of the year, and just short of qualification as well. Of course, this year there's a bigger number of surfers to qualify for an expanded women's tour in 2026. So Yolanda Hopkins, come year end, could be a fair bet as far as qualification to the CT jersey goes. Right now, though, she does lead a fairly soft and slow heat through the lunch hour here in Ballito.
And I've got to say, I'd be pretty excited to see her at stops like Trestles and J-Bay, because she's got a very strong forehand. Great rail surfer, but here goes Anat.
Lots of waves in the lineup. In fact, this is wave number 10 already. Lovely backhand surfing from Anat. And I like she's got a sturdy backhand as well. It's got flexibility in it, but she is able to really crack it. We spoke to that point. She had one of the highest scores on opening day of competition back on Monday. So she's working it here, and she's want to stay in contention in this heat.
Nice little punch to the lip there, then drove the rail for a bit more of a carvy turn, and getting the finish. She's looking feisty.
Looking feisty, and almost think that she could be replacing her score of the 407 now, Kai. What are we thinking of that?
Yeah, it could get close. I mean, it was a really good three-turn combo. Still waiting for a score for Yolanda. So the two I'd say the two more experienced competitors right now in this heat are definitely connecting the dots and opening up a slight gap. You see Eden now needing a 5.83, Kiala a 5.34. This was Yolanda. Oh, I talked about that rail game on her front side. That was some beautiful surfing gigs.
Wow, ripping into that one with speed, power, and flow. That is going to light up the judges' scorecard and going to stamp a little authority on this heat. Meanwhile, back at it on the way out. Was this a review from a different angle? Yeah, we're just looking at that one from a different angle, and we're waiting for that score. Kai, how about that for power railwork? We saw it on display in Newcastle as she worked her way through the rounds and the heat wins there, and well, ripping into that one here.
Yeah, that was definitely one of my waves of the day. Loved it. Big, fast, powerful rail turns and really pushing hard. Here goes Eden on her front side now. Wow, busted the fins, but not going to ride out of it.
Well, we'll go back to the drawing board for Eden Waller. Stuck down in third at this stage with a little over 8.5 on the heat timer. But back to Yolanda Hopkins' power as we wait for that score to come in. 5th place in Newcastle. And she surfed exceptionally well. Some high-scoring heats as well, even though she lost that quarterfinal to Tia Zabrowski. There were multiple excellent scores in that heat from both competitors. So she's able to put the hammer down. I spoke about her just being outside of CT qualification at the end of last year's Challenger Series. So fair bet for Yolanda Hopkins in 2025. It's all happening in and down and around the beach. And while the judges work on that score for Yolanda Hopkins, let's plug in with Mike Frew. He's down there amongst it.
We're down at the Corona Beach Bar. The folks have come down during lunchtime to enjoy something to eat from the buffet, get a cold Corona, and watch some of the surfing action. The ladies ripping out there, and we've got lots of people. Half of Ballito's down here for lunch today, and we're enjoying a couple of cold ones, watching some great surfing. Back to you guys.
Well, enjoy the Corona Zeros right there, Mike. I like it. Of course, everybody's sneaking out from the offices and the work roles in and around Durban. Of course, this is that time of year where everybody just gets to rub shoulders with many of the visiting surfers. And not only that, enjoy the festivities. It's a full surf carnival atmosphere. There's a whole build-up to it, well, with the QS 2000s, of course, the Smith, the Rookie Shapes event as well. So many things going on. And, well, another thing going on is backhand surfing here from being a very quiet heat for the Hawaiian, who's stitched a couple of nice rail drives there together. She finds herself down in 4th count. She's starting to chase a slightly bigger number. She's got to start going into the 6s or start replacing both her scoring rides.
Yeah, at this point, Yolanda dropping the 5.8 on that turn we both enjoyed. And a night with 2 5s in the bag now too. So those two starting to open up a bit of a gap now. And requirements going up for Kiala over 6.53. Eden now needing a 7.03. So the task is getting bigger and bigger by the minute. Let's watch this. I like the first turn. Gets a nice little drive on her backhand. And now just almost looked like she got a little bit indecisive and couldn't decide where she wanted to go on that one. First turn was good. Nice little drive off the top. Thought here she might push for a bigger turn, but maybe seeing that little wobble down the line, and then unfortunately that one just faded out into the channel. So not going to really help her situation, Giggs.
Well, she has bumped up from 4th to 3rd, but carries the same requirement of the mid-range 6, a 6.53 required. Meanwhile, back into picture, Hopkins power blasting off the lip here, trying to improve her own numbers respectively. Her lowest score right now, 4.93. So first thoughts are, is she going to find that on a single maneuver? Perhaps that might be borderline, but just going back to Kayla Tamada Bennett, the Hawaiian, she just has such a precise, smooth flow to her surfing. Almost keeps the score down a little bit for her. Technically, her surfing is just absolutely perfect and precise. And, well, just smooth lines from the Hawaiian in blue. But she's got to go to a 6.53 if she wants to find the advance here at the expense of Lelior.
Yeah. And just looking at that surfing from Yolanda, you know, we talk about her just moving, missing out on qualification for the CT. Just watch this big bottom turn, wham, straight up into the lip. I can't help but think, imagine if she had qualified the first part of the year, pretty much chocker full of big right-handers and right-hand point breaks. She could have been a real danger on the CT.
Yeah, well, perhaps we get there in 2026. We'll know in a couple of months' time. Hopkins faring very well at the first Challenger Series stop in Newcastle, a 5th place finish. As we mentioned, losing to Tia Zabrowski, but still fetching good category and excellent category scores. We spoke of improving on a 4.93 with a single turn, and she's done just that, Kai, with a little over 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, 5.3 coming in from the judges, so she's got a set of 5s, and 5.83 almost at the 6 mark. And now just really kind of putting her authority on this. It's interesting. For the first half of the morning, we saw the lefts really producing the scores, but it looks like with the low tide, the rights are definitely now where the scores are coming from.
Yeah, good point you make there. You see the overview of the lineup here. Crystal clear water here. Water temps around 20, 21 degrees centigrade. That's sort of mid to high in the 70s Fahrenheit. So very easy to enjoy your time in the water as well. It's just a purifying, washing feeling of being in this Indian Ocean here. It's crystal clear. This is the Mozambican current that has traveled down the east coast of South Africa that feeds this clear water in. And as we talk about, it is the Dolphin Coast. It's an ocean that just, you can't help but feeling good when you're in the water here.
Yeah, but it doesn't just feed us nice, clean blue water. It feeds us lots of fish too. It's one of the best areas in the world for game fishing, and also crayfish, oysters and mussels, and so a really full seafood buffet here on the east coast of South Africa.
It really is, and you know, apologies to all the vegetarians out there, because we've spoken a lot about food this lunchtime heat.
Don't worry, we've got vegan
but we've got
options
very
too.
good vegetables as well.
Yeah.
We do. We can grow Have you seen the Avozilla? Do you know what an Avozilla is? Folks, all around the world, Google a thing called an Avozilla. Not kidding. So it's an avocado, right? But it's been super bred. They're like the size of a football.
I see those on the side of the road in Zululand all
Absolutely.
the time.
If you want the world's best avocados, they're right here in the region, folks. We promise you that. About 25 US cents, sometimes as cheap as that for a good avocado.
Well, Giggs, you'll laugh because obviously growing up in the Eastern Cape and spending many years in the Western Cape, like whenever I came up to Natal, it was like a big focal point. It was avos. And now since living up here, literally on my morning walks with the wife and dogs in the morning before work, I can pick up avos along the route.
Well, that's if the monkeys haven't before you.
Yeah, well, the monkeys can be an issue sometimes.
Exactly. A lot of monkeys in the area here in the Qualification region as well. The vervet monkeys amongst many of the breeds. But it is a place of overflow and abundance. Of course, the beautiful region of the Qualification, the east coast of South Africa. Put it on your list, folks, for the years to come.
Quick question.
Yes.
You grew up here with the vervets. Now you're down in Hermanus.
I'm down with the baboons.
With the baboons. Which one would you take?
No, it's way easier to chase away a monkey than a baboon, I'll tell you that. There's all the good fun parts of visiting South Africa, surf fans, and let's get back to what's going on in the water. Can Tamara Barrett find a 6.53? These are urgent questions now. And also, can Eden Waller get a requirement? I love how smooth her surfing is. Lovely lines from her. You see how she's adjusting. Stabs that turn. And this is going to be a star of the future, surfing fans. Young Eden Waller. She's on her way to great things. She got a 9th in Newcastle. But staring down the barrel of requirements of a 7.03 now. Could be the end of her campaign here in Ballito with a little over 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, and I think, Giggs, you know, we see this quite often with younger surfers competing at this level, is technically really proficient, but not quite as strong and not carrying as much weight as some of the older surfers. And it does affect the scoring, especially in these kind of conditions where, you know, if you look at someone like Yolanda, and she's putting that rail down in the water, she's displacing water, and it does look more impressive.
Well, second place surfer in the heat into picture there, Anat Lelio, who's campaigned a lot in and around the Mediterranean and the European qualifying series. And it looks like we're going to finish with an official result here. But all credit to Yolanda Hopkins. She's surfed outstandingly well. We've seen again the power on display from her. There she is on screen. It's going to be an official result. 5.03 and a 5.3 out of the lineup. And the backhand surfing of Anat Lelio is going to continue her campaign here in Ballito.
Sneaky cover.
Yeah, sneaky cover. Trust that everyone's enjoying the show. Stay with us. More surfing coming from Ballito in South Africa. Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series coming to you from Ballito in South Africa. A lunchtime here and warm temperatures as everybody flocks down to follow the action. Welcome back to the show, and well, welcome to a fresh heat on deck. You're with us for the round of 32 in the women's draw in Ballito. Heat 6 about to unfold. Kira Pinkerton will take on Amara Suzuki, Talia Swindle, and watch for Iwa Wong as well. Giggs and Kai in for the call as everybody flocks down to Ballito for the lunchtime action. And we're straight into it. 35-minute heats have been set. And young Talia Swindle just nicely off the lip there to get things moving. Multiple beach break conditions here. Peaky swell, lower period, about 7 to 8 seconds between the sets. But now that the tide has fallen out, it's very useful out there, and we're seeing some good combinations of turns coming from the contestants.
Yeah, well, it's all just following the script, really. Travis this morning holding things back for a little bit to let the tide sort of settle and start draining, and it's been the greatest of calls because the winds stayed low. It's super glassy out there. The waves are super contestable. Tide's still dropping out a little bit more, and then we're going to hit the push. So I think it's going to be a great finish today for this round.
All is well in the surfing world here in Ballito this week. Surfers campaigning on the Challenger Series. Second stop of 6 on offer to qualify for the championship tour. Quick score in of a 3.5 for young Talia Swindle, the American out of Malibu. So little building block score for her early on. Still awaiting rides from Suzuki and Wong. And of course, the highlight name in this heat, Kira Pinkerton. She's an experienced campaigner of her own there, Kai. Looking forward to see what the San Clemente surfy can bring to us in the red singlet.
Well, yeah, looking at that previous heat, you know, Yolanda's performance on the front side on the rail, I think Kira Pinkerton can also bring that kind of rail game to work here. So excited to see what she gets. But this was a nice turn, very late up into the lip. So she did super well there to hold on to the turn. Gets a 3.5, nice little warm up. But I think if we look at the last couple of heats, you know, you're going to be needing to get in those 5s, 6s, and even 7s if you want to make it through the heats today.
Yeah, just thinking to that last heat, there were a couple of high 4s and 5s in the scoreline. We'll see if the averages stay there, or if they lift. You would expect that the numbers may lift just a touch here with Kira Pinkerton in the lineup. Twice in the championship tour jersey already in 2025. Surfed to a 9th place in El Salvador, getting that round of 16, bowing out to Molly Picklum, and then of course a 9th at Trestles as well. So she's got the fundamentals, she's got the goods. See how she goes here as she gets her campaign for the second stop in Ballito underway.
Yeah, and it's going to be an exciting heat, but it's going to be an exciting evening too. We've got Surfer's Infinite playlist at the free concert tonight on Salt Rock Beach. Some of South Africa's preeminent artists, including our world longboard champ Stevie Sawyer, going to be performing.
Absolutely, looking very forward to that. Also looking forward to this opening ride of Iwa Wong on the inside. She's also an incredible talent, surfing precisely here in the opening ride of her encounter here in Ballito. And we'll let the judges simmer on that. And just to segue back to what you were saying there, it's going to be a great evening at Salt Rock, the next beach to the north of the contest site here. And into picture comes Kira Pinkerton. Pinkerton just working through the sections here. Spoke of the low tide conditions. This one has found a little run all the way to the channel next to the rocks there, Kai. So good opener. It's taken a couple of minutes to find it, and Kira Pinkerton will join the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's pretty much the story of the morning is like a couple of feelers, a couple of working out what the lineup's doing and what the waves are doing, and then towards the sort of middle section of the heats we're starting to see surfers find their feet and really start putting scores in. So I think the conditions aren't easy today. It's pretty tricky out there, but there's certainly scoring potential. And yeah, if you're in KZN or around the Ballito area, it's free tonight. You can just come down and enjoy some good music, so please do come join us.
Absolutely. Let's do that shout out again, Kai. Free music concert this evening at Salt Rock, the Infinite playlist. And of course you mentioned former world longboard champion Stevie Sawyer, very handy on the chords. And of course, highlight acts, names like Arno Carstens, the lead singer of Springbok Nude Girls, one of the real music culture bands out of South Africa. And of course, John Ellis from Tree 63 as well. If you've never heard of those artists, go and find them on Spotify. Some great stuff there from Arno Carstens and John Ellis. And of course, Heather Mack as well, just the most iconic female singer. She's going to be part of it. And it's just celebrations in and around the Ballito area this entire week.
Yeah, and I can tell you that they had events in Cape Town and in Durban earlier this year around the Surfers Infinite playlist. All of the events were sold out, and feedback from the Cape Town crew was that it was an incredible evening. So I'm really pumped for tonight. It's going to be amazing. And
it is a sight and sound combination. So while the artists are playing, in the background is going to be, I believe, a whole historical roll of all the Gunston 500 pictures over the years. So it's going to be a real cultural bash tied in with the music festival. So everyone's looking forward to that this evening. It's a perfect way to wrap up a beautiful summer's type of day in the middle of winter here in KZN.
I'm going to be scanning those old pics for young gigs.
Well, don't worry about young gigs. Let's worry about young surfers in the lineup. Let's go and hear from the winner of that last each down there with Emma Deal.
Yolanda, you brought such solid rail surfing to that heat. It was really a standout of that heat. I know this is already your best result in Ballito, so tell us about that and how that heat felt.
I mean, like, being seeded to the second round was already my best result. Yeah, I love Ballito, but I've never managed to have a good result here the last few years. And it's so nice to actually pass through a couple of heats. And yeah, just the heat was really tricky. I was just chatting with a couple of the girls. It's just really shifty, and there's like a really good ball, but it's never in the right spot. So I guess I was just lucky I managed to catch a couple that gave me the scores, but it was really tough out there.
And we saw a couple of our South Coast surfers on the beach who did the long drive to come support apparently only you. We heard you spend some time at the South Coast instead of choosing to surf out here.
Yeah, me and my coach was thinking over it, and it was just like, here was quite crowded. It had the few contests before. I was like, why? Well, let's just enjoy this little trip and actually enjoy surfing. And I think it paid off. We just had such a good fun down at the South Coast, and the crowd down there also, the locals, such a good crew. And like you said, they came all the way up to support me, so I can't complain. I even thought about actually getting a place down there because the waves are so good.
Amazing. We can see your surf tank is filled up. Now you can rest and get ready for tomorrow. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Well, I like what Ashton Goggins says in that Red Bull no contest coverage. He says exhaustingly perfect waves. Let's leave it at that. Let's focus on the contest, because a 4.83 has come into the scoreline for Iwa Wong, who sets the pace for the heat now. But just to quickly reflect back to Yolanda Hopkins' interview there, she mentioned that this is already her best result, a 41st last year in Ballito. But then, as we mentioned, almost qualifying care of quarterfinals in Sydney, the US Open, and in Portugal. So watch for Yolanda Hopkins come the back part of the Challenger Series this year, especially when we get to that event in Ericeira. You know that rail surfing on the right-hand point break of Ribeira de Illes is going to suit Yolanda Hopkins just fine. And then, of course, there's all the other opportunities as well. Saquarema's big open beach breaks. Power surfing can tell a strong story for scores there. And then, of course, Pipeline and back to Newcastle. And Yolanda got a 9th in Newcastle already. Oh, sorry, Mas, a 5th. So she finished 5th for the first Challenger Series stop. So watch for Yolanda Hopkins. She's on a push.
And she's a really good surfer, so I'm hoping she can get there. Here we go with second wave for Talia. That's not going to work out much for her. And it was cool to hear her talking about, going and trying a new spot. I chatted to her coach as well about it. He has a place in Portugal that, like a surf lodge, and he was saying, like, after their trip to the South Coast, he's considering selling it and opening a surf lodge on the South Coast.
Well, what you could do is you could spend half the year in Portugal and the other half here in South Africa, and that would work out just fine if you're into chasing. Winter. Winter, win. And certainly those are the rewards for getting on an aeroplane and traveling, looking for surf around the world. And certainly this KwaZulu-Natal region, quality waves Of course, don't forget, this trip to South Africa would include the iconic Jeffreys Bay. And we look just a few days away from into next week, the start of the next stop on the championship tour. All the world's best have left Rio de Janeiro and already unzipping board bags in J-Bay. So South Africa is a good value surf trip.
Yeah, I must say, this year, if I could choose a year to get down there and watch the event live in J-Bay, this would be it. Geordie coming home with the yellow jersey. It's had such a magical run. I think they're going to be in for one of the stellar J-Bay events in the history of the event.
No, absolutely. And on the women's side as well, you think of the big heats coming your way. I think of how well Molly Picklum is surfing. Think of the power of Gabrielle O'Brien and everybody else in the lineup. It's going to be super fun to watch starting next week. But Challenger Series is where we find the surfers for the 2026 Championship Tour. And that is through this system here. And it's a much improved Challenger Series for the year. And we're loving what it's bringing us. Even here on day 3, slightly smaller conditions for the second stop on the CS. And well, we're just waiting for, again, we spoke of waiting for a breakthrough moment in the heat. It did happen in the previous one as well, with a couple of good scores coming away. So we'll wish that into reality. But on screen, this young surfer, Talia Swindle, she's surfing with seamless flow as well. We like what she brings to us. Just a little one maneuver contribution from there. So just keeping her scorecard ticking over for now, Kai. Plenty of time for her as well. 21.5 to go.
This has probably been one of the slowest starts today. I wonder almost if they haven't hit the bottom out on the tide. We do tend to find that when you either top out on the high or bottom out on the low here, you'll hit that heat that just slows down a little bit as the water transitions.
Yeah, spot on the low tide, exactly that. Here in KwaZulu-Natal on the east coast of South Africa. Talia Swindle, the young surfer, working hard in her region. Got a first in Barbados in the QS 5000 level event. And well, not a great visit to Newcastle, 33rd. Did the full season last year, did Talia Swindle on the Challenger Series. So she's gained experience. It's not her first visit to Ballito. She keeps her rails nice and loose here and back to it under priority. Nice little click there, smaller wave if there's a negative to talk about. But showing us her rail and her speed and power and flow there.
A little bit of flair on the end there too, Giggs, getting the fins out the back. I like the little jazz hands off the back of that one too. So yeah, maybe a bit of a smaller wave, but she took off here, nice looking little bowl, starts off with a little wrap and then builds up the momentum for this turn and got the fins out the back. So I think that'll get her momentum going again.
Well, she's not sitting waiting. A couple of the heat interviews have basically given us an insight into how it is in the lineup. And Yolanda Hopkins was just saying she felt that she was lucky in that last heat because there were certain waves that just shift away from you and certain waves that can come to you. So nothing wrong with the approach of Talia Swindle right now. Meanwhile, Iwa Wong is going to go for a second ride here. That one just not getting into second gear, but she'll post a number for now. Prior to that, she'd only had a single ride of a 4.33. And, in the context of this heat, 4.33 does have a meaning. Meanwhile, Amara Suzuki's had a very quiet heat. This is her first wave. She's held priority for an age and found the runner for a two-turn combination. And what are we thinking of that, Kai? Because it took her an absolute age, nearly 15 minutes to unlock her first ride.
Yeah, it took almost halfway through the heat, but good choice. It was a nice little springy right-hander with a little bowl on it. Got the two-turn combo. She had some pretty confident body language off the back end of that second turn. We haven't seen a wave score higher than 4.33 so far, so I think it's going to be in that ballpark, maybe a little bit higher. We'll have a look at the replay when it comes up and just analyze that wave a bit deeper, but just off my first glance, decent start to the heat.
Decent start and a lot of patience being executed here. Let's have a look at this.
Nice little whip off the top there. Good deep bottom turn before that, and then getting the second hit. I think the first turn, though, is where the money was, really attacking the section there and still getting the closeout maneuver to finish. So She even gave the judges a bit of a look there. She said, yes, I am here.
Well, the 24-year-old surfer from Japan comes with a lot of experience to Ballito. Remember that she was part of the CT in a shortened 2021 season. Quarterfinal in Rottnest Island against many of the world's best. So she does have the caliber. She does have what it takes on this Challenger Series, Kai. Meanwhile, Iwa Wong letting go that tail right there, and it's a succession of rides coming at us now. This is Talia Swindle, who's, as we mentioned, just kind of freewheeling through this heat, just keeping herself loose and relevant. And that one, a bigger and better version of her previous wave we just seen.
Yeah, and I'd like to see Eva Lila getting that big layback hack down. Jeez, that looked really good. Just kind of got a little bit stuck on the back leg as she came out of it, but it was pretty close. So we've seen throughout the morning these little bursts of activity, and it seems like that trend is still continuing, even with a bit of a lull in this heat.
Well, previous ride for your lady on screen in the white singlet, Talia, a 3:13. Judges just pondering a bigger and better version of that. What are we thinking, Kai?
Takes off, nice little wrap with a bit of a jab. Wave jumps up for her and she goes to the lip. So yeah, good looking wave. Also looking at the previous ride, the opener for Amuro, a 493 gigs. So setting maybe the trend there, the two-turn combo.
We're into the second half of the heat and judges are pondering Talia Swindle's last ride. Not a big requirement to go into the lead, just a 3.27. We feel that she's knocked on the door of that and a little bit more. Waiting for that number to land here, and it looks like it's going to get her from second into first, Kai.
Yeah, just looking at some of the scores, the judges sort of between a 4.5 and a 4.8, coming in at a 4.67, so just below Suzuki's wave, which I think was a bit of a bigger wave and a little bit more juice, but close. And that's going to shift the heat now. Talia up in the lead and Amuro in fourth, but only needing a 1.84.
New heat leader Talia Swindle, as we'll sit back and take a break. It's beautiful Ballito. It's lunchtime in South Africa. Stay with us. We'll continue shortly.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Challenger Series coming to you from Ballito. Second stop. Look inside the Red Bull athlete area here. Heat preparation. Surfers studying the lineup and the short period swell that is running through the lineup, but there are opportunities. It's a good afternoon, Giggs and Carr breaking it down for you on a lunchtime here in beautiful Ballito as we continue with heat number 6 in the round of 32. It is day 3 of competition and we're having a lot of fun with it, Kai.
Yeah, good times, great weather, awesome people, good food, and a 3.1 during the break from the Japanese surfer. Love that aggressive little jab in the pocket from her. And then Kira with a nice big closeout section there. Oh, she had to wrangle that one a little bit, but got there. And big exchanges. Talia, wow, nice big whip on the front side and got the second turn. Even getting a third little carve. I think that might just be her best wave.
Wow. Good pace and flow to Talia Swindle, who'd become the heat leader just before the break. Judges now thinking about an even more improved score for Talia Swindle, and there it comes in. It's a 6.33, so extending her lead now with 12.5 on the clock. She's putting the other surfers to notice here, and when I say the other surfers, there's surfers in the lineup like Suzuki and Pinkerton with former CT experience. So judges love that one. They ate it up, speed, power, and flow, and everything in between. The young American is out front with 12 on the clock.
Yeah, it's only the pace of the heat has just picked up, but it's been the story of the morning, really. We've seen a lot of surfers only finding their rhythm towards the sort of midsection. Look at the judges' components: committed major maneuvers, a variety of retro, precision and flow, big airs and progression, and extraordinary single maneuvers. And that's really been what we've been seeing, is either one big maneuver with a score or the combo of a couple of maneuvers down the line with speed and flow.
Yeah, Talia Swindle just touching those first two bulletin points, and definitely the precision and flow as well in there. And she finds herself a heat leader. And over an experienced field in Amara Suzuki, as we mentioned, former CT surfer from Japan. Let's break this one down again. Lovely off the rail.
That first big hack was pretty impressive. A lot of speed and power on display there. That was pretty much the bulk of the score. Just watch how she comes off the top here. Just whack. Really got the fin release there too. So a little bit of flair. And the second turn was a pretty committed section. Definitely showing commitment. And then working our way through the inside. So some good surfing there as we go back into action.
Oh, we love it. It's coming at us thick and fast here in Heat 6 of the day. And Talia Swindle leads over Suzuki, Pinkerton, and well, don't forget this young Iwa Wong. She is able to produce flawless surfing of her own. Also the young Hawaiian, just 20 years of age now. And see how she fares here on her campaign. Was an ISA gold winner very early on in her career, and she'll be here looking for big numbers in Ballito.
Yeah, well, she got this one from the back corner. Nice big committed turn to start, and managing to get the closeout maneuver to finish. So two-turn combo. She's going to get a score, and it's going to put her back in the mix gigs.
Well, wait for that number to land. Not a big requirement, and there it is. It's locks in. You see a tight paddle on the takeoff peak. Kira Pinkerton takes ownership of that wave. Saw a bit of hand flaring there at the takeoff. We'll go back and have a look at that shortly, but definitely some solid surfing from Iwa Wong. Gets her up into second at this stage. This one's starting to whiz by. We're down to under 10 minutes to go, and everybody is in with a shout to put their hand up for the heat progression here.
Yeah, and Suzuki was holding priority over Kira, but I don't know if you could call that a block. I mean, if she had committed and gone, then she would have been in front of her, and there might have been an interference, but I think she had to get onto the wave to claim it.
Well, Amara did have the higher prio. Is that correct?
Yeah, she did.
But there was no way that, in my opinion, just having a look at that, that Suzuki in blue was getting over the ledge and into the gliding forward momentum to actually take ownership of that wave. So tight read from Kira Pinkerton. And here she is further down the beach, just campaigning, and goes slightly weightless there. A lot of power in young Kira Pinkerton surfing. We want to see more from her. 5'5", 150 pounds, the young 23-year-old. As we mentioned, CT experience again this year. We want to get some performances from her. She got a 5th in Newcastle, so comes to Ballito here on the front foot. She'll want to get through this heat.
Yeah, and just showing her experience and how calm she could stay in that situation, because she would have been aware that she was under the priority, but also obviously feeling like she was into the wave and she wasn't really going to hinder the other server. So doing well just to commit and keep going.
Well, Priority judge Ratso Buchanan on duty. He is the CT priority judge. He wouldn't have been fooled by that. You see, there was no way that blue was getting into that. But good to break that situation down, and great to see the experience of Kira Pinkerton and just staying calm. If she had noticed that blue was getting over the ledge, then she would have had to give way, and that's fine. But no harm, no foul. Suzuki now has the priority, so she can focus on her surfing, and right now she needs to focus on a 3.83 in the lineup. It's a heat made up of relatively small scores, other than that beautiful surfing for the 6.33 from the heat leader Swindle. Let's have a look at this. Live action, tight in the pocket for Iwa Wong. Our second place surfer, and trying to defend that, also trying to improve on her own respective numbers. She's got to get that pace just a little higher to stretch the requirements for Suzuki and Pinkerton.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Well, we got it wrong, Giggs.
Ratso is calling it, and you can see Kira Pinkerton is furious over it. So, yeah, that was a big topic of discussion in this heat. And Kira Pinkerton is furious. She'll be furious with herself as well. But Suzuki may be playing a little bit of dirty foul there as well, in showing the intention to go.
Yeah, that could have been like a Premier League trip right there. But yeah, we looked at it. We didn't really think she had hindered any scoring potential. But that's why we get to sit in a booth with a microphone and not a judge.
Well, the other talking point of that is that we were looking at an oblique camera angle as we covered that moment. That would have happened directly in front of the judge's tower. So Ratso Buchanan wouldn't have missed a beat on that. Yeah, let's have a look at it again. Interference call, red on blue. And, well, it's in the history books. And Pinkerton is basically going to get penalised one counting score. So that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for the second stop, considering that Pinkerton has crusaded well with a 5th place finish. There is your rule book. There is the interpretation of it. It was deemed that there was a hindering. So higher priority, just stay away. That's the point of the story. Anyone that's higher than you on your priority scales, fear and shy away from them at all costs.
I guess also you got to look at the conditions as well. You know, if you're sitting somewhere like J-Bay on the point break and you're watching the waves run, it's a lot easier to stay out of that situation because the wave is so lined up. But in this sort of situation, like you said, seeing that Japanese surfer paddling straight at her for that wave, maybe it would have just been a better choice to sit back and let her go.
Well, a lot of CT experience to talk about in the Challenger Series jerseys here. Macy Callahan coming up next, taking on Tessa Tyson and a bunch of other talents. Focusing on the lineup here, it's going to get scratchy with now 3 surfers trying to find the top 2 positions. Pinkerton, with that penalty, will lose a second counting ride. Can she get a progression? She'd have to get a 9, right? If you're going to do it on one wave.
8.76. I mean, we've seen an 8. We have seen an 8, and it wasn't for like highly progressive surfing either. It was for a massive blowtail on the backhand in a big section, and then a little back up turn. So she'd like to do that, wouldn't she? Just get a big score and go back into the first place.
Well, here is Pinkerton on the way to the inside. She's frustrated. She's going to call it. She's going to roll in, and she's going to pack her bags and think about the US Open of surfing just up the road from home. She's going to go home and just settle it down, think about it. A 5th place in Newcastle. It will be a throwaway here in Ballito for the talent that is Kira Pinkerton. And that's okay. It's all part of the journey. But for now, that is going to be a 4th place finish for the American surfer in red.
Well, it's a tough one. It is a tough one.
So
it's going to be a hard pull to swallow for her. But she's been around. She knows how these things work, and hopefully she'll just go home, refocus, and get ready for the next one. Like we said, it's a new and improved Challenger Series. There's loads of opportunities coming her way, and she'll just refocus on the US Open now. Yeah,
Pinkerton will focus on Huntington Beach. Just see her just letting off the steam, just accepting it, and yeah, she'll be moving on. Always a tough one, but you know, there are more losses than wins generally in the campaigns of all of the surfers. But yeah, that's the way Ballito is in 2025 for Kira Pinkerton. Frustrating, I'm sure. But let's focus on the top end of the heat. Swindle with the 6.33. The other American has set the pace for this heat. A little over 3 minutes to go. Really, it's a sprinkling of fours and just that sixth the highlight at this stage, Kyle.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow heat. It hasn't shown as much potential as maybe the 3-4 heats prior, but we're still seeing some wave movement. I mean, that set broke beyond all of them.
Well,
so.
And the other half of that whole interference debacle there was Suzuki, who's been holding the priority ever since, and still finds herself down in third, looking for just a 3.83. So it's a grindy heat. It is what it is. We just see the movement on the screen, watching from above there. Amara Suzuki, a very low score, already a 4.93 in the lineup from her. She literally has to just get up and find one good clean section to click on. Of course, Suzuki already 24 years of age, and then we mentioned a lot of experience. She got the 5th place in Newcastle, so she'll want to keep moving through the rounds as well, as of course does everybody. But Amara Suzuki, just the door open for her right here now with a little over 2 to go.
The whole interference thing is so crazy too. Remember yesterday in the men's, one of the heats with an interference situation, and the same thing almost happening, is that the interference affected 3rd and 4th, not 1st and 2nd, and that could well be the case here. Now, you've had this whole situation go down. Pinkerton's out, but Suzuki at the moment leading a wave, and she might well finish in 3rd.
Well, Iwa Wong can only focus on her own surfing at this stage to try and protect that 2nd place position. Talia Swindle's done a good job. She's on that 11-point heat total. We mentioned that highlight score of a 6.37. So even Swindle could improve on the 4.67 herself, and here she'll go. Bowling situation here, and she'll just go over the handlebars. So no improvements to the 4.67 for the heat lead. Iwa Wong, again, can still do something about her own scores. She's going to sift through every opportunity she can as well, with a little over 1 minute now on the clock. But a priority for Suzuki, she's got to find that low score, 3.83. It's achievable. Does the Indian Ocean play out here? Last minute, Kai.
Yeah, now the pressure's on, needing a score, 3.83. It's not a massive requirement, but she's been struggling to find waves the last couple of minutes since that situation went down. Maybe rattled her a little bit.
And the other thing is the watercolors changed right in the main peak here. A lot of flush on the low tide, lots of sand moving around. So obviously just a couple of surges and swirls just affecting the priority takeoff area at the moment, Kai. 30 seconds to go. Are we going to see another wave?
Wow, now this is probably going to be the longest 25 seconds of her life. And she's going to have to pull trigger here. So looking at this one.
Well, here we go. Crunch moment. Can she stay in the game? Requirements are low. This wave is almost twisted and sort of been like a bit of a pretzel corkscrew type of wave. It was terrible. That wasn't a great wave at all, and the clock forced her into that, Kai.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a heat where both 3rd and 4th are just going to pack their bags and just go, oh well. That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, that's definitely how it goes sometimes. These two on their way through to the next round. It was a solid performance from Talia. Well done to Eva Lila just to fight her way back into 2nd place there, and they'll be through to the next round.
It's an official result. We'll lose Amara Suzuki and Kira Pinkerton. They'll focus on the US Open. Talia Swindle and Iwa Wong will stay in the draw for the next round at the Ballito Pro. Stay with us. The action will continue. Paul Evans, Greg Emsley, and Jess Starling in for the call. It's beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Got one more after this for the round.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. I've got Paul Canning down here with us. PC, what a historic event. It's been going for 56 years. O'Neill involved since 2019.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. Yeah, we're super stoked and honored to be a part of such a prestigious event. It's our 6th year now. And yeah, what a beautiful synergy, you know, the world's longest running professional surf event with the world's oldest established surf brand. So yeah, it's an amazing partnership, and we're very proud and honored to be a part of it.
And PC, you've got a big contingent of team riders in the event. Luke Thompson's having a good run so far. So is Winter Vincent. Yolanda Hopkins has made it through a heat this morning as well.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, obviously Luke, local boy, and yeah, we're really hoping he can go all the way this year. He's surfing really, really well. He's had 2 very good heats now. Winter always looks good, yeah. I mean, it's very similar conditions to the northern beaches of Sydney. And so he's looking really on fire. And yeah, Yolanda just got through a heat now. So we're hoping the O'Neill riders can go all the way.
And then just looking ahead to Jeffreys Bay, which starts a week or so after the Ballito Pro event, we've got Geordie Smith and Katie Simmers heading into South Africa as big, serious world title contenders.
Yeah, I think it's going to be amazing. The long-range forecast is starting to look pretty good for an early start down in J Bay. So yeah, I'm heading down there next Thursday. Super excited, and yeah, it's going to be amazing to see Geordie and Katie in action down there. And yeah, hopefully they can, you know, Geordie can hold on to that yellow jersey through after J Bay, and yeah, it's going to be amazing to watch.
Thank you so much, Paul, and good luck for the rest of the event. Back to you guys.
Epic vibes there from the boys. Love that. Really looking forward to J-Bay. Really enjoying what we're watching at the moment. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Jess Starling, Greg Emsley, out in the water. Have a look at a brand new heat. Looking at Macy Callahan, Tessa Thiessen, Reed Van Wagener, Sol Aguirre. That's our quartet going at it. Paul Canning. Toxic positivity from the man. He's just always so stoked. I love it. Meanwhile, way to get things going on the front foot there for Van Wagener as she belts it. Here goes Thiessen.
Can you use toxic and positive in the same word, in the same sentence?
Yeah,
right?
I'm trying. Mate, when you travelled with him on tour, right, Canning?
Ah, what a legend. PC, always smiling, absolute legend. Best travel partner in the world.
I was going to say, was he like that back then when it was a little bit of grovel involved, late 90s? Was he always that happy?
Oh, we loved it. Best times ever. PC and I ruled the world.
What an ambassador for South African surfing and for the brand, O'Neill. And he's delighted with the way things are shaping up. Hopkins, I just saw her. First heat she's ever made in Ballito. So
wow.
Where could it go from here? The floodgates may be open. She's had a bit of a nightmare last few seasons here. In fact, when I saw her, I didn't know if to say hi or not. Because, you know, I didn't see the result. I was like, oh, maybe I'll just keep my head down. But she was like, all right. I was like, okay, sick, you won.
I saw her coach, John, before the heat and said, how are you feeling? He said, well, good. You know, Yolanda's the best surfer, yeah. I'm quite confident. So his coach was feeling confident. And Yolanda's looking good, doing a lot of free surfing as well.
She was first one down there this morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you say, I know what you mean, mate, I'm the best commentator here?
You are. I'm about 5th best. 6th, maybe 6th. Or 7th.
Mate, if you're in the
but luckily, I'll fill the guest role, so I'm all right.
If you're in the top 10, you'll be qualified, so
Here we
that's
go.
all that counts.
All fun.
All right, let's see what conditions offer us here. A little bit sort of sluggish that last heat. Good energy here. Nice bit of spark from Sol. Strong representation from Peru. And she gives that one a good crack.
Looking through these heats and today's heats, we think, you know, about the surfers that advanced from the previous round into the seeded round. Names like Tia Zabrowski, Sierra Kerr, Kiara Gould, and Nat Lelo, Talia Swindle, all getting through today. maybe that little warm-up really helped them. And we'll think about Reed van Wagner and Sol Aguirre, also part of that group. Will they take confidence out of that?
I like that. I like that a lot. That's a point we were asking, you know, at the start of this event. Is these early rounds really going to come into play when it comes to getting pretty deep in the draw? And I mean, there's a big jump in points between the round of 32 and the round of 16. So if you get through this, you're definitely well on your way to having, you know, a solid amount of points. But it's really the quarters onwards that these ladies really want to get to.
Just looking at these 4 women in the lineup at the moment, Macy Callahan's probably the one we know the most about in terms of her profile and her experience on the CT. What gets Macy motivated in the morning to go out there and shred heats, Jessie?
I think Macy just loves surfing. She's been doing it for so long. I remember Macy, when we were younger, she just was so good. She was always kind of scouted as that next talent to come through Australia, and she won everything growing up. I mean, there wasn't an event that she didn't win, and even now she looks really cool, calm and collected, but she wants it. She wants it really badly, and she had a crazy year on the Challenger Series in 2022, and I feel like this year she's really trying to channel that energy and get back to where, you know, she really belongs, which is that top league.
Here she goes. Nice looking section for her. There's a trademark turn. Does real well to use the full amplitude of the wave face off the bottom and into the lip, pushing hard, making it look good. Nice cooperative section, that one.
Yeah, definitely was. I mean, it had a nice punch back to it. Think back to India Robertson when she was finding sections like that, laying into one big turns. Unfortunately, she couldn't find anything more than that, but it's a nice settler, as we'll call. I mean, this wave, as soon as you can punch something as big as that, that's when we really start to see magic start to happen. We see them open up their shoulders, look a little bit looser, and Macy surfed enough heats now to know that you just got to have to keep building from here on out.
Solid single turn maneuver on that wave. That was one of those clean faces which really let her get nice and high up in that lip. It was a slightly bigger wave as well. But it's still a bit of a tricky lineup to find those clean open faces when you actually go and sit on the beach and you look at that view. A couple of takeoff spots, and I think where these right-handers are still have the best opportunity on them. There's Tess Thiessen on that one. So just not a lot of bigger wall on that, so a couple of sort of carved down turns, but the judges are going to be looking for those big single maneuvers or maybe the 2-turn combo if you can find those.
It's definitely been a common theme today. I mean, there's not been a lot of 3-4 turners kind of strung together that have gone above that 4-5 mark. We've seen a lot of those massive scores come today from 2 turns, really, or 1 turn in the likes of Nadia Estabe for that big 1 backhand click. But she, you know, I feel like these women could be really taking something from that and trying to just do less and just connect better. Just on cue, just like that.
Great connection, Van Wagner. Saw 2 surfers showing interest in that wave. Did get that interference in the last heat as well. And as well as trying to just work on your score, tricky, particularly in these kind of conditions, just keeping an eye exactly where your opponents are. If they're higher up the priority pecking order, avoiding them.
I think that interference in that last heat will keep these surfers fairly honest as well, because it was a tight call, so I think they'll be very wary of that and making sure they keep that distance.
Speaking of the last heat, let's go and hear from the winner. She's with Emma Smith.
Talia, I'm super invested in your story. As we've been chatting, you've had injuries, you didn't make the Challenger Series, then you got caught up, and I know you've been working a lot on the mental, psychological side of it.
Yeah, no, I'm just so grateful to be here. Like, this place is beautiful. It's so cool to surf and travel the world, and just that in itself is amazing. So yeah, I'm stoked to win that heat.
Amazing. And I know that you said you rode your board pretty much 20 minutes before your heat for the first time.
Yeah, no, I haven't ridden it here, but it felt magic at home. I rode it once at home, and I brought it, and the conditions looked like this board was going to go great, and I have so much trust in the boards that Channel Islands are making me, so I rode it for my heat, felt great, and then just went with it.
Well, it looked great. Good luck for the rest of the event, and we'll see you tomorrow. Well done.
Swindle delighted with her performance. Relatively late call up to watch. Definitely looks like she's in the right company. Statement wins over a talented field. This one, thus far, giving us loads of energy to get particularly excited about. Where are these sections, Jess?
Yeah,
can you see any?
Definitely a couple. I mean, that little right just streaked down in front of our screen, but I mean, yeah, it's such an interesting day. It's been a definite gamble when it comes to strategies and heats. We've seen, you know, surfers catch a lot of waves and surf themselves into a rhythm, and then we've seen people surf waves up and maybe not catch as many waves. So it's really been a kind of a surprising day. There hasn't been that one consistent factor that has been running through, but these guys just need to find their own rhythm in this heat at this point in time.
Which one of those two is the better tactic, Greg Emsley? Busy, patient?
Well, I spoke to Nadia.
Yep.
Earlier after a heat, and I said, please tell me that wasn't planned, to have sort of 8 shocking waves and then come back at the end with a couple crackers. She said she was having the worst heat ever, just couldn't put anything together. She couldn't believe how she just found that rhythm, and those waves just suddenly came to her. She said exactly that. So that was interesting, but that was her just keeping busy until that strategy worked of catching lots of waves.
All right, got a bit of a bomb here on the left for Van Wagener, but it is a tight section. She would have loved just another second or two there because she had a ton of momentum from the takeoff, and that's not something we've been able to say. We've seen surfers kind of stand up and pump a little bit for that first bowl. And those lefts have been tricky this year.
In the lineup, you will probably see more of those lefts because of the angle of the swell. So they are tricky, and that's a nice turn from Sol. And you do sort of paddle in them, and they've got a bit of a run to them. But when you get up on those waves, they're kind of running out to sea. There's not a lot of power pushing back on that lip at your board. So it's hard to really get a good rhythm. It's a bit soft, where those rights definitely coming at you give you that nice coping to bank off.
So the 35-minute heats, changing up the format today. Pretty good call, really. Seeing the previous half dozen that we've gone down, and just where these opportunities are coming. The scores that have been getting through most heats, maybe just one previous to this, bit of an exception, but other than that, generally surfers have been able to find some quality, but a few range finders required by some. Here's Tess. She's had a few waves like that as well, but she's heading in the right direction. Got the 417. High number is Macy's 5 that came in early on. This was that left we just saw from Reed.
Yeah, really tight section there. She had to get up there pretty quick and did so with a bit of authority. Macy, she got herself a wave as well. That's a really textbook Macy turn. We love when she lays it on rail. It's just so classy and strong at the same time. And then this turn, really vertical there in the pocket for Sol. Had a lot of water pushing back towards her, and Macy, she's looking again here. Unfortunately buried the nose, but I feel like this heat, it's been really interesting. There's been a lot of big one-turners, so potentially these ladies identifying the fact that, all right, let's just not try and grind out a wave and force the situation, force the scenario. They found one really strong turns. This last one, Macy, though, she has such a good backhand. I mean, that first turn was just so tight in the pocket. Went up for the second, and that's the second time I've seen her unfortunately bury the nose in this heat, so she'll be looking to iron out and smooth that little lump in the next 20 or so minutes.
I like the turn from Sol. I thought it was very critical. I thought the landing was heavy. I thought that one big maneuver had a lot of degree of difficulty in it. And I think that, you know, that one maneuver is not going to be a huge score, but I think it's going to be a very decent score in the context of this heat where it's at the moment. Macy's dominating, you would say, on those single maneuvers. But I think Sol's going to put on, you know, I think it's going to be sort of the next best sort of numbers.
We've been talking about as well a lot today, I mean, that next generation coming through. Reed, she's only 15 years old, so she's in that next gen. She's so young, but she's surfing like a woman. She's surfing like she's got a lot of strength behind her, and glimpses of her at the World Juniors. I mean, she got pretty deep in the draw, but her backhand was incredible. I'd never really come across her before until the start of this year, and I was so pleasantly surprised. I mean, she can really connect on her backhand, so hopefully we see her try and find a couple rights and just put it up there, go super vertical in this heat.
So Reed, I believe, is also working with Brad Gerlach at home, a bit of the wave keep program. And Brad Gerlach, a big talking point of this event, he was the 89 and 1991 champion of the then Gunston 500.
At New Pier?
No, it was North Beach back then, but peer-to-peer surfing, 5 foot, and Ger was just unstoppable on those 5 foot walls. Just, you know, it was just top form Ger. Probably some of the best surfing he was doing back then. Really high performance. Sol Agüe up on that wave with another big single maneuver for her. So that previous one of Sol got her a 4.27. So, you know, sort of mid-range score. Not sure if that's going to go quite as high as that last wave, but she is in the game.
Yeah, chasing a 3.9 here. So Sol, she's just going for it on big sections. She definitely pushed harder on that one. I mean, we saw that tail drift up and over that lip a little bit, laid into it. And so Sol, she's not chasing much, a 3.9, but Reed looking like she's got a good bowl here, Paul.
Bang. Backhand hit, and you can see that one dredging, kind of gargled up a bit of sand, didn't it? It's not real deep out there at the moment. And just not quite getting the execution right. Nice section, good intense, bit of speed, and some nice bit of spark to the surfing, but crucially, need to stay at the top of the surfboard to get the score. Is that requirement for Sol? She's kind of just chipping away a bit here. We will get a number for her last wave. Similar rhythm to the sort of stuff we're seeing. Not loads of sort of down the line momentum, but nice verticality to her surfing.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like looking at conditions, as far as conditions go, since we got past that high tide, this has been one of the better days. I mean, there's absolutely no wind. The swell feels like it's filtered in a little bit and offered some really nice sections for every single one of these ladies to really attack and lay into at least one single maneuver. So let's see who that woman is going to be in this heat who identifies that bowl. Similar to we've seen, there's always one in every of those heats. Thinking of Nadia Aristabe, that just find this wave that is just a better than the rest of them. So I'm interested to see who is going to be that lady in this heat.
16 to go. Here's your heat leader, Macy. She's found cleaner water thus far. Nice work from her on the backhand. Couple of hits, good rhythm. Here's a third turn. Fan of spray and just kicks out with the momentum. So the speed and the drive up throughout. Nice joined up flow as well between the maneuvers. So these lefts starting to come into play here. Interesting to see her going to the backhand. Good value for the lead so far. She just looks to try and kind of extend that advantage. She does seem to have slightly better read on the ocean so far in this.
Yeah, she's got a great relationship with this wave. I mean, she got a second here back in 2022. This from this angle, I mean, Macy's just got a really tidy, solid backhand. This wave kind of tapered off a little bit down the line, never quite bent back at her, but I mean, thinking of some of the results, she had that France CT way back when. I mean, she was just going upside down on her backhand, and you know, she comes from North Shelley where you do get a lot of lefts right up in the corner there, so no surprise she's looking strong going left.
Macy's positioning herself in the lineup for those lefts. It's something that she's wanting. She's obviously identified that. I just don't know if it's such a big scoring potential on those lefts. You know, she does have a 5 and 2 and 4.2. So is she going to better one of those scores? Possibly, but I think she needs to look for one of those steeper right-handers.
14.5 to go in this. Currently, it's a former CTer, Macy Callahan from Australia. She's in the lead here. More live action from Ballito right after the break.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide.
Doesn't get better than that.
This episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. Exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And by O'Neill, the official presenting partner of the Ballito Pro.
Wave-rich coastline, sparkling today. Another beautiful day here. Really slack airs, almost no wind at all. Glassy on the sea surface, bit of swell in the water for surfers to make the most of. Busyness throughout this heat. We've had a whopping 26 waves ridden. Not loads of quality from amongst that though. The best of it still with Macy Callahan. She's got a 5 in as a highest wave. What are you seeing, Greg?
How many waves ridden?
26.
Sure, what do you think of that, Jess? Is that a lot of waves?
Seems like a lot of waves, doesn't it?
Yeah. Didn't you learn a new word today, slang?
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Slang?
Whispering it to me.
Yes, lang waves. Been ridden in this heat, eh?
I gotta be more on the spot. I'm going lang.
Will we have a translation?
Lots. Lang.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So it could be in two things. It's like a lot or many.
Okay. I mean, obviously, I know.
Very.
Or very.
Or
sorry.
very.
I'm just thinking of the
So
audience.
it could be
I am
something.
picking it up quick.
Something's expensive. It's very expensive. It's lank expensive. Or we've had lank waves in this heat so far. Typical South African slang. It's beautiful.
That one, you don't hear it loads though, do you? Is that common usage?
Well, from in East London anyway.
Here goes Tessa. Nice hit on the backhand. Nice and clean. There's another sparky turn for her. Comes out with the speed as well. Much better. Needs to fire up a bit. She's sitting on a 2.67 as the low number. Doesn't want to. Here goes Sol. Never really quite got there. It's almost disengaged the rail on that top turn. Not real sure why. It all seems set up quite nicely for her.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see that one kind of broken down because I'm not sure what went wrong there either. She had the projection, but maybe just a little bit mistimed, a little bit taken back of how much speed she actually had going into that turn. But Sol, I mean, she's really pushing hard. I mean, she's trying to force a big score here. She has a beautiful bottom turn into it. Looks like she hit kind of a bump and then her board came away from her body there, so she wasn't up over that front foot to really look like she was projecting off that section. Maybe in two minds between floater and end section bang, but this lady right here, she's looking to back up a win. She's looking to go back-to-back on the Challenger Series this year, from Newcastle now to here, Ballito. Kika Veselko, the bull. She's looking good this year.
Number 1 in the rankings coming in. What sort of tunage are we thinking? What's she listening to?
I feel like gangster rap is what Kika would listen to. Like she's pretty in a heat. She's pretty staunch. So I feel like she'd be, looking to just like get revved up, but like look super chill about it, because that's what I was seeing there. What was your hype up song?
To be honest, I didn't used to listen to music before my heats.
Oh.
I'd honestly...
Did you travel with a gramophone?
We didn't have music back then. No, I would get just way too amped if I listened to music and I'll short circuit. But bit of pull jam and that before the free surf's always good. Wow, massive combo. Sol Akwe, she's stoked, gives a claim. But how is that for a left-hand combo, finding 2 turns? And was it yesterday or the day before, I was commenting how vertical she was getting on the forehand, but I loved how vertical she was getting on the backhand on those turns. It seems to be something that she's focusing on in her surfing, is getting that board straight up there. It is more difficult to get vertical. It looks more impressive, but both those turns she really pushed to get that board straight up. So check this. First turn, whack, nice and strong, but watch out, straight up into that pocket, and that felt good.
Yeah, really clean transition between the two as well. I mean, that had so much pop on it. No downtime, so quick to transition into that turn. Goes up and over as well, and the judges love that, and it feels like Sol knows that as well.
Laura Holt getting ready. She's been really impressive. Possibly one of the most improved surfers, certainly from Brazil over the last year or two.
We've got some game face in this next heat, I'll tell you what.
Another one that really shone in the World Juniors in January over in the Philippines. And the prep going in, there is being nothing left to chance or uncertainty. Great number for Sol, but a quality arriving in the form of the backhand attack, the combo, which the judges love. 617 for her. She gets the first.
I would put Sol in that list and category as well as of most improved from this year to last year as well. I feel like once she made the Olympics, she worked so hard and she had such a quick improvement rate, and you can see it's really transitioned into her competitive surfing and just her surfing this year. She looks like she's drawing better lines, going more vertical. Reed here though, the young 15-year-old slashing in that first pocket. Wow, huge second turn. Really drifted the fins over that section there for Reed. I mean, she was impressive in the World Juniors as well. So this heat, it feels like we're starting to get that momentum going right now. It seems like it feels like there's almost like a bit of frustration, like everyone's sick of doing one turn, so they're just going, all right, I'm just going to go and find myself a 2-turner and belt every opportunity that comes my way.
Someone said that don't go left in this heat earlier on. I can't remember who it was. But suddenly the scores are coming from these lefts.
Here goes Mace, really nice, gives it a swoop, just the one turn, cruisy shape to the kick out the back as well. Second place at the moment, just feeling a little bit of that energy coming from Sol. Want to get involved here, wants to get back to first ideally.
Macy started off really busy. She dominated the start. You feel like she's sort of slipped on that score line a little bit, like she wants to get going again. As we head towards the 5 minutes, she wants that score line to get a little bit better somewhere along the way.
For clarity, who was it that said don't go left?
I can't remember. It was so long ago. I think it was me, wasn't it?
I think it might have been you. It might have been you.
Oh, just crazy. I still think the rights, when they come, the good ones are...
They bend back at you that little bit more.
But if you look at the screen, they're almost sitting on this side of the lefts, like they're looking for the lefts. That's, that right's a bit deeper, more to the right-hand side of the screen. And they almost seem to be aiming for this left. I mean, it could be a little bit of priority as well, controlling the heat, moving with your competitor. But they're actually heading right up towards the, sort of down towards Canaries. There's been a left-hander. You see the free surfers up there. There is a sandbar with that left on it. But maybe they're identifying those as longer running waves, but they can be a bit tricky.
Wonder how much of this has kind of been done on the fly. Is this coaches like pointing boards as well and waving down? Because that's all part of it. One of the things here, you're so close to shore, you can really see what your coaches are doing.
You're so close to shore, and I feel like a lot of these surfers travel with coaches and will definitely look in and rely on them. You see it time and time again where you're looking at a competitor on a tight angle shot like we are on Macy right now, and you turn and you see them kind of looking for direction. Okay, have I made the right call? Am I in the right position? And it just all comes down to game plan and if that, if that sticking to it is what they need to do at this point.
So we see Reed with a big turn, just going incomplete on that maneuver. And Tess up and riding on one of those running left-handers. That one going to go a bit soft. Another interesting note is the competitors area. Fairly quiet in there, a lot of space. Many of the surfers and their coaches setting up on the beach right down by the water's edge. So they're even closer to their coaches, and exactly that, they might be getting a bit of direction from their camp.
Bunch of free surfing opportunities up and down as well. Easy to do a quick warm-up here as well, isn't it? Just jump in and find your rhythm. We talked about the period of the swell. That's something you definitely want to tap into, just seeing how these sets come, that sort of thing. I think everyone's actual on-wave surfing pretty dialed in, but making those late adjustments to the local intricacies of the swell, smart thing to do. A solidly put together heat from Solagere. Seen her jump to the lead by basically sticking at the task, being a bit relentless, chipping away and unlocking a bit of quality. Her 9th wave, good enough to go 617. That's why she's leading this at the moment. It's Macy still with her. She's been there pretty much the start of their heats. We've seen Tess Thiessen have a go at her left. Now she'll look right. She looked a little bit just off it in terms of finding quality for a little while now. Speaking of surfers looking back, she's been doing quite a bit of looking back at the beach. Her coach, Jan Martin, will be there. I just wonder, in terms of positioning, whether she might make a little switch here. She'll be in 4th priority, so I dare say she'll try and get away.
Yeah, and you can see she is. She's trying to paddle away from the pack right now, and feels like Reed, she's done the same thing as well, where Tessa, she's moved, you know, to the left of our screen, where Reed, she's moved to the right, and they're trying to create distance, and it leaves you in a pickle if you're Macy, like, okay, who do I follow? Because both of your competitors need pretty much the same score, a 5.27 to a 5.33. You often go to 3rd because you think, okay, they need the smaller score. But when it's as close as that, I wonder if you go, okay, what competitor do I sit on instead of score?
I think Reed's making quite a good move here. I would break down towards that right-hand side, look for one of those right-handers, and especially if your surfers in 1st and 2nd are leaving you alone, take that chance, make that break. But she's back.
She's back.
Here goes Tess, paddling hard on her left, hitting the section real hard. Plenty of spray, would have felt nice. I loved another one, wouldn't she? 297, the low number, but the significant one is the 533 that she's chasing, or she'll improve on her number, she'll bring that down, but time not on her side. Final 45 seconds. Good chance that'll be her last wave. The requirement is pretty steep, really. Let's see what happens in the next 35. Priorities with our heat leader. That's why she's sitting a little under to try and control things. It's Van Wagener with a little work to do. Her number really similar to that of Tessa. She's trying to get away a little bit.
It's almost when you start kicking that the competitors take note of you. You almost want to do a little slow paddle, get away slowly. As soon as you start getting frantic, your competition goes, where are you going? Come here.
Come back.
Tess will go. It will be a closeout. It's just a real tight, quick hit from her. And we're out of time here. And Sol Aguirre of Peru surfed herself into rhythm there. A bunch of waves. And then switched direction to go to the left. And it turned out to be a really good move. She got the bit of quality in that 617. She'll advance. Nice moment there with her and Reed. Macy Callahan also making it through. That's heat 7 wrapped up. Around a 32 from the women. Time for a break here. This is the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And we're going to be right back.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Always a privilege to be back in Kwadukuza as we swoop down from on high and take it all in. A stunning coastline with all sorts of waves up and down. Plenty of stuff to do away from the beach as well, but our focus firmly upon the hostilities in the Jersey going on right now on the Challenger Series. It's stop 2 on the CS this season, and a crucial time to try and put a bit of authority onto things as well and get points under you, get your campaign going with momentum out of Australia straight over to South Africa, and someone that came in with tons of momentum. Kika Vasilko of Portugal leading the ratings with that win at Newcastle. She'll be taking on Laura Haupt of Brazil, Minami Nonaka from Japan, Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri from the Basque Country make up the quartet. Key learnings from the last heat is keep your options open. Sort of lots of different ways of doing it.
Yeah, I'd say that. I feel like that's key learnings from today, to be honest. We haven't had that same consistent heat strategy that's really come into play. You know, if we think back to the first day, Callie Vast sat and waited and just detonated on 2 waves. This heat we've had, and the last heat today, we've had a lot of waves being caught, and Laura getting her campaign started with one nice hit there. And yeah, I feel like it's definitely a keep your options open kind of day, because there is options out there, and no two plans have kind of gone the same. We've seen a lot of people have to change their plan halfway through heats today, so see how this one pans out.
I agree with you. Keep those options open. Keep busy. I think you want a busy start, and I would look at this lineup and think, okay, you know, we've got these waves on offer that are say sort of 1 to 3 feet, a bit peaky. There are those sections out there, but get your best short small wave board, get out there, fly through those sections, catch multiple waves, and just feel loose and free, and really push that tail in every section. Some will work, some won't. If it doesn't work, don't be too upset about it. Go back out and find the next one.
What's a good way to train for a heat like this? Keep getting that sort of paddle intensity and that overall kind of focus and concentration. Can you even really prepare for a heat? It's quite hard to simulate, right?
No, you can definitely. You know, you've got to train for sort of bad waves. Shorten your heat time. Do 15-minute heats. Put pressure on yourself so you can get that intensity up. That's a very good way of training. A lot of 5-minute drills. So you do a beach start with your coach. Run out there, find one score that's at, you know, you'd say at least an average score, a 4 to a 5, and come back in. If it's better than that, that's great. And you keep doing those drills. So you know, practice makes perfect. Gary Player always said, the more I practice, the luckier I get.
I think as well, like a lot of these people would have these practice drills where, yeah, it might be a 10-15 minute drill with someone else out there, and it's like, okay, you need a 6.5 and you need a 5.5. You both need to find that score but also block the other person from that score as well, and that's really close to simulating a heat at the same time. But these guys, they've surfed plenty of heats before. I mean, Kiko got a handful of heats just at Newcastle herself to go on and win the event. So yeah, it's hard to simulate it, but it definitely can be done.
Having a look at our Challenger Series leaderboard at the moment. In the water right now, you're number 1 with 10,000 points for the big, really career-defining win. She's also been a junior champ as well. So very decorated is Kika Vasilko. Going great. Coming out flying with momentum. Bit of a marker laid down. Sally Fitz, no surprise at all, really. See her make that final. We've kind of par for the course, really, for Sal. And then we've lost a few surfers, not in the top 5, but within that top 10. There's a couple shaded out. Let's see where we are towards the end of the day. Right now, we'll watch Laura, who's been busier by far in this, the Brazilian. Never quite really plugging into the juice there. Gave it a hit. Didn't quite connect as she possibly would have hoped, but she's got herself the 4-3-3 in, and she's definitely laying down that tactic of being busy.
Yeah, I mean, Laura, she's got such a cool community behind her. I mean, it feels like she's really loved in this Brazilian surf community that is so strong now. And she's actually got a really cool accolade. At 18, she went into the top 4 most winning female Brazilians of all time. Savannah Lima is number 1. She's got 19 wins, but Laura's had 11 QS wins in her region. That's pretty crazy, and she's 18 years old. Kiki Veselko now.
Really nice looking wave for her, a great choice. And the section just ran away. It was trying to escape. She was good enough just to stamp on it on the end, but the amount of drive she had, we were expecting something really big. She had to wait a little bit there, but a bit of notice in her surfing, even sort of without the maneuvers performed, just showing how dialed in she is, and the equipment, everything lined up. That's how you win an event on the CS, exactly what she's just done.
I find it so interesting if you've just come off a big win on the Challenges or anywhere, it is kind of more all eyes on you. And, you know, a lot of people will put that question mark around, okay, well, can she back it up? We think about Jacob Wilcox as well. I mean, he came close to not getting through that heat. So I wonder if it's a added layer of pressure and, you know, the ins and outs of dealing with that, because it is all just speculation and outside noise. I'd love to get the ins and outs of how Kiki is feeling herself. And, you know, after that win, that was such a major moment in her career. And when you get a win so early on in the season too, you're like, oh, okay, maybe I can qualify this year. So I'm really interested to see Kiki and if she can keep that momentum that she had in Newcastle, because she was on fire down there.
And it can be tough when the spotlight is on you, the media is on you, you number one, you're the best, you've won, you know, and you know, you're having to do interviews, your sponsors are on your case, they're wanting content, and next thing you know, you find yourself in a heat and you're not really as focused as you would like to be. That can definitely be an issue. Sometimes it's better when you're just flying under the radar, you're not necessarily the favorite, and you can just focus on your surfing and competition.
Yanire will open up and it will get sticky and soft at the same time, so a little wrap for her. And then nothing else really doing, wanting to get involved. A third wave that she's ridden, 26 on the clock. Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat with Mike.
So, great win in that last heat. It wasn't easy though. You had to hunt a little bit up and down the lineups between the lefts and the rights. And you were saying that you were practicing on lefts this morning, but then landed up riding rights in your heat.
Yeah, well, it was super tricky. I'm really happy I found that left. I mean, I have trust in my backside, but in the morning training, I wasn't able to get any left. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go all rights. But then I saw the left and it worked. So I'm really happy. This board feels nice. It gives me lots of confidence. And yeah, happy.
And then you were telling me that this is your favorite stop out of all of the 7 challenges. Why is that?
Because, I don't know, it's like a wildlife, you know, so much nature, the sun rises every single morning, so much energy, you see the dolphins jumping, the water is warm, and yeah, I love it here. I feel like it's really similar to my country, so I have a really good energy, and I hope I can use that energy all the way. Yeah.
Well, great surfing, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Mike. Great connection with Sol and Ballito, and that story will continue to be written. She's through to the next round. She's delighted. It'll get tougher and tougher, though. At the moment, out in the water, not a load has happened in 10 minutes. 4-3-3. Our Brazilian Laura Rapp. What was that stat again? How many QS? I thought you were talking about heats. She's won 11 events.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
How is that even possible?
And at 18, she's in the top 4 most winning Brazilian females.
Wow.
Crazy. I mean,
how many events they have?
Well, it's over years, you know. But Silvana, she's such a trailblazer for Brazilian women, and the fact that, you know, she really set this incredible tone, and now this generation is doing that as well. I mean, Luana Silva has had 2 seconds this year. Tatiana Weston Webb, I mean, she speaks for herself just in her talent and her skill. And then now we have someone like Laura coming through who is going to keep on that momentum for Brazil.
Yeah, the stat tells you something else as well, because, I mean, you qualify by going well, but you don't necessarily need to win events. You just need to be high up in the rankings, make semis or finals, it will help. But to be able to turn that momentum and that form into victory, and that's priceless, Greg.
Yeah, winning any event anywhere is huge. As we see Laura with 2 huge combos on that one, I think that just stamps our conversation on why she's won so many events. Look how strong those maneuvers are. She's going to get a fantastic score for those 2-turn combos.
Nice space between the maneuvers for her, just to frame those turns as well. Just showing energy across the wave, making the turns look big and stand out. Nicely timed. Let's get another look.
Yeah, I love that point, Paul. I mean, timing on this. She had a lot of time before that second one, so she could really stop, drive hard into that bottom turn like she did, and just really unleash on that last turn. Those two, I mean, that takes me back to some of the waves we saw earlier today, then where there was space between those 2 turns, which is giving these guys more time to lean on that power instead of just trying to get it up there quickly and get a small score. That's going to be a really great moment for Laura in this heat.
I really enjoyed how she finished that second turn, got in front of the whitewater and just did 1 pump, just to show the judges that, you know, it's completed. How often do we see the surfers sort of do a turn and quickly kick out, and I'm not sure if it's complete. And, you know, so it's just such a well put together wave. But look at that. Clicks that first turn, nice spray deep off the bottom, pushes hard. Look how straight that back foot got as well on that deck pad. She really stuck it into that wave and got that spray, and then that 1 pump to show the judges I've ridden out nice and clean, well put together. You know, another note on the conditions, you know, I often speak to a lot of surfers, and they make the changers. As we see, I'll get back to this point. Selko up and riding. I love that little quick downturn that she does off that lip as well. That's dynamic. And they say, oh, we're going to Newcastle. I've seen the, you know, video footage, such good waves, beach break waves, and then I'm coming to Ballito. You see the stand-up barrels the guys get here, and then I've got Pop. And I mean, even if you think back to the CT at Pop earlier this year, the first day was all maneuvers. I mean, it was junky Pop. So you've got to be prepared for every type of conditions when you go into the Challenger Series. You've got basically 5 or 6 days of competition in a 7-day window. You're not going to get cracking waves every day. You're going to have to be prepared for some junky surf and the good stuff in between.
Yep.
Prep looking like it's working so far for our Brazilian. Laura Haupt, 6-5 for her. And a bit of quality shining through from that surfing. Putting a bit of distance as well between everyone else who'll be thinking, where are those 6-5s? Where's she finding that? What kind of wave do I want? So Kika Veselka get involved.
A 6-5 is a huge score right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we haven't seen a 6-5 in a bit of time. I mean, this first turn, she really clicked it off the lip, like you said, Greg. And I just love that moment where she really got to hold that bottom turn, which allowed her to have that power, that speed and momentum to take her time and have the confidence to push hard off that second turn. 6-5 is a huge turning point in this heat. I mean, but we've said it in heats before, 20 minutes is a long time left. And this is what these guys usually surf in a QS. So they're used to having 20-minute heats. So basically, this is a good restart moment if you're someone like Yanire, who only has a 193 and a 087. You're like, okay, cool. Back to my bread and butter. I'm surfing a 20-minute QS heat.
Laura again, tagging it. So instant speed from the takeoff, identifying the section, gives it a hit. That last wave of Kika just staying in contention, got the 4.67. Just not wanting that scoreboard to open up too much. She wants to stay in contention here. She'll be thinking about first place for sure, full of confidence. We were speculating on You come away with a win and a bit of focus on you. I think it's kind of what you want, though, isn't it? It's what you're here, really. You're here to win events and try and turn that attention into positive energy. Go, well, there's a reason for that. It's 'cause I'm winning. I've taken on basically the entire global field, and I've come up
number one.
Exactly.
No matter who you are, surely your goal is to win this event if you're in it, right? I mean, even if you're 14 years old and you have for, say, a bit of experience, you'll still be going, imagine if I win it. You'd still be having a drive to win the event.
Yeah, you're not thinking, oh, quarters is good points. If I can just get to quarters, these guys want to win.
Yanni, just a quick one from her. And unable to really connect thus far. She's stuck on pretty modest numbers. But time on her side, doesn't need to hit the freak out button just yet. 18.5 bags of time. Here's Vasilko. Backhand from her. Double up energy. She's patient off the bottom. And then swings the board on the face. And then it gets a little deep. All right, let's see what Nanaka's got for us here. Not a lot.
It had so much potential, that wave. That really felt like I was like, oh, this is a good bowl. I mean, that first section had a lot of speed towards it as well. So Minami, she's going to look to kind of hit the reset button again. And Kika, she found a really nice first turn, but you could tell with those lefts, I mean, we've talked about them a lot today, but some of them bowl back at you and some of them just kind of crumble out to sea and then hit this bit of dead water, a little bit of current down there. But Kika looking like she may have seen something. She's got a very crazy paddle on her, and I think that's such a minute thing that no one really touches on a lot, is there's a really big difference in paddling into a wave, and if you're a strong paddler, it creates a speed, especially in conditions like this. Like if you can manufacture that before you're even on the wave, it's going to set you up for a great wave.
Yeah, get out to it. Get out to the sort of pinnacle of the A-frame. Get in early so you can actually come back on yourself and set up that first big maneuver and dominate the wave.
Yeah, no one talks about how important a strong paddling is, and if you're a good paddle, that is actually an advantage on your side. And then when you go and you see, you know, the CT surfers do it, or you're out here and you see ex-CT surfers trying to get back on that stage, there's a level difference there when it comes to paddling in.
Well, I've got a point with that, and I'll get to it now. And, just not connecting with that turn. So if I'm doing a bit of surf coaching and a bit of videoing, it's amazing when I'm looking through the lens and I'm focusing on a surfer, and sometimes when they're sort of not like that committed to the wave, even though they're going, I like battle to push play, because I can just see they're not going to have a good wave, and pretty much 100% of the time they won't. But then if I'm looking through the lens, I see a bit of a set coming and I see that scratching, that movement, that intensity, and that paddle for the wave. I'm going, make sure the tripod's nice and still. Make sure I push play, like, because I can see it's going to be a clip. You know, you can just see that intensity, and I push play and I'm get everything right, and pretty much every time it ends up being a really good wave. So that's a good point, Jess.
Under the 16-minute mark here, it's the young Brazilian, decorated career on the QS. She'd love a CS win. She's going all out in the round of 32 at the moment. Laura Rupp leading this one from our number one on the ratings. Kick of a Selkirk. More live action real soon.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
Entertainment continues here at Ballito. We're live on the coast of KwaZulu-Natal. Qualification is the region, and once again hosting professional surfing. This event, which goes back decades, one of the most historic events in professional surfing. Unbelievable cast of victors down the decades here. Who will it be this year? Well, we'll need to wait a couple more days before we find out. Finishing up the end of our waiting period is on Sunday. Potentially we could go before that. Depends exactly what happens with waves. Right now we're watching a young Brazilian leading the heat from a young surfer out of Portugal, Kika Vaselko. This is her right now. She's #1 on the Challenger Series after the win at Newcastle. Trying to bring that momentum and that fire here. She's not had loads of waves to ride in this, but you can see that intensity that she's competing with.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was about to say. I feel like she had that pop and that drive going into that wave, and that's the exact same speed and intensity we saw her bringing to Newcastle. In the break, huge hit there for Kika. I mean, she really went pretty vertical on that section. Laura Rupp, she got a piece of the action as well. This one didn't go into her top 2, but I mean, she's really identified great waves. She's in that flow for this heat. And then Yanire, she got one really nice crack off the top there as well, but just a bit of a slopier face, so she couldn't really push as hard as she was wanting to. And we know that when she connects and almost gets frustrated in heats, it's like when she does her best, she does these huge turns.
Live action will pick up Laura again. Pushing hard, recovering, kind of skidding out, but doing well to make amends. Just swinging into sections.
Yeah, just losing power on that back knee on that opening maneuver. So, yeah, that won't, that's not going to go into a top 2. Unfortunately, that turn could have been a nice maneuver. It was a good section and a good running wave. She's sitting on a part of the bank now that's sort of giving her a couple of options with sort of those 3 turns. I quite like those waves. If she can get one with a bit of size, I think she's going to connect really well. But she's sitting in such a strong position with that 6.5 in the scoreline. And of course, she's backed it up with a 4.33. So Laura will just keep swinging away and try and improve that scoreline. And it looks like a decent number coming in for Francisca as well. She's keeping busy, but just loving the speed and the spray coming off her board. Even through the basic turns, the board looks alive, and the placement's so good that she gets a lot of whip out of that tail, and it's looking good. I don't think she's connected perfectly with any waves yet, but I think once she gets into a more comfortable position, she'll start connecting a bit better.
Yeah, open up a little bit more, take those nerves off her shoulders. I mean, a 5.6 has definitely put her right back in this heat. But no, she was always in second, but I feel like it's just allowed her to creep away from that, okay, 3rd and 4th are pretty close to me kind of mindset. So now she's created that little bit of distance. Hopefully we get to see exactly what you're talking about, Greg, just those moments where you go, okay, now I've got my footing, I've got my foundations, let's push a little bit harder from here. And Kika, that's exactly how she was surfing heats in Newcastle. Once she had the foundation, that's really where we saw her let loose and open up. Except for the final, she was just all systems go. She was finishing on the rocks every single wave in Newcastle. We were watching going, oh no, she's on the rocks again.
Yeah, I think also it will make her feel better if she can try and win the heat, and going into the next round going, okay, I really opened up. I felt so good on these waves. I'm on form. I'm in the rhythm. I'm going to keep that roll running.
9.5 to go in our heat number 8, the round of 32. So after this, as we chop the field down, we'll really start to hone in on surfers building that momentum, getting a run going. We're enjoying watching things from the studio here. Mike Frew's watching things. He's out and about. He's roaming down the beach. Brew, what have you got for us, mate?
We're down at the Corona Bar on the beach. It's the last ladies heat in the water. About 10 minutes to go in the heat. It's been an action-packed day. We're down enjoying some cold Coronas. But if you're joining us online, don't go anywhere, because we've got the Corona Zero post show coming up, where they're going to break down the highlights of the day, drill down a little bit into the action, look at forecasts for tomorrow, and all the highlights coming up. So join us after this heat for the Corona Zero post show. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Shot Mike, PC, and the Fruit Brew. Got a comfy couch. They're overlooking the waves. Sun's still shining. They've got an ice-cold Corona Zero. They look cold, didn't they, those beers?
They did. They looked good.
Here we go. Live action. Kick cut. Look at this thing steaming down the line. Bang. Into the lip. She just wanted to hurt that wave.
It's exactly what she wanted to do, and I feel like with that speed, she really generated a nice turn off the top there. I love the way she kind of looked like she drifted off as she was coming off down there. It was really cool.
Yeah, she went into attack mode there. Absolutely. Speed, and that's that. Those two scores, the 5.6 and the 4.6, has just given her that platform now to loosen up. We spoke about it, and you can see that I think there's more to come in the next 7.5 from her.
Yeah, it's exactly everything we were just saying we were hoping she was doing. It looked like she was surfing with a lot less pressure and nerves on her shoulders.
Tell me more about this Corona Zero post show that Mike was talking about. What happens?
Oh, just everything. We get to probably see this wave again. Huge turn there from Kika. We go through our top 5 moments of the day.
Pick out a couple of major heats.
We do.
Will we maybe look at the Surfline forecast as well?
If you're lucky, we might.
I like the sound of this.
Bring it on.
Corona Zero post show coming at you in, well, 7 minutes to go in this heat. And then after that, basically, we'll wrap up the day. We'll also look forward to what else might be in store. Maybe we'll have a word in the shell of the winner of this heat. Who's it going to be? At the moment, it's Laura Raup, the Brazilian. But I tell you what, we've seen a charge come from a surfer out of Portugal. And we need to see a little bit more, a lot more from Nanaka, who's been nowhere near it so far. She's having a bit of a nightmare. 3.6 she got first wave. Since then, nothing to get excited about. Also looking for some more involvement and a bit more quality from Yanni. Surfer out of the Basque Country. Hasn't been able to get hold of this at all. The wave count's been there, not the wave scores. She hasn't been able to break that 4. And it's been a real contrast, unfortunately, between our top 2 and the chasing pair. Here's our leader, Laura Raup, the Brazilian. Section here from her. Love that she's pushing hard, even with the lead. No sign of nursing any turns. And that tail release, bit of signature move for her on that closeout section.
Yeah, we saw her pull off one of those, maybe a smaller version of that on one of her big scores. But the fact that, you know, we're talking about Kika, you know, loosening up, surfing strong. I feel like we haven't really had to chat about that with Laura because she's been just switched on from the start. But Minami Nonaka chasing a 6.67, it's not out of control. I mean, sorry, it's actually now 7.1 because that last wave of Kika goes into her top 2. She kind of needs to get something going. She's looking here.
Minami, carve to snap. Another nice hit from her. It's better. She's definitely heading the right direction. It's not the score she needs. We wouldn't say 7.1 is the best wave we've seen, but it's decent surfing.
If there was ever a moment to get yourself back in this heat or a way to do it, that's it. I mean, two really nice 2-turn combinations. She now has given herself 5 minutes to try and, you know, get another score because you'd have to think that that's her best wave of the heat so far, so it's going to bring that requirement down. Really love the fact that she got a strong carve in to start that off and belted it for a second section. That was a really tidy 2-turn combination there for Minami. So it was actually really smart competitive surfing. She's lessened the requirement. Now she's chasing a 6.83, so she's given herself a better opportunity to get through this heat, still with time on the clock.
Into the 5-minute frenzy we go. Bit of action to come.
Let's hope.
Well, those guys, check out the guys in the competitors area. They're enjoying the surfing. We've had lank people on the beach. And Mark Frew and Paul Canning were having quite a kiff time, eh?
They were loving it, weren't they? They're actually at work. It's hard to believe both of those. This is a work day for them. They're having so much fun.
That wasn't work.
Here we go. Yanire, bang, really nice. This is what she needs.
Big
Bit of
section
fizz.
ahead, wow.
Really good backhand combo for her. She's back at this. Does she have enough time to mount a charge here? Just over 3:40 on the clock.
I honestly believe she has her biggest, best moments in heats when she gets frustrated. I felt like she was frustrated. She hadn't really found the momentum in this heat and then just went crazy on that section. Wow. Minami, she's answering back now too. Thank you, right on cue. 5-minute frenzy. You called it, Greg.
Well, Yanire's last wave, in my opinion, I will get the replay, but my first thoughts are 2 massive turns with lots of spray coming off the board. We think back to Laura Rupp with that 6-5, 2 strong turns as well. I don't know. I think she's challenging second position here, personally. We see this replay. Oh, that's a big hit as well.
That was sick.
For Minami. So, yeah, the 5-minute frenzy all happening right now. Watch this replay. Big wave as well. Cracks a nice turn, and then watch this one. Whacks it up over there. So much spray coming off that second maneuver. The only thing possibly that I could be down on is a little bit lateral, maybe not super vertical, but that's what the section's offered. And she basically surfed that wave for what it was.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting how we mix things up here. It's with the panel right now. Kind of you'd be hoping if you were the surfer chasing to get that score sooner rather than later, find out what that requirement is. Here's that number. There we go. So right on cue, the 6th, second highest score of the heat so far. Sets her up. She's got a great opportunity now for a 4-7.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a 4-7 is nothing in comparison to a 6-point ride. So she's done the hard yards. Now she just needs to find herself an opportunity to do that. Kika, though, wants to keep second here.
Yeah, she'll look to try and make that requirement harder. This is a great looking wave. First turn, that carve with spray, and then you see her just laser beams on this section. And as soon as it stands up, incisive surfing from her as she lays into it. Job's not done yet, though. She can feel that charge coming.
She would have felt that she's not in, you know, that she's getting attacked from 3rd and 4th here, but she would have seen that wave from Janere and heard that score.
Does she improve? Here's what she needs to do. 5-1 the low number. She improved there?
I reckon. I really loved those 2 turns. There was so much water coming off the back of it. I mean, it was a bigger size wave. If it doesn't, it's got to come close. I mean, it was a really well-surfed wave. A lot of power behind that back foot too.
I think those turns were good. Let's just watch it. So first turn, whacks it. That was really spicy. Comes around again, slices. Just the only thing there, that wall was a bit short, and then gets a little click up. So I think she is going to improve. I'm not sure about too much, but I think it will improve her scoreline, but it will still keep Janere in with a chance here.
Final minute now, all sorts going on. That 6 from our surfer from the Basque Country, Echebarri, has really fired up the entertainment factor here. The response from Kika under. So that wave, little lateral. The judges deeming it. They want lip, not face. If you're going to go 5, 6s, that sort of stuff. They've been quite consistent with that. To be fair to them, 30 on the clock now. That requirement still is the 4-7. First priority is with Yanire. She's only got 20 seconds, Jess.
Well, if we take a look at that score, that last wave for Kika came in at a 4-5, so it needs to be better than that, and that was 2 really big turns. So she's got a chance here with 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, has to go this. The wave is soft, a little trundly. She'll wrap it back, though, and she'll stay in contention. A strong finish is what she's looking for, and it's really soft, and she'll be annoyed, but nothing really wrong with the surfing that she did on the wave. She was forced to go it, and her late charge coming ultimately a little too late.
Yeah, just that little bit too late, and that score, it's not going to be it, but I mean, that 6, she's got to bring that every single heat, because that surfing was really beautiful to watch.
She did have 30 minutes to find a 4.7, to be honest, because of the 35-minute heat. She got the 6-point ride in the last 5 minutes. So if you had to break it down and look back, she would go, why didn't I get a better score earlier on?
It'll be parabens to Laura Rupp and Kika Veselko. They will stay alive in competition here. We've got the Corona Zero post show coming up. Lots of talking points from today. Time for a quick break, and we'll be right back with that. Do stay tuned.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers, it's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. Our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an event tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning and team building destination, which is enabled by its close proximity to King Shaka Airport. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, Kwadukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to Kwadukuza today.
Time for the Corona Zero post show. It's been another really fun day here at Ballito. The sun has shone. Happy people on the beach, and surfers, well, contrasting fortunes for them. If they made their heat, they're gushing about how much they enjoy their time here. Otherwise, it's sharpen your pencils and head to California for the US Open. A little bit of time to think on. All natural ingredients from today's fun include the thoughts of you two, which has been fun to call it with you. We haven't had loads of heats, but the ones we've had fun. Cheers, you guys.
Cheers.
It's been cool.
Cheers, cheers, cheers. Love your work, everyone.
You guys been enjoying yourselves?
Absolutely. How could you not hear?
Thoughts on the day, Jess, so far? So we didn't surf a ton of heats, but what we saw is situations where surfers have been having to be a little bit pragmatic as well. They're not maybe necessarily trying to make highlights real. They're just trying to stay alive in competition because you really want to bring your best towards the weekend and finals.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we saw a day where we saw a lot of people go out with a game plan and have to adapt out there and change their outlook on the heat. A lot of people were thinking, let's catch heaps of waves. They end up sitting and waiting, or other vice versa. And I think the people who adapted the quickest in the heats were genuinely the people who got through. And that was kind of our common theme throughout today. But I mean, if I had to pick a moment for myself, it's Nadia Aristabe. She was just in fine form today.
Let's pick out one of our heats that shone for us. Third heat of this morning. We see surfers coming in, and we see surfers with names that we know, and some we're really discovering more about their story. But it was Sierra Kerr and Teresa Bombolo ultimately too good for the competition in this one.
I mean, these guys were looking so switched on. Teresa with a really traditional approach to this heat, just big power turns, and that's what we're used to seeing from her. We know that she's going to bring her absolute best to every single heat, but this lady, you never know what you're going to get with Sierra, but we knew with this one she wanted to go to the lip. She started off in a similar manner with some really strong power carves. Nana Ho put up a great fight as well, but it was Sierra who just decided to take it to another level. And Teresa, I mean, she gave it her all here today too.
Yeah, Teresa did good, and then of course Sierra came in with the innovation on this one, set up, and she got the air rotation here. There we go, lands it perfectly. That would have felt really good on form. This was
India Robinson.
Yep, on that good wave. And yeah, it was a taffy. Sierra absolutely stoked with that win. You could see her all smiles. And that was one of the hits of the day for sure. Sierra's going to go into the next round with that progression and be really up for the next one.
Yeah, showing us that point of difference with that progression, going to the air, and despite the strong rally, bit of power there from Robinson, some nice speedy surfing from Suzuki. Teresa Bombolo as well, getting through in second there, not needing to do too much. She's got plenty more in the tank from what we saw. So that was one of our first moments, and it really is, as we mentioned, just a case about trying to stay alive here today rather than trying to maybe do too much or make mistakes. You're not going to get maybe that many opportunities, although we did see some quite high wave counts go down, Jess.
Oh, we did. We saw a lot of wave surf today, that's for sure. And I think today as well, you know, we talk about those people who adapted really fast, and they were the people who got through the heat, but also the people who just backed, you know, the edge that they have over their competitors. Sierra Kerr was a perfect example for that. She does probably the best airs in the female side of the draw, or has the most accolades for airs. Used that 100% to her advantage today against some really powerful surfers. I mean, India Robinson knows how to belt a section and has that strength over Sierra, so she relied on her strengths, which is airs, and it got her a heat win in a very tough heat today too.
Another entertaining heat that came at us was heat 4 of this round, and it's one that's quite a bit of a story going on. It's really interesting to hear the thoughts after as well, because we're watching from here and we're thinking this is all going to the master plan, but actually Nadia was saying she had a shocker. But what about the quality from Kiara Gould, the youngster?
Kiara Gould was just absolutely alive. She started with that 7-point ride, and then we saw Nadia with this. This went 8 points, just absolutely whacked that first section, came around, got the finish, and these two really ran away with the heat. As we saw Nadia with that one single big maneuver, just so well timed, so well placed, and she worked for that. She rode 8 or 9 waves before she found that rhythm, and I think that was also a story of the day. How do you find that rhythm with the ocean? It was a bit of work. You had to catch many waves, and until it worked in your favour.
You see those numbers there, 8s and 7s coming in. If your surfers that don't make it through and you're stuck in the 4s, you're thinking, well, where are they finding those from? Where was mine?
Oh, it's so frustrating when you're on the other end of that, because you're like, how is there 8s and 7s out here? I've caught the same amount of waves as all these people. And then, you know, for Ellie, she started off catching so many waves in that heat and then decided, all right, I'm going to drop and wait. And the momentum just moved completely to Nadia, who then started catching a lot of waves. Sometimes it's just how it goes in heats, and that's the beauty of our sport.
Time to get some fresh insights from the lineup. Winner of the last heat, she's standing by with the Frou Brew.
Laura, that was a great heat win. It looks really fun out there with the afternoon sun on it and with a much lower tide. A lot of running waves and look fun.
Yeah, it's really fun out there. They did the right call to delay the start, and I'm super happy to make it through this heat. It was not an easy one, but yeah, super happy. And it was against 2 of my good friends, and unfortunately not everyone made it through this round, but yeah, it was a fun heat.
The conditions are still quite fun. They obviously called off the ladies or ran to the end of the ladies round. Are you going to go out to do some more free surfing, or how does your preparation look now leading into your next round?
Yeah, I was just super stoked to be competing here in Ballito. I've been here for 3 years, so yeah. And
I'm just super used to these conditions because it seems a lot of like my home. And probably not going out this afternoon, but tomorrow morning I will definitely be out there because I'm the end of the round. So yeah, just I have time to like go get cold and then go back home, get a warm shower, and yeah.
Well done. Great win there, and we'll see you in the next round. Great surfing. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I think we're seeing as well a bit of insight there into how she's been able to have so much success. Really thinking ahead when she's coming up in the draw, when exactly her heat's going to be, kind of planning, not over frothing, getting too excited going out now. She's actually going to chill.
Yeah, I like that. You know, not overdoing it. And I think all of these competitors would have their step-by-step game plan before a heat. And then when we have a day like today where, you know, we finish competition, we still have a couple hours left of daylight. We've been running right until dark the last couple of days. It's so important not to overdo it and overpush it and wake up tomorrow where you could be first heat of the day and be tired. So not a bad call there for Laura.
Speaking of tomorrow, it's time to check out the Surfline forecast, see what's coming when we wake up and throughout the rest of the competition window as well. Greg, what do you see in here, boss?
All right, so what I'm seeing tomorrow, we're going to see a little bit of a new sort of smaller mid-range swell with a better direction. I think we're going to see much of today that size, but I think conditions will be a bit better, especially through that afternoon low tide. And then as we're heading towards Friday, Saturday, Sunday, well, I'm seeing a little bit of magic here, possibly. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up too high, but I reckon a bit more swell, good conditions, and I'm eyeing out a possible really good finish early Sunday morning. Just watch that low tide. The tide's then going to move into the early morning. Beautiful winds, and I see a little bit of a deep, solid swell that could fill in then.
Yeah, interesting. So we're looking at the wave height there, but the period as well, just increasing a bit more of that rapid and more that classic Ballito that we're used to seeing, perhaps.
Yep, I'm hoping. Holding thumbs. I think a couple of days of fun surf, and then Saturday, possibility of a bump up. Could be really good Saturday, even Friday. And for me, just keep an eye on that Sunday morning, early morning low tide, northwesterly offshore winds, and a good bit of swell out there with a bit of period.
Oh, mate, keep talking.
I
I'm
know.
buying. Yeah,
I love
I'm into it. Sounds
listening
great.
to him talk about the surf forecast. So good.
Short day today doesn't mean that we were short on highlight moments, though. We picked some out for you. The first of them, and I'd say even in the debrief in the interview after, maybe more relief than anything else for Alyssa Spencer, but she showed her class here, Jess.
Oh, she did. I mean, she's a world-class surfer. There's no doubt about that. She has that trademark backhand attack, and Liz, she's into the round of 16.
Hopkins never won a heat, unbelievably, in Ballito. Hard to see why with this sort of surfing, Greg.
Oh, that was strong surfing. She just has put so much time in here, and look at the spray coming off that turn. One single big maneuver, and she's carrying a lot of confidence. You can see in her face and the way she's walking around the competitors area, she's feeling good out here.
I think we had relief from Talia Swindle as well. I mean, she was just going for it as well. Only just surfed that board too. I mean, she had only surfed that once or twice before she came here, but look at that turn. I mean, that tail kicked out the back. She was super stoked after her heat and didn't qualify for the Challenger Series, but based on that, she belongs here.
And how flowy did that board look through those turns as well?
Another youngster, Tia Zabrowski, and no real surprise at all to see her in the highlights. Absolutely ripping in, but this moment you picked it at the top, Jess. Nadia getting excellent score.
This was my favourite wave of the day. That first turn was so classy, so beautiful, and just textbook surfing. I mean, that was a great bowl, and she just capitalised so perfectly on it. That injured foot doesn't look like it's hindering her at all, and got the highest heat total of the day, the highest wave score of the day. I mean, Nadia Aristabe, that's exactly how you want to surf a heat here at Ballito.
Yeah, we talk a lot about momentum with putting an event together, a multi-day event like this one. We've got a whole week of surfing, a complete contrast of conditions. You're thinking about scoring it good. It might be grindy. What have our surfers learned, do you think, so far from the past couple of days? What's sort of the key to success in the conditions that we've had and those that we might expect, Greg?
Prepare for the start of the heat. Get working early. Come out with that intensity. You got to find those waves and keep building. If a wave doesn't work out, get out of it, back out, find the next one. You got to keep up and down this lineup, finding those maneuvers And you touched on something earlier. Look for that lip line. You want to be connecting with that lip as much as possible. The judges seem to be looking for those big maneuvers in that lip. Lots of spray, lots of intensity, and super technical and difficult maneuvers.
Yeah, just the scores we saw today, we saw some excellent numbers, but overall from the women, I think we could expect a bit more in terms of performance as well. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see them level up when it comes to the round of 16. I think today they figured out, you know, exactly the type of heats they want to surf, or maybe they got their lineups right. It was probably a day of just, you know, ironing out those little 1%ers, and now let's watch them all build in the next round.
All right, well, we're going to come back for a call tomorrow, 9 a.m. local time. So maybe a little bit of high tide in the morning. We'll check that out. We'll put our surfers in the best possible conditions. We've cut some highlights for you guys as well to send you out from today. We're going to savour that moment with a refreshing Corona Zero. Cheers, you guys. Shot, eh? I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.